Welcome back to the fourth and final day. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and today will be the same. We've got some really good talks lined up, and I've been really enjoying this meeting. And again, thank you to all the speakers. And this meeting is about thinking about human governance beyond the Earth. As you'll be aware, there's increasing space activity from private sector companies like SpaceX and Blue Origins, and increasing government involvement in space exploration, not just increasing US activity, but Chinese activity, Indian activity, and many other countries increasing their space efforts. And with all that comes the possibility of establishing perhaps temporary, but maybe even permanent settlements beyond the Earth, places like the Moon, on the free plateau of space, and on Mars. And then the question comes, how do you manage human societies? And one particular factor of interest is liberty and the freedoms that people have. And as Thomas Hobbes recognized in the 17th century, that society is constantly trying to navigate the two extremes of extreme individual liberty, I mean, anarchy in some sense, without any legal structure at all, a state of nature, if you like, through to a completely autocratic regime, and how you balance liberty and the control, if you like, or the management of a society in a way that creates the best sort of society. And of course, there is no simple answer to this. In fact, there never should be a simple answer. It's something that we constantly discuss as society develops and grows. And as a consequence, it's going to be a question in space as well. As we build societies, we're going to wonder how we can govern a society. And I will mention Hamilton. I won't quote him this morning because I've been quoting him for the last 3 days. But Alexander Hamilton, one of the framers of the US Constitution, in the first Federalist letter, the letters that the founding fathers wrote to think about how a republic should be organized, and letters that they published anonymously when those were first published. And he was considering how you organize a society, and he wondered whether you could get beyond accident and force, as he wrote in Federalist Letter number 1, where accident is powerful families like monarchies running societies that are families that are simply there through dint of history, no sort of rational order. They just ended up controlling the head of state position of a country. And by force, he meant, of course, violent dictatorship in its various manifestations that we have seen right the way throughout human history to the present day. Can we get beyond accident and force and build some rational society? And when I say rational society, of course, there's danger in there as well, as the French discovered in the French Revolution. If you strip away everything and start again from scratch, there's just as much danger in trying to create a scientifically rational society wherein people think they have liberty, but in fact, it can be anything but. So it's not easy just to rationally design a society either. And somewhere in there, there's an evolutionary approach to building a society where you navigate the extremes of individual liberty and collectivism. And this has been the perennial problem of human society, and it will be beyond the Earth. And it's fascinating to think about what constitutes liberty in space, how we achieve it, what sort of political, legal, economic, and social mechanisms can be used to create societies beyond the Earth in which there is liberty, and how do we create an ongoing discussion about types of liberty. And this is really what this meeting is about, just one small contribution to this sort of discussion. And what we've been doing in the last 3 days is visiting a whole range of aspects of liberty beyond the Earth, from the near term and immediate term, like, for example, satellites in Earth orbit that we're just about to hear about, through to very long-term considerations like interstellar world ships and liberty and freedom on ships leaving the solar system and going to other stars that might happen in several centuries from now, maybe even sooner. We've had already over 20 speakers talking on these various topics, and more speakers today. We are recording this, and it will be online. If you're interested in any of this, all of our speakers, I think most of our speakers, if not all of them, have agreed to contribute a chapter to a book that we're publishing with Oxford University Press that will be out next year, entitled The Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. So if you're interested in these talks, the speakers will be elaborating in a bit more detail in those chapters. So you can pick up on that, and we'll let you know when that's out, but probably sometime mid next year. Just a little bit about logistics. Each talk is 30 minutes, 20 minutes normally for speaking, 10 minutes for question and answer, although that if you're a speaker, don't worry too much about that. It's fairly informal, but something like that. And then there's 15 minutes between each talk. And the reason for that is just so we don't have panic in handing over from one person to the next. And also because we want people to start on time so that the attendees can come in and reliably watch the individual talks. But again, that's been fairly relaxed. And in fact, a lot of the question and answers we've been having in this meeting have been quite vibrant, and we've just ended up using that 15 minutes. But anyway, all I wanted to point out is that the talks do start exactly on time. So if you need to go away and you want to come back, listen to another talk, you can reliably turn up exactly on the minute and the talk will start then. So you can find that on question and answers. Online rather. Question and answers. If you have questions to raise, do please put them in the question box at the bottom of the screen. Please limit the question and answer box to succinct questions for the speakers. It just makes life easier. If you start writing in general comments in there, it's difficult to sift through and find out where the questions are. So if you want to make general comments, keep those to questions, succinct questions, put those in the question and answer box. We had 2 keynote talks. Of course, those have happened, but let me just mention them anyway in case you want to see them on the recording. One of them was Anthony Pagden from UCLA, who spoke on the Enlightenment in the 21st century, giving a sort of broader view of the philosophical history of some of the ideas that we've been discussing that are related to space. And then Bob Zubrin also spoke on the case for space as liberty. That was a couple of days ago, if you're interested in that, expanding his personal view on liberty on the Earth and also how it might apply in space. Finally, I just wanted to point out the sponsors of this meeting who have given their support. First of all, the Open Lunar Foundation, a non-profit organization in the US, helping to create a peaceful cooperative future on the moon for all life. And they work on policy and partnerships that support sustainable lunar settlement based on open values. You can look up their website if you want more information about them. Particularly the Institute for Liberal Studies in Canada. It's a registered educational charity dedicated to encouraging discussion of classical liberal ideas in Canada, particularly discussion and debate around issues about democracy, rule of law, economic and personal freedoms. And their mission is to provide a non-partisan environment for these discussions. Again, they've got a website if you want more information. Lots of talks they have. They have a seminar series and also a Freedom Week where they talk about classical liberalism. That was actually last week, but it's usually every year if you're interested in that. The British Interplanetary Society is also supporting us, the world's oldest space advocacy organization. It's a membership society that promotes the exploration and use of space for the benefit of humanity by connecting people to create, educate, and inspire and advance knowledge in all aspects of astronautics. And like I said on a couple of days before, I recommend you join them just because I've been involved with them for a long time. So it's good to help get their membership up to keep it vibrant. As I said, it's been around since 1933, so it's good to see it continue to be a healthy organization with a healthy membership. So please do join if you're interested. I should also say they have their own technical projects. They're not a space technical research organization as such, but they're very well known for technical studies they've done going right back to pre-Apollo times. They've done lunar landers, they've done interstellar ships, Project Daedalus. I ran a project with some of the people involved in this meeting 14 years ago now, from 2003 to 2006, where we designed a station for the Martian North Pole, thinking about science, exploration, and social aspects. It was called Project Boreas, a station for the Martian geographic North Pole. So if you're interested in that, you can get the report off BIS. And then finally, I just wanted to call out the local supporters of this meeting, Edinburgh Futures Institute, that was set up to pursue knowledge and understanding that supports the investigation of complex futures. I particularly want to thank Kelly McCurlane, who is on this morning and has been doing a lot of the moderation of this meeting and organized all the logistics prior to this, the Zoom platform, webinar platform, and all the helped advertising as well. So that's been actually a lot of work, surprisingly. I keep saying, an in-person meeting involves a lot of work. It's actually surprising how much coordination is needed just to set this up and make sure it runs properly. So I'd like to thank her in particular. And also the UK Centre for Astrobiology, based here in Edinburgh. We're interested in discovering how habitable worlds form in the universe and how life emerges, proliferates, and leaves traces on these worlds. And like I said before, we have actually run extraterrestrial liberty meetings before. We had 3 of them from 2003 to 2015, jointly with the British Interplanetary Society in London, where we produced 3 books. One of them is called The Meaning of Liberty Beyond Earth. One of them is called Human Governance Beyond Earth, Implications for Freedom. And the other one was called Descent, Revolution and Liberty Beyond Earth, which was looking at descent in space. If you're interested in those books, ping me an email and I can send you the PDFs. They're Springer books, so they're quite expensive to buy in hardback, but I can send you the PDFs. So we've done a bit of thinking in this area before. This meeting has been particularly rich and vibrant and covering a wide range of topics. And it's actually astonishing to see what's possible now compared to 6-7 years ago. One of the things we've been talking about is maybe holding this meeting again, maybe in 2 or 3 years. It would be fascinating to keep an ongoing discussion, and maybe we can persuade Oxford University Press to do a sort of rolling contract every 3 years to publish a book on extraterrestrial liberty going into future years, such that there's a sort of an ongoing forum for deliberation on this particular subject of liberty beyond Earth. Of course, there are many other people talking about human governance from the UN to other organizations. So I think that's not something one can do on an international level through one forum, but the liberty aspect is something that I think is specific to this group and might be interesting to continue. Anyway, that brings me to 1016. So I'm going to stop rambling there and hand over to our first speaker. We're very pleased to have Joanne Wheeler here to talk to us about exploration and use of space, particularly in commercial enterprise. And I think this is going to touch upon some of the near-term considerations that are real. So a lot of our talks have been discussing liberty as a very far future thing, lunar settlements, Martian settlements, world ships. But of course, discussions on freedom to operate in space have been going on since the beginning of the space age in areas of things like satellite law. Joanne is one of the leading practitioners in the field of satellites, having worked at the European Space Agency and Ofcom for over 20 years in private practice, giving her a really unparalleled understanding of the challenges facing the sector. She's qualified to practice as a solicitor in England, Wales, and Scotland, and is ranked as a top-tier lawyer in legal directories for her satellite and communications work for over 20 years now. So she specializes in communications, satellite and space regulatory and policy matters, together with all forms of commercial contracts. She has significant regulatory and commercial expertise and a strong reputation in the satellite industry. And she's previously represented the UK on the UN COPUS Legal Subcommittee and sits on the Executive Council of the UK industry body UK Space and the Space Sector Council. So really a very wide-ranging understanding, not just of the landscape of satellite and satellite law, but space law in general at the international level. So very pleased to have you here, Joanne, and thank you very much for kicking off the 4th day. I'll hand straight over to you.
Thank you very much, Charles. It's a real pleasure to be here. Now, my first question, Charles, is can you see my slides? Do they work?
Yes, that's looking good. I can see them full screen.
That's a good start. Really enjoyed the conference so far. It's been absolutely excellent. And Charles, I look forward to the conference in 2 years' time, hopefully. I wanted to start by actually saying the timing for this is really interesting, really perfect. The unscrupulous discussions have been going on last week and this week, and a few of us actually attending today have been attending them. The Egyptian delegation at the UN put in a request just a few days ago for a new item on the agenda of the legal subcommittee. And if you would like to see it, if you go onto an unscrupulous website and look up the legal subcommittee, the LSC, you'll be able to see a 2-page. And they put an agenda item in for a new agenda item on the committee on space culture, a new era for human civilization in relation to the establishment of new human civilization in outer space. Now, they didn't get a huge following for this, not a huge backing, so it's unlikely to go onto the agenda next year, but it's interesting that this is now coming up. And actually, as I would think, and maybe it'd be welcome your views in the chat, the faster we start talking about this and setting up a working group, the better. Interestingly enough, also at the UN this week in particular, the member states, we've seen a few member states intervening to express their concern over large constellations and light pollution and the issues on particularly radio astronomy and the issues for sustainability in space, particularly with 40, 50, 60,000 small LEO satellites due to be launched in and quite honestly the next few years. But it's I thought it was very interesting that it was the self-same member states that are expressing these concerns, and at the same time, although maybe not quite so public, trying to lure these large constellations into license with them and through their states and licensing systems. So I thought that was quite an interesting dynamic, actually. And of course, and this week also in the UK, we've been discussing the UK National Space Strategy, which is due to be published next month. Now, here's my challenge because I'm struggling to move. Here we go to the next slide. So the National Space Strategy for the UK is due to be published in July, and it is also noting and expressing the importance of sustainable use of outer space now and moving into the future. And it's something that the UK takes quite seriously. So I'm going to speak very briefly today on fundamental freedoms set out in international law, but I'm going to spend just a few minutes on that and move it into how the concept of benefit and interest of all countries is morphing, particularly with new technology and commercial changes, liberty in the conduct of space activities, and then the concept of wise laws, well-constructed institutions, and responsible states. I'm not quite sure we're there yet with any of these, but we can discuss that. Then national laws that we have currently, commercial enterprise, and a concept that I feel strongly about is a race to the top in regard to effective regulation. And then lastly, how do we incentivize commercial actors to maybe accept some equality of restraint? There's been a huge amount discussed also at the UN in regard to the long-term sustainability guidelines at the UN level and international level, but very little about implementation at national level, where there's been huge dynamic change in the past few years in national laws. Yes, as we heard yesterday, very little change in international laws, but a real dynamic change in national laws and policies and the actions of commercial operators. So, and here's very, very quickly, certain fundamental principles, just to set the context, enshrined in the Outer Space Treaty. And many of you already know this. I'm going to be quite quick on this. The rule of international law. International law applies to outer space and celestial bodies. Space is not lawless. It's not free of constraint and legal principle. There are limits to what we can lawfully do. Although it's amazing that in quite a few particularly small entrepreneurial companies will come to me and get very disappointed when I tell them they actually are not able quite to do what they would like to do. Second, outer space and celestial bodies are free for exploration and use by all states without discrimination of any kind on the basis of equality, and that there will be free access to areas of celestial bodies. But these rights are importantly rights of all states, not just the rights of mutually recognized by the parties to the treaty. Every state has the right to explore and use outer space. Article 1 also states that the exploration use of outer space, including the moon, celestial bodies, should be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries, irrespective of the degree of economic or scientific development. And then thirdly, the last liberty I'd want to mention too is there is no national appropriation of space or of celestial bodies. I've seen some interesting questions come up in the last few days about this, by claim of sovereignty by means of use, occupation, or any other means. But 50 years plus on from that exploration use of outer space, space has changed considerably. Yes, the rule of law still applies, and importantly, there's still no national appropriation. But should outer space still be free for the exploration of and use for all states in the same way it was 50 years ago? Or what are the implications of this? What fetters to this liberty should we be considering now? Perhaps fetters to actually ensure that freedom of exploration and use? And what benefits and interests should we be looking at really to provide all companies in countries in practice? Well, which has also come up at the UN this week too, as some dissatisfaction in regard to the flow of benefits to non-spacefaring, or at least currently non-spacefaring states. Now, this matter was put previously on the agenda of Uncopulous, and the result was this declaration on the international cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for the benefit and the interest of all states, particularly taking into account the needs of developing countries. Now, this declaration echoes Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty, but it goes further in communicating that particular account should be made of the needs of developing countries. And as I said, this dissatisfaction again was expressed this week at Copious. Now, the concept of benefit, needs, and interests of all countries develops and morphs as the years improve, and years pass and technology improves. But also as orbital populations increase, space debris accumulates. Now, the orbital populations, we're about to see a huge leap in tens of thousands of small satellites launched. And as certain states, or at least their commercial operators, are seen to be benefiting significantly and establishing market barriers to others. And we see this with large constellations, that actually strategically market barriers are being created to which actually will pose real problems for others coming up. Now, no one could argue that, we could argue now that all countries do already benefit from the activities of space in exploration and use of space. For example, communications, direct broadcasting, position navigation and timing, remote sensing, and a myriad of other satellite applications. But they may not always feel that benefit. It may feel too indirect to them. And the needs and interests don't always translate into rights. And there's also the issue of how these interests can be practically ensured and how this free access to outer space can be ensured now and into the future. And I was wondering also whether we actually need to consider activities being of not just being a positive step, but also simply not causing harm in regard to ensuring future freedom and benefit. So simply just a benefit is simply not causing harm and ensuring that this harmful interference is not caused into the future, a bit like the position of the International Telecommunication Union. One can use the spectrum, one can use it and keep using it, but as long as that harmful interference and that collaboration internationally is ensured, one can use the benefits. But going further, do we need space activities to ensure ongoing sustainable use and actually make a positive effort in regarding, rather than just a passive not causing harm? Interesting considerations that I'll now start exploring. Now, the mid-18th century politician and philosopher Edmund Burke would not have had much reason to look up at the heavens and outer space when he discussed his concept of liberty. He spoke of a liberty that was not unconnected, not individual, not a selfish liberty, but rather a social freedom that's secured by well-constructed institutions. He describes social liberty as where various institutional and legal restraints were put in place to prevent any one person from regulating the whole of his conduct by his own will. Now, he opposed the creation of institutional and legal constraints to allow a social freedom in which liberty is secured by this phrase, equality of restraint. But recent entrepreneurial activities, really unconcerned about equality of restraint, but rather this competitive advantage, this, and I've even heard this being quoted, move fast and break things, but let's establish these market barriers and get out there first to market. These operators really, equality of restraint is not in their business plan, and it shouldn't necessarily be in their business plan for their commercial benefit. But we're seeing more and more varied private actors and dynamic changes to this technology. So to apply Burke's concept of social liberty or social freedom to outer space is perhaps aspirational, but to enable some level of freedom of exploration and use into the future for all states, how do we achieve this equality of restraint? How do we balance, on the one hand, sustainable and safe activities, allowing free access of space for all and allowing benefits, not causing harm, while also, on the other hand, which is an increasing objective, an important objective of national states, allowing innovation, allowing commercialization, allowing technological developments and investment to encourage economic growth and employment. How is this equality of restraint therefore implemented at international and national level? Do we need to apply, for example, common conditions that we saw coming out of the European Union over the past few years? They look to harmonize access, for example, to S-band spectrum right across Europe, but they implemented common conditions that needed to be applied to national states in regard to allowing that access to S-band spectrum. Although I have to say it didn't work very well, and the harmonization didn't work particularly well either. And to what extent should we be allowing the liberty of one man or one company here to trespass on the liberty of others, particularly if this might lead to greater benefits? So Burke talks about liberty as equal to justice, but I'm also going to be talking a lot about responsibility. What is the responsible state under international law? How is it responsible? And how commercial entities should be responsible, and how can we incentivize them to be responsible, pursuant perhaps to their authorization and licensing regimes imposed by the responsible state? Very, very quickly, just for the non-space lawyers, under the Outer Space Treaty, Article 6 states that states parties to the treaty need to bear international responsibility for national activities in outer space and are responsible for their actions of non-state entities too, through authorization and continuing supervision. So Burke talks about wise laws. So what do wise laws need to achieve? So I'm going to take the example of the objective of achieving long-term sustainability in space, public and private. And the law of outer space environment is not something separate from the concept of terrestrial environmental law, and that's very important. Just meant Article 3 of the Outer Space Treaty states that exploration use shall be carried out in accordance with international law, and the principles of general environmental international law are therefore relevant to space activities. Therefore, the duty of a state not to permit the use of its territory to the detriment of another state, that applies in space. But environmental damage can also be caused without territory, without property, without the personnel of other state being involved. Damage can also be caused to the environment of other states, not owned by and beyond the jurisdiction of a state. Space is beyond, for example, the limits of national jurisdiction, as mentioned, not subject to national appropriation. And Principle 21 of the Stockholm Declaration notes that states have a responsibility to ensure that activities within their control do not cause damage to the environment of areas beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. Now, when I was at the European Space Agency, and we had to make a decision very, very quickly as to whether, if we were going to jettison equipment from the space shuttle as it came into land, what international laws or space laws would we be breaching? Now, I'll come to, and we've heard in the last few days, Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty. It's a bit wishy-washy to say the least, but we based our arguments in Principle 21 and 22 of the Stockholm Declaration to jettison weight from the space shuttle as it came down. And this was to save human life, which clearly would probably trump these aspects though, but we did not base our arguments in Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty. We based our arguments on terrestrial international environmental law. And Principle 22 states to cooperate in developing further international law as to liability and compensation for damage caused by their activities within their jurisdiction and control to areas beyond their jurisdiction. Now, these are important, wise provisions for the management of the space environment through responsible behaviour, and we've seen them also in the work of the UN Conference on Environment and Development. But these declarations and statements are not binding. And this is just a diagram showing that actually, yes, we have UN, ISO, IADC guidelines, and it's incredibly important that we have these, but they are non-binding. They are binding only when they're applied into National Space Agency projects, institutional projects, or applied into governmental projects and called into contracts, or applied into national licensing and space debris measures. So unless these guidelines are pulled down into contracts at agency, international, governmental, or national laws. They're not binding, and it's very important. And I think we're a while away from actually seeing binding regulations in this regard. So there's no concept of international crime as such for pollution in outer space. There's a general duty towards prevention, preservation and conservation of the environment in and outside national jurisdictions. And this is developing, and I think it's going to be developing rather fast, seeing huge changes simply because of COP26, for example, in the UK, and the government really stepping up to these aspects. That's one stage. The precautionary principle increasingly important in favour of international environmental duty to avoid and prevent pollution, and that's slowly developing in international space law. And then the concept of the global commons that we've heard about the last few days too, the duty to respect and manage the environment of the global commons in space, and it could be inferred from terrestrial international environmental law. And then I've been interested to see some of the case law of the International Court of Justice now looking at harm to generations unborn. I thought a fantastic phrase. And this could also include, I believe, the degradation of the space environment more generally. And I come back to the point again, should states therefore be conducting appropriate due diligence as responsible states in framing and enforcing the laws? And what should that due diligence really be covering? That's what I'm going to discuss now. So with Articles 9, 10, 11, we have heard about these already in the last few days. A directive in regard to the conduct of space activities. And equality of restraint is important in establishing and seeking to ensure the sustainable use of space. And cooperation and mutual assistance is called for, yes. And we've heard about harmful contamination to be avoided as there are adverse changes to the environment of the Earth, and states the duty to consult with other states if their activities may be subject to potentially harmful interference. And by Article 10, a state engaging in space activities is to consider on a basis of equality any request by another state to observe the flight of its space objects. And pursuant to Article 11, states required to inform the UN and the public and the scientific community to the greatest extent feasible and practical for the nature, conduct, and location and results of their space activities. So for the purposes of this talk, I looked into how much Article 11 has actually been used. There's not a lot provided. These are great messages, but rather aspirational, and very little information has actually been provided in regard to Article 11. And to echo something that Ian Crawford mentioned, there is a lack of strong sense of global community to encourage such cooperation. And actually I've attended the UN for about 7 years now on behalf of ESA in the UK. And it's interesting, I saw a lack of this global community several years ago, and then I saw more collaboration. And the last 2 weeks, I'll be very honest with you, worried me even more actually with this lack of strong sense of global community. The real consideration some less developed countries, spacefaring nations, quite worried about being lost out of the race. And I strongly agree with Ian in that. So as we know, responsibility and liability are dealt with in the treaty provisions I've quickly mentioned, Articles 6, 7, and 8. But even if we take an inclusive view in regard to space duties, there are opportunities, let's be really honest, for a state to evade responsibility. And there are ways that commercial enterprises can avoid licensing and thus avoid the need for authorization and continuing supervision by an appropriate state party. Yes, we do need a launching state, but otherwise, you can see, and we have an example with Swarm avoiding FCC or being rejected by FCC in regard to launch operations, but then launching from India. But I'm seeing more of this and more questions in regard to how do we avoid getting launch and operations licenses. But an important query, as we see more states wanting to be licensing entities, what is a responsible state? Are all states competent to discharge their responsibilities? You know, there's a liberty and state sovereignty to be able to do that, but what is a responsible state? Do they need, for example, to be trained and have experienced personnel to evaluate license applications, technical, commercial, financial? Do they have funds to meet a claim for damages? Because I'm seeing a huge amount of forum shopping. This is new in the last 5-6 years, of companies choosing the licensing regime based on the ease of regulations. Second only now to tax considerations in regard to commercial companies. And again, do we need an international forum to look at the licensing to some form of common conditions? Now, this is just Europe alone. There are countries looking now which have just enacted space legislation or just about to, and it's huge. And we're seeing countries around the world now looking at this, and they're doing so for a number of reasons. Yes, they're passing liability down to commercial operators. They're also using it to attract foreign direct investment, and also, as I said, kudos. We've got a National Space Act. We're open for business. They're very, very different. There's huge differences in these. There's some similarities, but there are also huge differences, and even different concepts of whether something should be licensed or not. The UK and Europe very much license is the if you're operating a satellite, you need a license rather than ownership, but that isn't the same elsewhere. Now, what I would state if I was going to be advising, I advise several national countries, as I know several other people here, as to what to put in their policies and laws, but to be effective national regulatory policy frameworks, looking at the international context, needs to look at sustainable use of space environment, anticipate technology and regulatory change, encourage international collaboration, engagement with industry internationally, encourage commercial growth, yes, and stimulate innovation and research, absolutely. But be transparent and reduce investment risks, be accessible, look at security interests, be competitive, and be reasonable and proportionate. Goodness, there's a lot there, and it's not easy for regulators, and they need to be applied consistently and transparently with this equality of restraint. This balancing act is very, very important. Now, to give an example of, I think, best practice, I have to look at the long-term sustainability guidelines, which I think are fantastic to have at international law, but they need to be implemented in national law. So in supervising private commercial activities, states need to look at entities having appropriate corporate, commercial, and technical structures and procedures to conduct space activities, structures and procedures to support the objective of long-term sustainability. These are requirements for license applications. Entities must have the means, including the financial management means, to comply with relevant national and international frameworks. And they need to be able to demonstrate this responsible commercial behaviour that must be enforced by a responsible state. Now, in the UK, that responsible nature is, this is my cheese board, needs to cover these 8 activities. I won't go into any detail about them, but they must, a license application for a launch and operations license must meet international and European laws and must have sustainable use to spectrum. They need to have their relevant insurance obligations in place and insurance cover, must have adequate financial and corporate standing. What happens, and we've seen this, when one of the constellations might go insolvent, but not just a constellation, what about in orbits or anything? We need to abide by national and international security requirements, look at policy, and policy is subject to change. And it's important. National space policy might want to attract a particular type of company, but that policy needs to include international reputation and international dynamics. Technical assessment, commercial assessment, and sustainability and space debris assessment, even more important than it has been. Technically, very quick questions. Can the license applicant safely conduct the launch into orbit of the proposed vehicle and associated payload and platform? Do they understand the risks involved? How are they going to mitigate such risks? What is the evidence of how the operations will be performed safely and sustainably? And can they demonstrate that a commercial launch poses no unacceptable threat to the public and safety? And have a look at operational considerations for liability risk. What is the possibility or the likelihood of encountering another object? What is the probability of a collision, a conjunction occurring? And what is the likelihood of a resulting damage claim? And actually the quantum of that damage claim. So do all responsible states look at all of this? Should they? There's no criteria as to saying how a state needs to regulate or license. And then it comes to, how do you incentivize a commercial company to do the right thing or choose a responsible state to license in. Bearing in mind that regulation we're seeing is second to tax. No, international recognition of best practice approaches is vital, and ideally we would like to see a level playing field at international level in this regard. But interestingly enough, and this is just something I've noticed in the last few years, at national level, there's a growing acceptance of the need for shaping responsible behaviour, a clear regulatory procedures and credible licensing regime to meet sustainable goals. And this concept now of environment and social corporate governance, ESG, and this can assist with raising finance. So, and what I'm saying is an effective, proportionate regulatory framework, looking at a race to the top mentality of, look, we've chosen a responsible state, we've got a license that is credible and meets our objectives, and it's for sustainable use. Therefore, look at the international finance community. We are a safer investment. And interestingly enough, the UN Environmental Programme Finance Initiative just a few years ago stated that it's part of a company's fiduciary duty to integrate environmental, social, and governance issues into its investment analysis. So what I'm saying is, slowly I'm seeing some states look at license as a stamp of approval for types of space activities. I've even seen the US at a terrestrial FCC level saying, we will give you a terrestrial telecoms license if you license either from the US or one of these countries, I should say including the UK, where we know take sustainability requirements and liability requirements in that regard seriously. So I thought that was an interesting move for the US to do this. And we're seeing this ESG concept looking much wider. The EU have also just published a sustainable finance disclosure regulation, looking at this and looking at how firms should be investing and reporting statements and requirements that they have in regard to their investments. So this overall ecosystem of international guidelines, national implementation, commercial environment, social and corporate governance linked to investment is a powerful one. But I'm not naive to say that this is a panacea. But it's interesting to see this evolution, particularly for the larger investment companies and the larger companies. So this race to the top, I think, is going to be a really interesting concept moving forward. And then just lastly, in summary, the global space sector is moving incredibly fast, more than we could ever imagine, with over 80 space programs at the moment. And this was a quotation from Simonetta De People, the director of UNUSA, in January of this year. 83 states are now involved in space activities, and this figure is growing. And the value of the space environment is now recognized more than ever, particularly across the COVID pandemic period. But the commercial sector is now key. Government expenditures, I was amazed to read this, amount to only 20% of overall space expenditures. So the growth in commercial activities and all of those activities, that all of the implications of that, including orbital populations, have a huge impact moving forward. But the dynamics of space are changing and changing fast. New space nations joining the international community, new categories of non-state actors, large industrial players with a lot of money to spend, and they move fast and break things. That's their expression, not mine. Startups and universities, the advent of large constellations, but not just them, and CubeSats, small launch, but other game-changing technologies. So to ensure sustainable liberty in outer space, there's no substitute to multi-stakeholder, multinational approach and early discussions, a bit like these ones. And I would argue that states and private entities need to accept greater responsibilities now in this slightly changing world, and an equality of restraint, which can itself afford new opportunities. And we need to look at this absolute need to ensure that activities are sustainable. So the need for, I agree with Bert, wise laws at an international and national level, enforced by well-constructed institutions, leading to effective responsibility at state and private level. So Charles, that's all from me, and it's easy solution.
Thank you very much, Joanne. That was really fantastic. And thank you for giving us such a wide-ranging view of the current legal situation. So if you've got questions, please put them in question and answer box. And we've got some time for questions. And while we wait for some questions, to come in. I'll start off by asking you a question, which is, I suppose, a quite simple one, which is, can, given the complexity of the legal environment, both nationally and internationally, you showed that slide of all the different national laws, can the machinery of legality keep up with the rate of technological progress and movement into space? And to bring in Burke again, as you brought him up, quality of restraint, is it more likely that space, given the rate at which companies are moving in there, becomes an uncontrolled state of nature, in which case is the Hobbesian Leviathan more necessary than Burke's equality of restraint? And will that be necessary at some point for someone to step in and be the sovereign and get things under control before it all ends up as a war of all against all?
Ooh, that's a bit dramatic. So I'm going to answer this in a few different ways, but when I studied space law a long time ago, 30 years ago, in Aberdeen, actually, though I'm an Edinburgh girl, actually, originally, my professor at the time, Professor Lyle, said, we need to look in the next few years of very large and wealthy entrepreneurs investing into, for example, in situ resource utilization, mining activities, before, as you just said, Charles, before law can catch up or regulation can catch up, or before we have any structure. And he predicted that this was absolutely going to happen. What I go on a soapbox about with national regulators is the concept of anticipatory regulation, which I would also like to see at an international level to try and stop this war of all wars, as you, I think, mentioned. But what we actually need to be doing is putting an intelligent hat on with wise laws, but actually speaking in multidisciplinary fora to anticipate what could be happening in the future, not just on a terrestrial level or a near Earth level, but much greater. So actually we anticipate what could be coming, a bit like the Artemis Accords, but actually I would say that they don't go far enough to look at what could be happening and putting some principles in place now to try and stop that. And I think we should be having more working groups. So yes, I admire countries like Egypt looking at this, because I think we should be looking at these things very, very quickly. And the entrepreneurs, really, it's their quote. I won't tell you who quote that, but it's moving fast and break things. And that's what they want to do. They want to be first to mine. They want to be first for lunar communications, et cetera, and that's their absolute liberty to do so. But we should be looking at anticipatory regulation.
Yes. Martin Elvis has a question here, wondering about whether things will, in some sense, the question is, whether things will naturally sort themselves out, saying many more countries have satellites than 10 to 20 years ago. Axiom Space said they have 20 sovereign customers for astronauts to stay on their new or their planned forthcoming space station. So exploration and use is spreading thanks to reducing cost. Is this helping?
So we're seeing a lot more, good question, Martin, thank you. We're seeing a lot more of smaller, faster, cheaper, and much more liberal access to space in that regard. So we should have 2 launch sites from Scotland, for example, another one in Cornwall, just to put this into perspective. Yes, in regard to astronauts, etc. But I also come back to your point, Charles, and the point about anticipatory regulation. Smaller, faster, cheaper is fantastic, but smaller, faster, cheaper means quicker and potentially with less due diligence of satellites going up into space. So yes, there is, so exploration and use is spreading, yes it is, and thanks to reduced costs, yes it is, but we need anticipatory regulation and principles to deal with this. And it needs to move really, really fast. We're not going to have anything binding at international level to change this. We're not even necessarily having things binding at national level, but we need some overall trust and confidence measures and some principles to look at this.
Mm-hmm. And Simon Malpass has actually asked a very good question that follows on from that, which is, I suppose, how can you even be anticipatory given that, commercial competitiveness generates innovation and change that's very difficult to predict by its very nature. That's what it's supposed to be, innovation. So is it possible to realistically anticipate what's coming up and create the laws in time?
I don't think you can anticipate anything with any precision, but I think you can put in principles anticipatory enough to actually help and put a framework around it. To answer your question properly, Simon, what I would want to see more is regulators and governments spending more time learning about industry, to have open, transparent, collaborative meetings with industry to see what is coming up in the next 3, 5, 10 years. What are you anticipating? Now, for example, I'm seeing conversations now on a Vulcans project in regard to putting nuclear power sources on the moon, Mars, etc. So that's excellent to look at that, but then start anticipating what do we need to put in place in regard to nuclear power sources in different celestial bodies, etc. But also having a proper chat with SpaceX and others as to, okay, constellations, that's great, but actually the whole goal of them is Mars and beyond. Let's have these discussions and have these then the multidisciplinary discussions at international level to start building up what are these principles to look at this before we're quite honestly too late.
And that actually follows straight into Andy Lawrence's question, which is, how long have we got to make anticipatory regulations? He's asking, particularly on constellations.
We need to, honestly, we should have done this a few years ago. And I've been, am I allowed to say very honestly that I've been nagging the UK to be doing this for the past 5 to 8 years. We haven't done to completely. However, I think there is some flexibility in national laws to look at this. And I know, for example, the new law coming out in the UK will look at this, but also we don't just need laws, we need policies. And policies, for example, a lot of national states around the world don't look at insurance at a legal level, but at policy level, because it can be faster moved. So we also, to answer your question, should be looking at policies in this regard. Mm-hmm. And also, for example, if there are large constellations, because they can't license 40 to 50,000 satellites in one country, so they'll split them up. And they may have 7 to 8 launching states and operating states. Those states should be having these discussions together. Now, in that melange of 7 to 8 states, you're going to have the states that have a good heritage for licensing and launching. You're also going to have others who don't. And therefore, I would like them very much to have that chat together, a bit like if this was the ITU, a coordination agreement for spectrum, to look at how will they then look at the very dispersed constellations where you don't have line of sight, of course, and look at that governance of constellations across those different licensing entities. There's no precedent for this, so this will all be new, but it needs to happen. I'm not trying to be too frightening, in the next 6 months onwards.
Okay. And you're not getting away from this conference without Mars settlements. What about eventually when people move into space and establish themselves permanently, well, I mean, it could be on Mars, but it could also be on the moon. How are you going to connect their requirements for certain regulations and laws that will also be developing in their specific context that cannot be easily anticipated from the Earth and can only be established by them because they're in that environment? So do you see a clash between eventually the regulations that might actually emerge indigenously out of these distant locations and what's coming from Earth, and how do you create an interplanetary legal regime where these two things can be meshed successfully?
Excellent question. I still come back to principles and policy, I think. So we can't predict that environment and how, particularly on the cultural level and a social level, things will evolve. And speaking to people who are looking at investing into these Mars explorations, they're spending an awful lot of time with a whole multidisciplinary group of people looking at how the human dynamic will work there, which is vital. But can we not take some key best practices for terrestrial policy and law and some key structures for societal development here and governance here to take up and try and put a framework? But it would be wrong to be too prescriptive because it's an absolute new environment. I agree with you. And looking at the social scientists that are speaking to the social scientists that are looking at this, there are huge levels of where it's unexpected. We simply don't know how the humans will function medically, et cetera. But can we, again, as part of that anticipatory move, take some key best practices and key governance models?
Okay. And one last question, we're sort of running out of time, but there is actually a question that regards would be good for you to answer. In fact, we haven't asked this of any of our speakers, and for early career people here, probably should have done because it's very interesting for people. It's Jeremiah Johnson asking, that's a really impressive list of experiences and expertise. Right out of the gate, my first question is, how did your academic / career take you to where you are today? I think that's an interesting question for people who might be thinking that they might like a similar career. How did you end up involved in space with your solicitor and legal background?
So I made the wonderful decision at the age of 8 and 9 to go up to the Edinburgh Observatory. And I got absolutely hooked on space from the age of 9, did every project I possibly could at school from the age of 9. I went to Aberdeen University partly because Professor Lyle was there, and he's taught space. Did the first ever course on European Centre of Space Law, where I met von der Dunk, who was a small influence on me also. And then absolutely passionate about this, did 1 degree and 3 masters just to get as much experience as I possibly can, and just followed it. The advice is keep going forward. And there's so many opportunities now, so many different dynamics in regard to space. And actually more than ever, we need the multidisciplinary expertise in space. So there's a lot of space opportunities, and just keep going, go for it.
Excellent, great advice. Thanks a lot, Joanne. We should stop there. It's right on 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
That was really excellent. Thank you. So one of the things that has come up actually a couple of times over the last few days is art and culture, and particularly, in the extremes of places like Moon and Mars, where the environments are very monotonous, shall we say, in terms of the sights and sounds. The way in which humans use art and culture to build institutions and express liberty might be one aspect to creating, diversity of thought and experience beyond the Earth. So Annalea Beattie, she's an artist and writer based in Melbourne, Australia, and her art practice is based on space science. She was recently elected as director of the National Space Society of Australia, and interested in what role art will play in small isolated communities living in extreme environments off Earth. So for the Mars 160 mission, her art-based research explores how observation is key to the role of all field geologists, including those on a planetary exploration crew. She's National Secretary and Executive Director of Mars Society Australia, past member of Crew 118 at the Mars Desert Research Station, and a participant in Spaceward Bound New Zealand 2015, and a recent member of Spaceward Bound India. So incorporating a lot of practical experience of the field in thinking about art beyond Earth. So she's going to talk about art institutions and extraterrestrial liberty. Thanks, Annalea. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Yeah.
Good. So welcome everyone to our workshop on art institutions of Earth. I am Annalea Beattie, and I'm an artist who's interested in how the experiences of art can invigorate and sustain small societies in long-term space duration. So today I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, traditional custodians of this land on which I live and work, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I acknowledge that this land has never been ceded. So my talk, okay, that's an interesting one. So Charlie, what's happening there is that that second slide is not moving on.
Has it frozen?
Yeah, it seems to be.
I've had that before, sometimes on Zoom. Sometimes just
what shall I do?
Out of the program and starting it again can help.
All right. So, oh yeah, here we go.
Oh, that's working.
All right. Full screen again. Try again. Yeah, we're good now. All right. So two overlapping parts. I'm going to try a drawing workshop towards the draft constitution of the settlement. I don't know whether you're interested in doing this, but if you are interested, you'll need a pencil and a piece of paper. And I am going to talk about the institutions of art that we're going to need on Mars. I've come up with a few practical ideas for the future. But before we start, I'd like to invite you to do some drawing yourselves. So I'm inviting you to think about what you might need to take to Mars, something that's important for your well-being, and draw that object or objects from life, or draw that idea from your imagination. If you'd like to participate, think of something that you really love or something that you might want to share with others and draw that. And then if you can write a principle or a note that accompanies your drawing, something that considers how your interests might benefit other people, then that also would be really great. So we can think through drawing to understand some basic suggestions about how we all might live together off Earth. If you're feeling anxious about drawing, please don't worry. And there's really no need to criticise or judge what you're doing before you do it. And I do appreciate that drawing can be terrible and it takes courage to draw. And this is just a scribble or a sketch or a doodle. And please don't worry about what it looks like, and write notes in your drawing and send it to me whether you like it or not. So I hope you'll join me. Now, meanwhile, so now to the institutions of art. Especially in the early days of our habitat on Mars, our small group will be confined by lethal environment outside, a lack of physical space inside, restricted resources, and a utilitarian routine that keeps our daily systems functioning so that we can stay alive. Our home in space will be a disciplinary site and an environment of enclosure. Because of the danger, there will be necessary surveillance and coercive controls on the way we live. So I'm thinking about what will social freedom be in a place like this? How will we remain healthy and well? To encourage autonomy and agency and to care for others, I think what is needed is art. Creative work of any kind keeps our will to imagine alive. It offers us both immediacy and slow contemplation through the material and the sensory. So the great thing about art is it's practice that belongs to everyone. It habitually encourages us to perform, to be curious, to improvise, and to take risks. It stimulates us to courageously and critically explore other realities and modes of resistance. Through art, we can fail or dissent. We can reinvent ourselves. In making art, there's always that potential and capacity for change. The institutions of art are at the intersection of art and its public. Not everywhere, but in many countries on Earth, we can rely on those cultural and educational bodies to mediate between art and people, perpetuating specific modes of cultural constructions. Our global art institutions emerge from Western European and North American traditions from an imperial world of forced migration and stolen artifacts. In constant pursuit of the new, imperial conditions are reproduced through the dominance of Western art, as its institutions continually expand into different territories, writing and rewriting both the subjects and objects of art into systems of power and knowledge. As part of our work as artists, we question the context for art practice, and this includes the nature of our art institutions and the genealogies of values they present. For instance, we recognise that the strategies and practices of art institutions and their mixture of historical and cultural narratives give rise to particular kinds of communalities. Art institutions themselves suggest that these communalities are in fact in some way inherent in art objects. Exhibitions are presented, for example, as if collections have qualities that are intrinsically tied to specific periods or categories. Through engagement with the public, art institutions like the Art Museum generate borders that shape societal and cultural norms by attempting to define what art is. Yet, while artists are directly responsible for everything they make, art institutions on Earth do not always share this responsibility. The museum makes a choice when it gives authority to the accumulation and exploitation of the past, rather than to the ongoing reality of a shared world. It performs a democratic role as it categorises, classifies and catalogues collections and displays them, selecting the context within which objects can be read and circumventing histories and discourses that are perceived to hamper reception. At the heart of the politics of the museum, is the collection, where classifications occur within artificially constructive discursive fields such as community or nation, or perhaps within specific historical periods or epochs, as categories found within Western art history. The museum aims to construct the community it addresses, and this is the capacity of our art institutions to assume a public through cultural display and to constitute it from within. So every mediation establishes a border or delimitation. Institutional critique of art institutions developed as part of ongoing artist-led movements in the 1960s and early 70s, emerging through the critical practices of artists who question lines of art production and challenged traditional formats of galleries and museums and their collections. By the mid-80s and early 90s, art institutions themselves took action against neoliberal populist cultural policies. They engaged the public with temporary nomadic institutional models and created conditions for activism that investigated other kinds of institutions as well as the institutions of art. With a focus on politics, new institutionalism emerged in the art world from the political left in the late 20th century to challenge large-scale privatisation and the pressure to develop market-orientated profiles. It crossed disciplines involving artists, curators, theorists and scholars. It linked art organisations to social movements and activism, taking an oppositional stance to policies reified within the key institutions of art. It asked some old questions as it focused on institutional structures and agency. What are art institutions? How are they formed? And how do they shape action? Who do they represent? The proponents of new institutionalism instigated radical change, claiming that agency and action are not merely created by context, but are embedded within it. As a result, by the start of the 21st century, the institutions of art became sites for curatorial experimentation and places of research and testing. The point is that today, in the past 20 years, revisionist scholarship has continued to reinvent art institutions. When it comes to institutions in space, we have an expert panel ready to go of artists and curators. Art institutions today combine self-critique with outside debate, accounting for the relationship between the gallery program and its institutional reality. Experimental public programs emphasise art projects that are process-orientated, dialogical, participatory, for instance, through practices of installation, debate, workshops and performance. To highlight multiple publics, common spaces and democratic principles, opportunities are provided for the public to negotiate and confront pressing social questions. To connect the political relevance of art to wider society, art institutions today propose directions that centre upon co-production in the experiences of art rather than its objects. This means moving away from the primacy of the exhibition, from the traditional white cube, from the shuffling and reshuffling of the permanent collection and the easy framing of autonomous art objects. It's good for art and society that the politics of art institutions are now under scrutiny and that they themselves are willing to address institutional critique. This provides the necessary background to our discussion about what kind of institutions we might need on Mars. To understand what art might be and what it might be like to live and work as an artist on another planet, In my art practice, I've sought to locate the experiences of making art in places where usually art has little or no role, in simulated and extreme environments on Earth that are analogous to conditions that might be found on Mars. Ooh. That's not will be mine. You can swap those titles. None of us have actually travelled to Mars, and we don't know what it will be like. Living in tunnels on Mars, I imagine it will be difficult to tell the difference between sensory deprivation, social isolation, monotony, and confinement. In regimented habitats in space, how might we prevent sensory and social deprivation? My experiences of making art in these circumstances tell me that art in an extraterrestrial setting begins on a community-based scale. Rather than invent the new, I suggest that the art archive and the art school are appropriate as starting points for thinking about art institutions and cultural and community growth. In terms of the archive, it's useful that its roles and functions are much theorised. The spatial and temporal history of the archive is in fact violent and privileged. As author and curator Ariela Aisha Azule writes, engagement with the archive was made a form of discipline that provides proof of the imperial citizen's identity, that is, one's place in the imperial world. And the contingent nature of the archive shapes history and memory and is itself shaped by political, social, and technological powers. In art, in its broadest sense, the use of the art archive is as a literal and detailed store of documents. Art movements such as land art and conceptual art relied on the documentation of their artwork, as their work might be site-specific, ephemeral, temporal, and durational. In the case of land art, the art might cease to exist altogether, or performance art, for instance, might depend entirely on archival institutions. The video or the photograph or the text becomes the artwork. Since the 60s, archival material itself has been widely employed as part of artistic method and is used in exhibition practices in the field of art. Focusing on agency and the materiality of the archival document, artists, curators, museum and biennale directors have used the archive as a theme, not only for institutional critique to rewrite the past or represent or challenge particular discourses and practices within institutions, but to incorporate archival material as the material remains of performance to make new works. So Saskia spoke about the use of the archive in art yesterday, how the archive commented upon or constructed racial identities. In the fictional archive of Zoe Leonard, the artist takes the role of ethnographer or historian, investigating the conditions of the archive itself by creating a fictional life archive of an imaginary Black Hollywood actress. Or Felix Gonzalez Torres documents gun deaths committed in the US in 1 week. How we might experience the art archive in an enclosed, monotonous, routine-driven environment where art making is challenging and not a priority is worth considering. We're aware how the art institutions like the archive can frame and impose meaning on our bodies, our objects, and our culture, changing the way we view art and ourselves. Even though archivists aspire to some kind of democratic facilitation in that their aim is to give each person a similar experience of the archive is not a place where actual historical or creative knowledge is produced. Archival elements are inconclusive, and the archive is what we make of it. Our singular performative encounter with the art archive is what produces our experience. As we attend to disconnected, partial, visual and oral fragments, we're not simply informed by the art archive, we are also participants. So the archive is a layered place of memory, but also of longing and appropriation, as each gesture, mark, line, or level opens up in possibility as palpable and tangible. Small things lead us away. Within the fluid, transitionary space of the art archive, the viewer is affected and activated by imaginary worlds, by sensory moments of connection or comprehension. Perhaps we pay homage to lives and actions in the archive as traces to which we respond, or in sound we mourn the loss of a species in an extinct bird call. As curator and archivist Carolyn Steedman writes, the archive is the space of otherness and the place of dreams. In the art archive, we can contemplate the past, sense our present in that moment, and at the same time orientate ourselves towards what might happen next. On Mars, our priority for the Extraterrestrial Art Archive will be its degree of integration into our small community. What this means is the development of a clear plan, one that involves an infrastructure that is at once critical, self-critical, and emancipatory. Our art archive needs to be not only adaptable and responsive to social criticism and the collective imaginary, it must rely on the slow and long-term process of building an interface between an emerging archival framework and internal and external social dynamics, which evolve as our community evolves. Like all archives, the art archive is a discursive domain which has the advantage of being able to accommodate many voices. So it can be constructed by a community through transdisciplinary and collaborative practices that emerge from the social realities of every day. Beyond the boundaries of particular fields, participation, ownership, and access are key to creating an archive which belongs to the people who live in that social space. How this assembly comes together is of most significance. It is here that the concept of the art school can assist in developing open, debatable models. On Earth, Glasgow School of Art schools are messy, experimental, interdisciplinary, improvised and rigorous, transparent, non-profitable, inclusive, non-hierarchical, and invested in community engagement. In today's art school, the artist or the art collective is dissented as author. Art is no longer preoccupied with amassing and fashioning unique art objects. To engage audiences directly and spontaneously, art students quickly learn to make their own way as cultural producers. They leave behind monuments and temples of art to work with overlapping multiple temporalities rather than single strands of history spoke in the name of institutional power. On Mars, the art school studio is primarily where art making begins. Our extraterrestrial art school must take account of complex conditions, not the least being small shared spaces, few materials, and constant surveillance. A working art school will eventually need workshops, libraries, exhibitions, and performance spaces, outreach and organisation. However, art schools and art making can start with a table, as curator Charles Esch writes. In an extraterrestrial space habitat, whatever physical form it may take, the art school studio will be an exploratory place for reflexive, self-directed and collaborative art practice, as it is on Earth. In space, the studio offers a rare opportunity for failure in a low-stake environment. In the studio, anomalies, mistakes, ineptitude, amateurism, a lack of aptitude or skill holds as much critical promise as established sets of technical skills or traditional frames of reference for art making. If we recognise art as a sphere where challenges take place as part of everyday life, through exchange and through attention to failure and defeat, conflict and problem solving, art will establish its own criteria for how it should be viewed. Not the subject nor the object, but the experiences of making art, the embodied, sensate practicing of art itself, its play, its struggle to bring about change, that belief in an advocacy of art making is one of the most significant contributions that the Extraterrestrial Art School can make to the challenges faced by our lonely micro society living off Earth. In terms of the art archive, relationships between the art school and the concept of the archive are already well understood. In the art school, the archive stands as an institutionalized device and as a methodology, one that's already part of art practice. As art students self-organise, they gather, collect, select, index, document, and archive their own material exploration and their knowledge to direct and develop future artwork. As scholar Jenny Chon writes, there is an archival character to the modern art studio. For art students, negotiating cultural and political dialogue with non-art constituencies takes place as a daily part of that critical learning. As art students enrich their material experiences of art with speculative propositions that connect art to other disciplines, in their archival practices, they attend to not only the encounter in the moment where art is made, but before and afterwards, by acknowledging shared rights and by making sure that the archive is not only limited to activities defined by certain areas of speciality. Art students will insist that an art archive is a truly democratic space for interrogation and for discussion. As art institutions are part of our cultural identity and part of our shared political existence, their role in understanding the complexities of a healthy extraterrestrial democracy is crucial. Institutions of art will support artists to take up their own place in a young, developing culture on other planets, ensuring that art is not relegated to therapy or leisure or entertainment. However we choose to think about art institution in future societies, however we frame the exchanges that occur between artist and exhibition, between the public and the gallery, or within the museum with its educational and pedagogical formats, however we understand the transition from student to practitioner in the art school, or engage with the critical role of the art archive, whatever our position is on the demands of the marketplace and its collectors, or the domain of public art, its shrines, memorials, and monuments, the ways in which we envision art will influence how we understand ourselves and our growing society of Earth. On Mars, we will need a common world to care for, one that's not simply a resource-driven outpost in terms of its people and objects, and one that pertains to more than the division of rights in a differential body politic. In the future on other planets, yes, we will need all the institutions of art. In the first few years of our new home, we will put into place appropriate ethical infrastructures that recognise and fund artists and distribute their work. In tandem, the art school and the art archive have the potential to lead the way for other art institutions to follow. Realising that material practices are about our rights made present, these institutions will help us narrate different ways of being together. Maintaining the health of a socially cohesive culture through art making will be juxtaposed with our commitment to institutional inclusivity. Art and artists can create democratic conditions for us to question what it means to be a citizen on Mars. If we are committed to a sense of belonging and to building culture democracy, rather than a homage to earthly values, we must rethink our habitual selves, our collective cultural heritage, and the institutions of art. Just to finish, Charlie, thanks for listening, everyone. I'd just like to quickly show you, change tack and go back to the drawing project that I talked about at the start. And I'd like to quickly show you half a dozen images. So our drawing project I don't know whether that bar is annoying you or not. It is me. All right. Our drawing project is long form, which means I've run it as an activity a few times. For example, with quite small children and young people in a public gallery and a church hall in Ireland, with a bunch of space medics at an Ad Astra conference. And lately, these images are from an artist's book made with a group of 800 online astrobiology students from Amity University, Mumbai. Oh, no. Oh, damn. So, Charlie.
Thank you.
No.
Do you want to unshare there?
I'll try.
Thank you very much, Annalea.
No worries.
By
No
the way,
worries.
I did do 2 diagrams.
You champion.
I've got cake. I want good food.
Great.
And
No
science.
food, Charlie.
Cake and science.
Oh,
And
cake and science.
That's all.
Yeah,
well,
that's
I have those
good.
2 things on Mars. I'm happy.
So if you could just put your email address on that and
Sure.
photograph it as
Right.
a JPEG and send it to me.
Okay.
It can be the first page in the book because
That's a deal.
you're the moderator.
About the simplest art you'll ever see. If you've got any questions, everyone, please put them in the question and answer box or the chat. I'll start off before some questions come in. Yeah, please do write questions. My question is, I'm interested to know. I mean, I know you can't predict this, but what will art be like in these extreme conditions? I mean, let's, for example, take an example of Mars and painting. Could we expect that in such an environment where the outside environment is essentially sort of reds and oranges, we would see the birth of an amazing creativity in painting, let's say gaudy paintings with greens and blues that are quite rare in the Martian landscape, maybe almost Martian surrealism, where you've got trees that people have never really seen painted in unrealistic ways, but that are remarkably creative? Or will those environments dull the human spirit and no one on Earth would ever want a Martian painting on their wall? Or is it a mixture of both? I mean, can you make any predictions about what, based on what we know, what you've seen of art in analog environments on the Earth, what sort of artistic creativity might emerge among people who live semi-permanently or permanently in extraterrestrial environments? Will it be a new period of artistic genius or a period of artistic awfulness?
You know what? I really, it's a really interesting one. I actually think, flag painting's been big everywhere I've been. People have ended up painting their flags. But I guess, artists will always be able to mix colour. So, perhaps, colour will be something that we will have to work hard to keep hold of. And, part of that keeping colour might be about keeping artists, because artists of any kind, doesn't matter what their profession is, they can make colour, and otherwise we're going to lose some colours, or even worse, they'll just be a really sad memory. So that imaginative work, keeping the will to imagine alive, is actually something that I really believe in. I mean, it's that striving to kind of not just look back at Earth as something that we've lost, but to find other ways of mixing colour, perhaps, or find other colours that we haven't experienced before. So, yeah, I think, I guess what really worries me about what's going to happen to artists when they get into space is that they're going to be stuck working with recycled objects all the time. It's going to be really hard to get resources.
Well,
Perhaps,
actually, sorry to interrupt, but actually there's a comment that Chon put in the chat directly related to that. He's saying, interesting to note the huge role of ochre in prehistoric art, given the ubiquity of iron oxides on Mars. So, will they use local pigments and resources to make their colors? He's also suggesting, how about an interdisciplinary research project to see what pigments can be made from Martian surface materials? A fantastic idea.
I think it's been done. I think definitely people have always used, they've always marked territory, and they've always made things that mark their position in the landscape. So I remember the first time I went to the Mars Desert Research Station, the crew engineer pounded clay and made coil bowls and put the stones that he gathered into the bowls. And people collected, rocks and shells and made jewelry to adorn themselves with. And people, improvise.
So do you think, with the technical complexity of making the full range of pigments, I mean, I know we're sticking on painting here, but I think it's a good example of art in general, but the complexity of making with different colors and pigments that we have in societies on the Earth that won't be so available on Mars, or at least they'll sort of be luxuries. They're not going to be people's priority early on in terms of manufacturing. Will people return to a more a more ancient form of art using local materials and crushed rocks like you were observing in the Mars Desert Research Station? Will people go outside and collect rocks and start making sort of prehistoric
I
art?
hope they go to asteroids, Charlie, because that's where you get those beautiful cobalts and those very gorgeous pigments that are synthetic now on Earth because we can't afford to buy them.
Yes.
So I think there's a massive supply out there of pigment. I don't actually think pigment's going to be our problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be space, and I think physical space. And I think my experience of what the routine of the day is in an enclosed tiny little space habitat. In the early days, it's going to be really hard to be able to make a stand for being an artist in an experimental way. You'll be able to document what you see and everyone will love that. And you might be able to work for the state. But in terms of exploring and it's going to be the same for researchers who aren't particularly relevant, science researchers, for example. Yeah. Artists following their own trajectory, whatever that is, that kind of work, I think it's going to be a hard one. Because otherwise I think art will be seen as leisure time. Now it's time. You can do some art in your time, spare time, or your entertainment time, or your hobby time. Whereas artists, to practice means you practice every day and on most days.
So on a related question, on the Earth at least, we live in fairly open environments and breathe the oxygen. Art in many of our societies, of course, expresses dissent. And particularly if you look at, some Soviet art and Soviet writing. So I'm wondering whether, in the extraterrestrial environment, whether art actually takes on an important role in expressing dissent, and particularly in an environment where there may be centralized control, the need for quite uniform ways of thinking to survive in those extreme environments. Will people actively mobilize people to write satire and have theatre or plays that express satire against the Martian governance and gently prod them and make fun of them? Will art be a necessary counterpoint to the tendency towards centralization and autocracy, and can it be used actively to create the avenues for dissent, either through literature or through the visual and other forms of art, music?
I think you nailed it with the pottery group discussion when we were talking about egg, that intermediate organization. The thing is, like, if art can be interdisciplinary and it poaches and situates itself in disciplines that's not its own. So hopefully to galvanize a small community, around art would be a very wonderful thing to do. And I thought it was great when you were talking about that pottery group sort of moaning and groaning about the lead or about the autocracy of management. Art is you share meaning through art making. And yes, it's not just the representations of art that negate or challenge. It's the act of making something with somebody that you negotiate with each other. And in that situation, you share meaning, and that could be dissent.
Yeah.
It's not just propaganda billboards and big representations. Like, it doesn't mean that anymore, I don't think. I think it's that act of making is can be, you look for resistance in that. You find ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd also be wonderful to see it expressed in architecture. I mean, I don't see why you shouldn't have a row of Tudor houses on Mars. I mean, clearly the internal structure needs to be pressurized. So you need a module without sharp edges. But over the top of that, you could put a Tudor facade or, or anything you want. I don't see why we wouldn't have a bit like actually Martin showed in his city world with bits of Paris and Florence in there, why you actually wouldn't be able to create entirely new visions of cities. You never see that in lunar artwork or Martian artwork. It's always the same old pressurized habitats, which of course is necessary from an engineering point of view inside, but there's no reason why you shouldn't put structures on the outside and recreate human societies that really look like towns and villages on the Earth. But anyway, sorry, I'm rambling again. Let me pick up on a couple of questions here. Billy Kapoor is saying, will people express their off-world experiences in multi-dimensional virtual art, which is more flexible and can be exported easily?
I think they will. Yeah, I do. I think that's another loss, I think, for art in a way, because, I mean, you lose, it's like, the difference between looking at a photograph in a book and having a painting in the room with you. It's so different. Or any bit of art of any kind, like not just painting, but texture and dimension, something you can walk around. I mean, that's, what art is. It's about being with that object. Whereas quite often when we're just looking at a screen, we lose. I mean, that's pretty much why, field drawing is still a going thing for astronauts, because people are taught to use their senses and observe. And if they've drawn it, then they've seen it. Whereas a photograph on a screen, it's just a different thing. There's so much that's gone. Colours change, everything changes. There's
Mukesh is asking, or he's making more. It's a question here that's interesting about the interaction between different sensory capacities in people. So let me just read this. It says, Moorfields Eye Hospital has a wonderful series of space-based images which have been converted into tactile art for people with visual impairment. Is it possible that something like this might help with the conservation or continuation of the various colors, the reds and the greens and the blues and so on we are talking about that exist on the Earth? So it's sort of interesting whether people will find different ways of using their senses in extraterrestrial environment.
I hope they do, because otherwise we're just going to end up with a whole series of landscapes and statues of goodness knows what, because if we just are going to rely on the way that, art's perceived to be now, it'll just be about what we've lost. So I think imagine, just even I often think about that blackness, when you go outside, like when it's very dark out there, I think there will be different ways of using our senses, and hopefully we'll develop those through art making.
I just want to follow on with a question from Dina Taranisi. It slightly comes back to this point we were discussing about the cold functionality of engineering requirements in these very extreme space environments that tend to sort of cause convergence in the way things look. And she's asking again, do you think art and the beautification of the manufactured environment could be a fundamental aspect of maintaining mental health in space? So again, I think it comes back to art not being something, you do in your spare time that's fun to do, but actually it becomes a fundamental part of the human environment and actively encouraged in that way. So I suppose one could just add to that and say you wouldn't be funding art because it seems like something good to do to add culture. You'd be funding it because it's actually part of human mental health and survival. It becomes part of survival, if you like, in the space environment. So what do you think about Dina's question there on it becoming a fundamental aspect of maintaining mental health in space?
Yeah, I think so, because I think there are so few places you can fail in space. There's I mean, if you learn a new language, or you hear some music, or you learn to play music yourself, or any kind of creative work or thinking work, it's an exploratory thing, isn't it? And it lets some light into your world so that you have autonomy and you have agency. You can follow your own pathway. You can think through your materials with art. in a sustaining way. And you can fail. You can definitely fail. And it's not life-threatening if you fail in art. It's not life-threatening. So I think, I think it's a very important alternative reality for our small society of Earth.
And finally, of course, it's worth pointing out that this is not speculative, right? Alan Bean did a lot of painting, which he sprinkled with dust from his lunar suit. So, you know, there is extraterrestrial art that's inspired by these environments. And of course, there's art on the moon. There's Fallen Astronaut, right, which is a tiny aluminium astronaut that was a piece of artwork that's on the moon to represent the people that died in Apollo and before. So there is actually artwork, deliberate artwork on the moon. So I just guess we'll see a lot more of it, which is really exciting. I want a painting from a Martian on my office wall at some point. We better stop there. It's 10:45.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Annalea. I mean, this whole intersection of art and freedom and how it's used is really fascinating. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're very happy. Next speaker is Janet de Vigne, and Janet is Program Director of Masters and TESOL Teaching Fellow in the Murray House of School of Education and Sport here at the University of Edinburgh. Janet is a very, very interesting individual. If you Google her name, you'll discover that she's an actress. She was in Slumdog Millionaire. She's an opera singer. When I say opera singer, not just sort of as something that she does in her spare time, I mean like international level opera singing. It's really very impressive. And then she's gone into education. She teaches education here at the university, but has also got into space education and thinking about how younger generations should be taught in space, partly as part of these extraterrestrial liberty conferences, but more generally interested in the connections between social sciences and space. So she brings an unusual mixture of experiences and knowledge to the idea of space society, particularly space liberty. So today she's going to talk about human conflict resolution in a non-Terran context. Over to you, Janet.
Thanks very much, Charlie. That's making me blush, mate. Anyway, thank you. Okay, so friends, human conflict resolution. What a topic, eh? I mean, we've had a lot of people talking in a very erudite way about many, many issues to do with space exploration, going out there, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just launch in with, is conflict inevitable? And I think the answer has to be yes, but the important thing is how we manage its consequences. Okay, so I'm looking at conflict from different perspectives. I'm looking at micro conflict between individuals, but also internally within an individual. Macro conflict, the conflict of humankind out there on the fringes of space, nations, interests, groupings, and othering, as in how we other not just beings that we might meet, but you know, the environments and so on and so forth that we're in. So hopefully you'll find this of interest. We'll see what happens anyway. So anyway, let's go. So with the definition, what is conflict? Variance, disagreement, blah, blah, blah. We all know this. But at what point does conflict become unaffordable for humans in space? That's really the serious question. And how can we either resolve or mitigate that, or put in some kind of a plan, a risk matrix to enable us to survive it? Okay. So do humans need conflict? Is it peculiar to the Anthropocene? Well, I wouldn't think it was peculiar to us. I think it's probably essential for creation, isn't it? Conflict, struggle, this sense of overcoming challenges that we have to face and then overcome. And this is essential, not just for our development, but also for the development of our story. And humankind is very, very strong on story. Okay, so that's why I brought in the novelist there. So conflict is what drives the narrative. So without it, there will be nothing exciting to tell. So going back to what we've just heard about, sort of art and so on and so forth, there will be stories. The story of humanity going to Mars is already something that's hugely romantic, and it's leapt on by everyone. Everyone is really excited by it. We imagine our future through stories. So we imagine ourselves as human beings overcoming all sorts of challenges and conflicts through story. So I would say that the story is everything. So therefore, we're going to have to look at the kinds of conflict that are out there, how we manage them, and how the whole thing works, because I think it's fundamental to the nature of humanity. So the writing people say there's 4 types of conflict. Okay, so you've got conflict with the self, with others, with the environment, with the supernatural. Those of you who are familiar with Forbidden Planet will remember the monsters from the id. So the conflict with the supernatural is relevant here because the monsters from the id destroyed the humans who had actually gone to that planet. If you remember it, the story, a couple of the humans basically took a brain boosting thing that had been left there by the previous civilization, and it boosted them to a point where the internal kind of demons and the imaginings that they had actually self-actualized and were kind of out there and then threatening the people from outside. Okay. So conflict with the environment is, I think, really something that's terribly important that we really must think about now, because we think about it at the moment in terms of subjugation or enslavement. And where there's injustice, there are going to be problems. Conflict with others, we send people into deep space who've got very small teams. They're going to get absolutely sick of each other. They really are. So what's going to happen there? Quite apart from developing illnesses that will affect their behavior. Conflict with the self as well. Where are your demons? What are your demons? And how happy are you with yourself in terms of who you are, where you are, and so on and so forth. Why does conflict arise? Well, you know, again, if you're going to go back to basic transactions, a lot of this is fairly basic to humankind, isn't it? I want what you've got. You've got something I want, whatever it is. Yeah, it might give me economic advantage. It might make me more popular. It might mean that you actually see me and recognize who I am. That's a very big deal. I want you to see me, okay? I might fear you because I think you're better than me or you've got more than me. And it's easier then for me to destroy you than understand you because I can kind of other you. I'm going to try and move this thing again because it's taking away the bit of the, don't know where I can. I'll put it there. Okay, so I will gain relevance by othering you and subjugating and oppressing you. Yeah. So my meaning becomes greater because I have made you different from me and therefore I can subjugate you. It's much harder to subjugate someone that you recognize as an equal. You can turn someone into another. It's easier to do that, as we know from international development and all sorts of situations. Okay. So big personality traits are quite important here, and they've identified 5: openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, neuroticism. So when we choose people for missions, we would try and choose people with personality traits that are going to enable them to survive in the way that we think would be appropriate. I think that we definitely do that. So what happens to these personality traits in deep space when we start having children? Can we actually breed for them? The answer is no, we can't. And that would be unconscionable anyway, wouldn't it? To consider breeding for personality traits. But we can map these onto the 4 steps in conflict resolution. And this has been done in Korea with a study on adolescence, which I'll refer to a bit later. So 4 steps in conflict resolution. You can avoid the conflict. You can collaborate in order to overcome the conflict. You can defeat it or attack it. You can defeat it by attacking it. You can compromise, or you can accommodate conflict, okay? But which one of these actually implies real change? Which one of these actually means there is a solution and that something is not sitting there festering? Because festering is something that human beings are terribly good at. Festering discontent, festering something that you think is unfair. And the biggest thing for human beings is injustice. Even a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old will say that's not fair. So that's a huge one when it comes to kind of overcoming conflict. Now, here's the management guru, the great Tim Hicks. Okay, so this is a series of steps that they recommend in certain situations in order to overcome conflict. Identify the issues, understand everyone's interests, and it goes on to, for 7, list the possible solutions, evaluate options, select an option, document the agreement, and lastly, you agree on contingencies, monitoring, and evaluation. Now that's great, isn't it? It's absolutely great, but it's designed for an office environment. So it's not actually predicated on the situation we're going to find ourselves in. Okay, so it's for an office, it's for a team. If It also is predicated on desire and affect. So there's got to be a willingness to find a resolution. And it's predicated on our ability to see reason. So we've got to recognize that we need resolution. We've got to be able to act reasonably in the situation, okay? And it's based on an ability to put your personal desires aside. You've got to let go. So if you can let go, you're probably someone who's got quite good, healthy emotional management and affect regulation. Unless, of course, this is something that is so important to you, you can't let it go, okay? So I'd like to kind of ask people where this kind of thing is in terms of planning for the people that we are intending to send to Mars, okay? Because these are skill sets that we need to inculcate. There's this huge problem. Humans are irrational. What humans are irrational? It's not just social scientists, my friends, okay? You note the headline there from Venice and Moscow, and that was in the Times in 2019. Cosmonauts forced to end ritual wetting the wheel before liftoff. I'm sure you know this story, that the first cosmonaut got out and peed on the tire of the car that was taking him to the rocket. And since then, everybody has been peeing on the rocket, on the tire before they get to the rocket, because it's a ritual that they felt was going to bring them luck, presumably. It's only been stopped in 2019 because of a new design of the suits that they'll be wearing, and there are no zips. So even though for a female, this was a very difficult thing, females used to bring along little vials of urine and actually kind of pour those over the tire. But obviously they've kind of stopped this. So I wonder, I'd like to ask them, you know, how nerve-wracking that was to be the first people to go into space without doing that. Because we need to be weaned off our rituals in that sort of situation. Reality becomes questionable. What is reality? We're in deep space. Non-ordinary reality, your nightmares, your dreams, your demons are going to surface. What's going to happen? How is that going to feed into rational behavior or irrational behavior? We can't guarantee that somebody actually wants a conflict to be resolved, because some people just love to destroy stuff, okay? So we really can't afford to ignore affect. We can't afford to ignore emotion. We can't afford to ignore non-ordinary reality or irrationality, okay? So I don't know if you remember the drinking chocolate story, but this was one of the ladies astronauts who was in the desert practicing, and she was very much looking forward to coming back after a long and arduous and very unpleasant, physically unpleasant expedition, to having a nice cup of hot chocolate. She got into the capsule to discover that there was no hot chocolate left because her colleague had been sprinkling it on his breakfast cereal. Now that sounds like a really trivial conflict, doesn't it? But if it's not resolved, something like that can really fester. So they did manage to resolve this one. But I put that story in just to show that these tiny, tiny things can really affect us as human beings, especially if we're in very, very stressful situations. So there we are. So what do? Well, we fight over who we are. We fight over the space we occupy, who we are in that space, the way we relate to each other, our awareness of the world. Now, hierarchy in human societies is incredibly important. We usually delineate hierarchy by pay scales. How are we going to delineate hierarchy over there? Is hierarchy, how can we manage this? And this is, I think, essential to think about. You know, what's the relationship of a colonel to a lieutenant? What's the relationship of an engineer to a I don't know what, you know, a cleaner? Or do we all have these responsibilities because they're all going to be essential? So how do we manage hierarchy? And what's our awareness of the world that we're in? How do we view ourselves in relation to that world? Do we view ourselves as equals? Do we view ourselves as conquerors? How do we view ourselves in awareness of our environment? Differences involve identity, and identity is embodied, as we've heard already. So this is really important because it strikes the fundamental issues of who we are. And that's where conflict is at its most intense and possibly also most irrational. So it's a social dance, according to Haidt, yeah? Conflict behavior is a feature of our evolutionary design, okay? So we can't expect human beings to be objective and rational. And that is a fear that I have at the moment about the way we're looking at sending people into space. Are we kind of assuming that everyone is always going to be objective and rational? Because it's just not part of the human condition to be like that. We're constantly negotiating with each other in our interpretations of everything that we do and everything that we see, and in our engagement with other people. So the idea here is that the neural structures that we actually have in our brain are formed by these negotiations. And I know there's a lot of talk at the moment about neuroplasticity and the fact that the brain is a lot more plastic than people originally thought. But we must pay attention to this because our stories are embodied. Okay, so we need to understand them, and we also need to shape them if we're going to stand a chance of overcoming a potentially irrational, destructive impulse. Okay, now the four freedoms. We've talked about the four freedoms. Several people have alluded to those in this series of talks. Really interesting, isn't it? The four freedoms when it comes to the United States. Now, I'm not knocking the United States. Good heavens, how could I? I'm British. Yeah. So, but let's just examine that for a second. The four freedoms, fantastic, but they only apply to us. They don't apply to them. There's at least two groups of people, human beings, to whom those four freedoms did not apply when they were first instigated. Okay. Epic fail, epic conflict. Okay, our stories aren't neutral. What's encoding us is subject to ideology, pervading paradigms. Positionality and dimensionality are really important things to think about. What our position determines our perception of the dimension that we're in. Yeah. So are you a big cheese, or is this small beer? So positionality and dimensionality are really important things to consider in terms of our story. Okay, can we be free of this? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. We can certainly be aware of it. Maybe that is a utopian ideal, but we'll go on to see that. We've made nature our slave. I also heard someone say, I thought, well, that's interesting. Really? COVID-19? Have we not learned anything from this? Surely this is a wake-up call for us to kind of get off our high horse and kind of view ourselves as in an interesting relationship, a symbiotic relationship with our environment, not the subjugators of the environment. Okay, so maybe subjugation leads to the type of conflict that is not resolvable. Maybe a different kind of positioning of ourselves and a different sense of the dimensions that we occupy and the dimensions that other things occupy are the way forward. Okay. So let's go to the frontier mentality and examine that. Now, it's perfectly understandable that we should have a frontier mentality. We want to go out and we want to establish ourselves in space. Yes, but there are several words here that are going to lead to conflict, aren't there? Occupation. Changing and shaping a place by the activity and growth of the usurping community, or by the impact of the settlers on another community. Okay. Now, Hyten's a really interesting guy. He's a lieutenant colonel, and this is all from a paper that he wrote in 2000, when the United States he described as the only superpower in the world. And this is all about arms control and disarmament in space. So a lot of what he's talking about in terms of space is using space to determine what's happening on Earth. And I'm using it to look at carrying this mentality through to going to the frontiers, to establishing frontiers. Okay. Now, Hyten takes Latimore's example of China, and he looks at the balance between civil administration and a sufficiently powerful military. Okay. And the argument here is that the civil bureaucracy, which was the administration, was very much into keeping peace because of benevolence and because of fairness and things like that. Whereas the military, absolutely no, force is the only way forward. We have to preserve the dynasty. Okay, so there was always a conflict then between cultivation, when, and military force, woo. Okay, which would define these dynasties through the centuries. So what happened? He takes the example of the Song dynasty, which privileged the cultivated, as in the administrative, over the military, and basically led to the invasion of the Mongols a case of the barbarians are at the gates. I mean, arguably Athens went through the same thing. Then Genghis Khan, with his military stuff, couldn't do the administrative stuff. So that kind of came a cropper until Kublai Khan was able to establish another dynasty where he was able to bring things better into balance, but they still lost out to the Mings, who were able to balance Wu and Wen much better. So does, therefore, conflict resolution mean a balance between Wu and Wen? Okay, here's Houghton's little arrow, which I think is really interesting in terms of the development and settlement of a frontier. So I have several problems with several words there, as you could probably imagine: exploitation, occupation, civilization, and stable. Yeah, everywhere where this has happened, we are now living with the disaster, are we not, on the earth? We've got pictures of this everywhere. Name a country, there's an issue. Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland, Afghanistan, Israel, Palestine, Iraq. You know, anywhere this has been done, disaster has followed. These are the kinds of conflicts we need to think about sorting out, okay? So the frontier is dangerous. It's somewhere where we want to go, we want to establish ourselves because they don't do things our way. Yeah, they've got stuff we need. And we need to protect our interests. Yeah, we kind of need to survive, don't we? Yeah. So how do we do that and respect and stop, you know, taking this kind of mentality forward, because it's going to kill us. It is actually going to kill us. If it hasn't already. Okay. So here's the statement from the NST in 1996. Yeah. Develop, operate, maintain space control to ensure freedom of action in space, and if directed, deny such freedom of action to adversaries. Nice. Yeah, and totally understandable. Please don't think I'm knocking it. I mean, I do understand it, but I'm not sure that I think we need this in the 21st century, to be honest, and in the 22nd century. I don't think we can afford this kind of thinking. What does freedom mean in this case? Freedom of action. Yeah. And what does deny freedom mean to adversaries? Then that, of course, begs the question, which is now coming, which is this one. Who is my adversary? Who is my adversary? Does anyone remember who is my neighbor? I think another good question. So fundamental links to the human condition, then. Let's go back to the individual, from the macro to the individual. We can't divorce the big five personality factors from conflict resolution style, self-monitoring, or self-esteem. We've got already Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the things human beings need in order to feel safe and secure and not to fight, basically. This picture you may see here is actually a reenactment of Caesar's landing in Kent in the UK when he first came. So that little chap is playing Caesar, and that little lassie is playing one of the natives. Okay. Now, I referred before to this study on Korean adolescents. They were basically observed, and this is what the people who did this observed about these adolescents. Adolescents are very interesting because they don't have the control and the stop and the think about consequences, regulation in the brain that adults have. It's actually not physically present. So this is actually quite interesting. Those who had higher neuroses had high avoidance and attack strategies in terms of conflict resolution. The ones who are more highly extroverted, higher collaboration. You can see for yourselves there. So perhaps these are personality traits that we wish to encourage. Can we actually train people out of neuroticism? It would seem to be quite a good idea that we try. Okay. Now, going to this is a really interesting document from NASA, the Human Risk Mitigation Process for Space Exploration 2020. And it gives you a list of medical performance competencies and human risks, and it's really interesting. And they've come up with these four areas where risk may occur. Closed hostile environments, lack of psychological connection to Earth, that's probably a big one. Isolation, altered gravity, radiation. There's 1,000 medical problems that they mention in this point. I think it's actually 100, I beg your pardon. It's not 1,000, but from that 1,000, many others may occur. Now, what they don't seem to have accounted for is radical changes to human behavior. And that worries me. Because if you look at some of the medical problems that they have listed, you can see that one of the issues resulting from those medical problems is a change in behavior. And one of those is urinary tract infection. That's actually mentioned, but they don't talk about the behavioral changes that will come with that, the unreason and the irrationality that comes with that. In some cases, delirium. Okay. So therefore, I'm really concerned about human behavior. I'm concerned about irrational human behavior, and I'm concerned about that in terms of risk management and conflict resolution. Okay, we need systems. We need to have systems in place to help. Yeah, we're not paying enough attention to irrationality. We can't breed for reasonableness. We may be able to encode for reasonableness. So if we are having children out there, maybe we can encode for reasonableness. Maybe we can help people to train their brain to actually behave that way. Okay, so just moving on quickly, because I've lost all sense of time, which I apologize, Charlie. Am I out of time? Maybe a bit. Basically, space is really important. The lived space that we live in is important. So the design of the spaceship may actually help, or the environment in which we are living. That will really help to encode peaceable behavior. Controlling the space. So looking at the way the space is controlled and deterritorializing it may actually be an issue. We need a sense of perspective. So if we lose this frontier mentality, I suggest that what we've achieved is decolonizing our conceptual essence. You remember the total perspective vortex of Douglas Adams, where he plugs in a fairy cake for the rest of the universe? That seems to be quite appropriate. Attachment theory is quite interesting. Can we encourage or encode secure attachment? I'm sure you'll be aware of Bowlby and Ainsworth's attachment theory, which encourages sort of good emotional development in people as they develop. Okay, so aiming to encourage and discourage the development of those big 5 personality traits. The arts, of course, are essential. We can use the imaginary to resolve conflict. These are safe spaces to act out scenarios that are pre-existing and imagined. We can download toxicity. We can encourage self-expression. We can enable human beings to articulate responses and to challenges. And of course, we've got the story. We've got the story of how we overcame this challenge. Now, actually, in that, there's a risk of religious stuff, but I'll pass on. Right. So here we go to Haraway and her book of 2016, which is called Making Kin in the Anthropocene, Staying with the Trouble, in the Cthulhu-cene, I beg your pardon. She's quite anti the Anthropocene. This is what she says. She's right. The Anthropos myth system ends in double death. We don't go on, actually. Man doesn't make history. Okay. History has got to give way to geostory. We've got to be much, much more symbiotic in our way of being. Okay. Okay. So sorry, I put number 5 there in the wrong place, but there we are. Okay. So the social apparatus is top heavy. Revolt needs other forms of action. Really like that. If we're going to have revolt, what kind of revolt are we going to have? Frontier mentality is full of revolt. The people on the frontiers get fed up with the people to whom they're paying tax. No taxation without representation. We've heard this story before. Theory of relations is banded utilitarian individualism. We need to move beyond this now, is what she's saying. Okay. And the system that we have at the moment doesn't think well about sympathesis. Nothing exists on its own. There is no self-organizing stuff. Everything organizes itself in relation to something else. This is what she's saying. Okay. So the Anthropocene, in fact, for her is a word that's used by the elite because it's not used among the indigenous peoples whom it's affecting. Okay, there's loads more to be said about this, and I'm working my way through it because this will all be in my chapter. So we need conflict, but conflict that's the result of exploitation and injustice is going to destroy us. We need to avoid taking the processes we already have into deep space, and we've got to really start thinking in different ways about how to overcome unreason and the destructive impulse that's in us. And that's basically it. So we carry with us this sense of space and story. Yeah. And I think that's really important. Okay, I think that's it, Charlie. I probably have taken too much time, have I?
Okay, no, thank you, Janet. It is 1:15, and I do.
Sorry.
But let's just have 5 minutes of questions, and then we'll break for lunch. So yeah, anyone got any questions? Please put them in the question box. Just looking here. Quick question to get things started, Janet. Conflict, as you said, is, and we heard this as well a couple of times, is obviously destructive in space, highly destructive potentially, particularly if it turns violent. And you sort of brought out this balance between the good parts of conflict, that it's sort of necessary to have this constant, if you like, dialogue going on that could be thought of as conflict between people in society. So I suppose one question I have is, how do you define the separation between good conflict and when it turns bad, particularly when bad conflict could result in depressurization and can create much more fear than on the Earth when it does turn bad? And from that respect, a sort of parallel question is, and you touched on this, is there a reason for the pharmacological intervention to stop conflict? We might have an ethical problem with that on the Earth, particularly genetic intervention, even more of a problem. But is that going to be necessary in space to stop violent behavior that could be catastrophic for everyone? Not necessarily in all places, but certainly in small settlements. Is there more of a reason to
well, in kind of smaller in community environments, we used to put bromide in people's tea, didn't we, to calm down their impulses?
Yes.
So I mean, that's an interesting one. I don't think that morally that's defensible, but to be honest, I don't think it's defensible. But I think that in the kinds of places where people will be living, that decision will probably be taken by the local government, in that space at that time. So I think that's a very good question, but I think that's, that's a very interesting one. I mean, that leads you into Brave New World and all sorts of stuff. When you go on a soma holiday, you sort of just lie down and you're drugged for sort of 6 weeks. And when you wake up again, you're kind of just as much a product of the machine as you were. Yeah, I mean, good question. But I think, and where does conflict become bad? Well, that's a good question. I think one of the ways we can track people's sense of overcoming is through, the video blog. So if you've got a video diary and you're actually articulating some things and somebody's kind of looking at those things that you're articulating, again, there are ethical things there. We've already imagined this in various, Star Trek stories where people are actually articulating their upset and their sense of injustice and misery through a video because it's depersonalized. Now, the issue there, of course, then becomes surveillance. How much, how can you read someone's diary? How can you watch someone's diary? And that sort of thing to spot any kind of aberration in their sense of self.
Well, that's just an excuse for intensive surveillance, right, in the extraterrestrial environment. Yeah,
but then intensive surveillance also equals intensive intervention, doesn't it? So then you're back to the problem of sort of, well, let's give you a drug that calms you down.
Yeah. Are there completely new forms of conflict in space that we haven't even thought about? We tend to, look at all the possible forms of conflict in space based on what we know on the Earth. And of course, there are different situations. Like you might have a conflict over who's looking after the oxygen machine today, which isn't relevant on Earth. What I mean is more fundamental behaviors that we've never seen on the Earth, or will humans be much like the air on the Earth, much like we have been before? In fact, this has come up a couple of times over the last few days. Are we essentially the same raw material wherever we are? Or could we see completely new types of conflict that have manifestations we can't even dream of at the moment? Or is it quite predictable what sort of conflict there'll be on the moon or Mars or anywhere else?
I think that's a really good question. But I think that if we look over the years, the documented years of human history, I think we can see pretty much that those four, I reduced it to 4 elements of conflict. Basically, they come down to, I want what you've got, arguably. Yeah. So I'm not sure that there will be, the thing that that concerns me is the irrational aspect to do with it, as arguably as well as the I want what you've got thing. It's the way we position ourselves in relation to going and getting what it is that we want or need. I mean, we've got legitimate needs. That's fair. Yeah. But how do we actually physically go and get them? And, what kind of is the conflict, the challenge that we have to overcome there? And what does it prejudice? What, other things is it prejudicing and damaging? I mean, I think that's key. I mean, Dina has kind of mentioned something to do with that. To what extent can being first translate to rightful claims in space when it can't be accompanied by indigeneity? How true, Dina? How true? How does that work here on the Earth? It's a disaster, isn't it? It's an absolute blooming disaster. So the thing is that I think we have to expand our awareness somehow, and we have to go in without a sense of rightful claim, this is mine. We have to go in without that. We have to go in with coexistence as a different sort of methodology that's in our concept of what it is to actually be there in the first place. Yeah. Rather than, no, here's a stake. I've just put a stake in the ground. That means this is mine.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And Billy makes a good point as well there too about sort of a Mars sortie of 60 people instead of 6. Do these problems get better or worse? Well, there have been anthropological studies about how many people constitute, the number that will actually increase the species and allow the species to survive. So arguably the more, the better, because you've got less of a kind of goldfish bowl effect in terms of sort of getting fed up with people.
Yes.
But,
yeah. I suppose I suppose it could be both ways. As you get a larger population, the number of possible complexities of conflict increase. Again, we had this earlier in the meeting, just purely from a mathematical point of view, the numbers of interactions increase. But then people can also be more anonymous in larger numbers, and perhaps there's less conflict that you get in small groups of people that are very
confused. But anonymity works both ways, doesn't it? So anonymity can be great, but it can also be really bad.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a comment by Mukesh here saying, Janet, wonderful presentation. You mentioned behavioral changes due to medical conditions earlier on, and I understand that NASA in particular tend to exclude persons with psychological conditions and mental health issues from becoming astronauts and traveling into space. Could you comment on whether this might exclude the diversity and creativity that often goes with the ability to find new solutions, whether for conflict or otherwise, including art and other areas?
Well, I think that's really an interesting question, isn't it? I mean, I was thinking about, actually at a medical condition that would, because we are, we're biological entities, medical condition means that your changer can behave. I think that, the thing that comes to mind immediately, of course, would be something like autism or being dyslexic or things like this, which mean that your brain is wired in a different way so that you kind of function in a different way. Why would that cause, that would cause conflict if you're with someone who doesn't understand that condition. So even if NASA is not recruiting people actively with those types of neurodiverse profiles, there is nothing to say that we won't start producing people with neurodiverse profiles once we stop producing children. So we need to have something in place to understand and manage these things. This just adds to the amount of knowledge that any new colony that establishes itself is going to have.
I wonder whether there are good analogies in places like Antarctica, where the psychological screening for national programs, isn't as great as space, and where you do have a greater diversity of personality and neurological types in those bases. And I don't know how much analysis has been done on, I know there's lots of analysis on the psychology of people in Antarctic stations. I don't know how much there is on conflict resolution and types of conflict and creativity.
Yeah, that's what I think we need, you see. I think there is a gap. I think we do really need it. I mean, one of the things about the Arctic and in places like that is the effect of trauma on the human being as well. The effect of trauma and our understanding now of things like the vagus nerve system, the vagal nerve system. This is a huge area, and trauma is something that everybody is going to experience, and we need ways of actually encouraging people back into their rational mind. Yes. So one of the things that you can do in a conflict situation with someone who's really kicking off is ask them, or if they're terrified or if something has taken over their mind, you can ask them to start counting things, and that's such a rational process. It brings them back into their rational mind. So there are ways through in terms of doing that, but that's obviously just in that immediate situation. It's not something that's necessarily going to continue.
Yeah. And maybe things like art can help reduce conflict by bringing people together in, associations that are not connected with the political and economic conflicts of the settlement, things that tend to be less conflicting, like art. Yeah. We should probably end there, Janet. I want to let everyone have a break for lunch. Thank you very much for a fantastic talk and for getting us to think about different types of conflicts and how we might overcome them. For everyone else, we'll be back at 1, and your thought for lunch comes from Simon Malpass, who writes, "Please sign me up for the opening semester of the Olympus Mons College of Art." So someone needs to set that up. on the Earth, to think about space materials and methods for artists beyond the Earth. I would totally sign up for the Olympus Mons College for Art short course on Martian art. So you can have a think about that, and artists can set it up. Thanks a lot, everyone. See you at 1 o'clock when we're going to be talking about expansion of humanity into space, utopia or dystopia, from Octavio, Chon, Torres, joining us from Peru. So see you back at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. We'll make a start, I think, with the afternoon talks. And our first talk of the afternoon, very pleased to be joined by Octavio Chon Torres, all the way from Peru. It's very kind of you to join us. Octavio has a very interesting background. He works with the General Studies Program and the Faculty of Psychology at the University of Lima. He does research in philosophy of science, epistemology, and astrobiology, and has published very widely on all sorts of intersections between things like philosophy, social sciences, and astrobiology, including thinking about planetary protection and astrobioethics, which I guess you might touch on in this talk, thinking about the ethical dimensions of biology in space and how it connects with philosophy, which I think is interesting, not just from the point of view of human presence in space, but also, what would happen if we did actually find life somewhere, even microbial life? How would that change the way in which we explored space? We haven't really discussed that actually in the last 3 days, but of course, if we found microbial life on Mars, that might influence quite significantly our thoughts about the human presence on Mars, the restrictions on that, and how we might go about putting in place, restrictions and regulations on the way in which people behave in that environment. So today is going to talk about expansion of humanity in space, utopia or dystopia. Thanks a lot, Octavio. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Charles. I'm glad to be here with you. And today I'm going to talk about the expansion of humanity in space, utopia or dystopia. A little bit of context. I got inspired because I was hearing in the news, for example, Elon Musk saying that humanity in space is going to be the salvation for it. And on the other hand, I was hearing also that maybe the future of humanity in space might be more like a prison. So thinking about it, I was inspired to write this a little advance of my chapter for the book, The Institution of Extraterrestrial Liberties. And well, first, why think about the future of humanity in space? According to Bohm, there are 4 possible futures for humanity. The first option is the status quo trajectory, consisting basically in that humanity will remain like the way it is managed now. So it's more or less like we are living society today. The second option consists of the catastrophe trajectory, where humanity faces serious dangers that threaten its perpetuation as a species. The third option is the trajectory of technological transformation, in which humanity make great discoveries that make its course change radically. And finally, the fourth option, which is the one we are interested, is the astronomical trajectory, where humanity is in the situation of migrating to other planetary environments to continue its existence. Now, unless we become extinct, all the long-term trajectories, according to Bohm, involve our expansion in the universe, even if humanity must rebuild civilization. It will reach a point where it will have to explore other worlds. So basically, Bohm is saying that if humanity still exists, the future for it is going to be in space. In this sense, we must consider how this could happen in an ethical frame within a cosmic perspective. And regarding ethics, of course, we could consider the following scenarios in space. Humanity perpetuates its current moral behavior, the status quo version, or humanity improves its moral condition and prevails as a planetary and interplanetary species. By the way, these both concepts, the planetary, multiplanetary, and interplanetary terminology, we are going to examine today. Do we expect a future of humanity where democracy and freedom prevail in colonies on other planets, or a future where control predominates and freedom are suppressed, such that they affect the way we move in society? Of course, this is not a black and white question. There may be nuances. And the purpose of this paper this advance, is to explore a little about these scenarios involving the future of humanity in space. So let's talk about challenges. Considering this situation, we are also present with the astrobiologics challenge of considering humanity as a multi- and interplanetary species. After all, the expansion of humanity into space poses quite specific moral challenges. Into space, of course, we have to think about what version of humanity we are going to think about in space. We should not rush to claim victory if we already have the technological possibilities to leave Earth. There are several problems that the natural sciences and engineering as such cannot solve, at least not as if they were a mechanical problem. I mean, we have great discoveries in the technological and scientific area, but what about the humanities? What about the personal issue? Corruption, for example. One of these problems is related to Mars and the possibility of putting at risk extraterrestrial life that may exist, but we are not able to identify, and therefore we do not take due care to preserve it. After all, if there were a second origin of life other than terrestrial, we would be looking at a second genesis. That does not necessarily depend on what we know about carbon-based life. Therefore, we must make sure we know if life exists there before it is too late. On the other hand, the future of humanity in space should overcome this difficulty if it does not want to become a form of predatory species, considering the potential native extraterrestrial life. And here we also see one of the fears that one might have with respect to humanity as a species expanding into the universe. How likely is it that humanity will again repeat its predatory behavior in other planetary environments? If we think about humanity's behavior toward the past, we can see that we have grown and evolved in many aspects, but we still insist on behaviors that evoke our violent past. That is why I consider that as humanity, we are probably not mature enough to consider ourselves as a multiplanetary species, properly speaking. Maybe technologically multiplanetary, but it will be like a shell with no content at all. This situation is like a shadow hanging over humanity, the one that haunts us and reminds us that we may repeat some of the mistakes we have made on Earth. To what extent it is justified to think about it? Someone might say that the teams in charge of these missions will be skilled people and outstanding researchers, but that is not guarantee of maintaining a stable society, in this case, a fully functional colony. Another way of thinking about a dark future of humanity is the fact that we might contact other more advanced life forms, which can represent a great risk for us. After all, there are possibilities that we could become a subjugated species in the face of a more evolved one. About extraterrestrial life, we can keep in mind two possible scenarios. The first one, if we are the one who discovered an extraterrestrial non-intelligent species, or that we make contact by an extraterrestrial intelligent species that is already a traveler and has a lot of experience in this. The more relevant for us in the matter of a kind of utopia or dystopian scenario is the second one, of course. But the first one, it will depend a lot on our own behavior to determine whether we will make that environment a dystopian situation regarding local life, or a situation of preservation, on the contrary. In the first scenario, it is possible that fears of repeating an environment disaster may arise like we have here on Earth, such as endangering microbial life on Mars. In the second scenario, the second case, however, we have a major disadvantage. If in our expansion in the universe we encounter a more advanced extraterrestrial species, their technology would be capable of putting us in a compromising situation. We might never have encountered them unless we had stayed in our galactic neighborhood. In this scenario, we are facing a case that is far from being salvation for humanity. We will be at the mercy of our interplanetary companions decide. But we have a little bit of hope. However, I believe that a key concept to differentiate an ideal future humanity from a non-ideal one is that of multiplanetary species. Let's think about how we act in society in a cosmic context, for example. What does this mean? Biologically speaking, we cannot assume that we are a multiplanetary species because it will be to assume a substantial difference at that genetic level. I mean, being a multiplanetary species, we will be different at the genetic level, and that's not the idea of being a multiplanetary species. When people say that we are beginning to be a multiplanetary species, what do they say? It does not really mean that, but that we are being able to travel to other planets, like Mars, for example, and that we can establish colonies and prolong the existence of humanity as such. So it's the capacity of successfully settle on different planets. So the idea of being multiplanetary is not being different between humans. It's the capacity of successfully settle on different planets. But I'm gonna add this idea of multiplanetary species later with the idea of moral community. So important to, if we want to consider ourselves as an authentic multiplanetary or even interplanetary species. But we also have a difference with the concept, of course, of interplanetary species, and that would have some difference with being multiplanetary. To put it in simple terms, being a multiplanetary species is not a biological condition, as I said before. It is better to use the term moral community, an ethos shared by people inhabiting a specific planetary environment. I mean, the idea of multiplanetary species, it's more related to a moral condition, to an ethos, to a way of acting. In order to form authentic multiplanetary colonies, we will have to consolidate a moral community first. If we want to become a multiplanetary humanity, each moral community will have differentiations that allow them to subsist according to the conditions and evolution in which it develops. Being a member of a planetary moral community would be the basis for the confirmation of a concept, a truly concept of being multiplanetary. This would imply the consolidation of humanity at an ethical level, at a human level, and not only at a technological level. This could be embodied in a legislation that is properly characteristic of each set of colonies per planet. Each planetary environment can be accommodated according to circumstances. However, to do this would mean that, for example, some forms of suppression of freedom would be allowed on one planet and not on another one, deteriorating the idea of human dignity. But this leads us to raise the situation that is striking. What in a planetary context may seem dystopian, such as living in conditions of suppression of freedom, like a prison, for other colonies on other planets may be the most ideal scenario. In order to safeguard the survival of the colony, say on Mars, one would seek to restrict certain freedoms and operate a strong top-down political system. For a colony with an Earth-like planetary environment, that would be a dystopia, of course, but for the Martian colonists, it would be the most effective way to survive, for the simple fact that you don't have much choice in the matter because of the hostile weather conditions and possible death. We are currently not a multiplanetary species, but a species in the beginning of being interplanetary. It could save us, meteorically speaking, in the hypothetical case that life on Earth cannot be tolerated by humans for some reason. But this will guarantee either that we will be saved from our own actions, as in a war. So, difference between being multiplanetary and interplanetary, considering that multiplanetary humanity is more a concept of a moral community, being interplanetary involves more an idea of being capable of going to other planets. So it's more a technological issue. I consider that if we really want to save humanity, as for example, Elon Musk says sometimes in interviews, this must go beyond whether we can go to other planets. What I mean with that? Otherwise, we will be romanticizing the idea of interplanetary travel, which is not wrong, but it loses sight of the perspective of safeguarding humanity. Or do we want to say the version of humanity we know now, with its limitations and flaws, its betrayals and selfishness? Of course, if one is not too interested in this, one can focus on what is relatively less complex, the technological part. But if we really want to make a change that improves the human condition, it will take more than just the material tools to take us off the planet Earth. And this is an important aspect that astrobiotics also has to offer us, a perspective in which humanity sees itself in the universe from an ethical perspective linked to space. Just as we can use space technology to improve the one used on Earth, astrobioethics should take it upon itself to evaluate our moral and human condition in a cosmic perspective. So, for conclusion, the future of humanity is inextricably linked to its expansion in the universe. However, even if the technological difficulties that will allow us to be in an interplanetary species can be solved, the ethical difficulty remains as to whether that future will become something akin to a dystopia or utopia, although it is more concrete to speak of nuances. Finally, one of these nuances could be a version of humanity that does not manage to completely overcome the social and moral conflicts it currently faces, but that remains in its search and effort to be an authentically planetary species that brings it closer to the idea of moral community. And if it never completely achieves it, to consider that it would be more of a horizon of meaning for which to act. Thank you very much. In Spanish, muchas gracias.
Thanks, Octavio. Muchas gracias to you as well. And that was really excellent. As usual, everyone, just if you've got questions, please put them in the question and answer box. We've already got one here from Itamar, who's saying very large biological changes have already been observed in micro and low gravity and or high radiation space environments. And the question is, can we expect human evolution to speed up by development in a non-terrestrial environment, thus further alienating the settlers from the rest of humankind?
Well, that's a scenario. That's a long-term scenario. I think that even in that scenario, we have to settle a moral community, an ethical code of how to act, how to interact socially in determining specific planetary conditions. So yes, well, we can think about humanity being different in the long term at a genetic levels, but to what extent? I mean, the moral, it will have to change necessarily. So the main topic of my speech is the moral thing. It must be an important issue, not only the material, the technologically speaking, the biologically aspect of it, but also the moral aspect. Of course, even if we can change in the future at a genetic level, we will need a moral concept for being multiplanetary. Yes. Okay, and that nicely, I think, leads on to a question or a point that's been made by Mukesh here. And I'll just read this out because it explains it most clearly. Given the requirements, firstly, for an interplanetary or planetary moral community, and secondly, for the possible suppression of some freedoms, upon whose values will this morality be based? Whether it is the international community through the UN and its dominant use of Western paradigms, and whether in suppressing some freedom, the values and customs of the diverse populations and cultures of the earth are going to be selectively represented in this moral community. It's a very interesting question about... Yeah, very interesting, because I'm from Peru. I'm from Latin America. And well, we have an idea of democracy, not much difference with the democracy of Western civilization, but yes, I think we should have to reach a consensus, a common point in humanity, understanding to be able to project it to other planets, to other community other colonies, because I don't think humanity will be truly multiplanetary if we don't evolve, morally speaking, and we don't go one step further from we currently, from our own actual status. What is happening right now? Right now, you have corruption, you have betrayals, you have not an authentic planetary citizenship. Let's say that, for example. Even if we know that we are living, we're sharing one planet, we are not feeling us like a planetary humanity. So if we don't reach, if we don't go further than we are now, then of course it's going to be a tragedy, because in the sense that it's not fair that one way of one civilization, Western civilization only, the perspective of the Western civilization being expanded. The idea is that the perspective of humanity should expand to the other colonies or multiplanetary moral communities. So yes, I agree that we need to reach a consensus, common point in the way the humanity thinks itself. Other way, we have the risk of repeating some of the tragedies we have now. Even if we send only the most expert people to the space, you don't know about the ethical and moral aspect. So it's a real issue here. Thank you for that question, Mukesh.
And just continuing on from that, Octavio, from Mukesh's question, I suppose the question still remains: how do you create this consensus that you're speaking about? I suppose one of the dangers is that space might end up being dominated by particular powers. They're the ones who are physically in space, and so by default, your consensus emerges from the viewpoints of those nations, which then becomes the dominant morality in this emerging moral community. So how do you prevent the moral community in space from being just a bland reflection of moral views of the dominant spacefaring powers? Or maybe you do. I mean, maybe you accept that the moral community on the moon or Mars is just a synthesis of the major players in space, but that might not necessarily be a good thing. So I suppose my question would be, following on, is adding to what Mukesh just says, still, how do you ensure you have a proper consensus?
Well, I hope that consensus in the future is going to come from a humanity different from the version we have now. So if right now we want to make a consensus, it's not going to be a real consensus. It's going to be the predominant idea of the superpower right now, the country with more power, if we do that consensus now. But I think that this moral consensus in the future should be more equality, more, how you say it, equal, more equal with all the countries in the world. So yes, I have my hope that the future version of humanity that will go to space and will settle a moral consensus will consider egalitarian terms for all participants, for whole humanity. But if you ask me now, if we have right now to make a moral consensus, well, it's gonna be like the countries with more power will impose their perspective inevitably.
Okay. Thank you. And just carrying on from that, I just want to pursue one other thought. We've often, over the last few days, this idea has come up that we don't yet have a global perspective on things. We still tend to be quite tribal. We've yet to develop this planetary scale view. But one of the things that sort of has crossed my mind just in listening to some of these talks, of course, is that people, for example, living on Mars, don't really care for a global Earth perspective because they're not living on Earth. They're going to have a Martian perspective. And so if you were to say to someone who's permanently living on Mars to talk about an Earth-based perspective, it might just seem completely irrelevant. So I suppose my question would be, do we actually need, and will we ever see a global perspective as such, given that once you have a settlement on the moon or Mars, you know, the Earth, even the total Earth-based view, the planetary scale Earth-based view of civilization may be irrelevant to those people. They'll be concerned with the planetary Mars perspective or the total moon perspective. So where does that fit in with your moral community? Could some of these moral communities just be completely separate from the Earth to the point where the Earth, you know, the international Earth perspective is just an irrelevance?
Well, interesting question, because of course, if you have a moral community on Mars, and you ask them if they are worried or something like that for what is happening on Earth, if you have a multiplanetary species, well, at a certain level, they are occupied for what is happening only on Mars. But if you take that as a step further, you can talk about astrobiotic ethics, when you not only, I mean, in other words, empathy. If you have people living on Mars having empathy for what is happening on the moon, for example, or the Earth, I think that's one step further for an authentic cosmic ethical level. I mean, that's a step further than only multiplanetary.
Yes. Yeah. I suppose it sort of bears some similarities to Adam Smith's sympathies. You know, he sympathy in his day meant empathy, but this idea of being what he would describe as the impartial spectator, where you step aside from your own situation and see things more objectively. It's a bit like Rawls's veil of ignorance. I suppose if you live on Mars, you have to think about how other people might operate, or how you might want to be treated if you were in that situation. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
A form of interplanetary empathy and sympathy. Okay, Ricky Wilhelmsen has got a question here, an interesting question. Humanity is probably not going to develop new moral codes in the next millennium, but in my view, it will get closer to splitting into new species. He points out NASA is already funding research to endow future Mars astronauts with enhanced genes for protection against radiation. The question is, what do you think is more likely, biological speciation or moral speciation?
Well, I think that even if we have genetic biological differences, at a moral level, we need to get more evolved. It doesn't matter if you have the capacity of living on Mars by your own because of genetic modification. Let's say, for example, if you don't have the moral way of acting, then even if you have differences at a genetic level, you will still having this mentality in your mind of being a separate humanity, and that's not a good thing. That's, I think, that even having the technology to do it, we still need a moral framework to act, because we don't act just like that. When we help someone, we are doing it because we have an ethical framework. So you do things because you think it's right. If you ask to a dictatorship if he's doing wrong, he will tell you he's not doing wrong. He will tell you he's doing right. So we need this is an issue very important, to have a moral community to act, because other way it's going to be a dystopia scenario.
And what you just said ties in with a comment by Itamar here, saying how useful is a term like corruption or moral in this discussion, as different law systems and accepted social practices can have opposing views on what constitutes this. Values differ in time, place, and even personal situation.
I'm pretty sure that the idea of corruption I have here in my political scenario, it might be some different from what it means for other countries. What I mean by corruption is basically that you accept to do something, you are committed to do something, but at the end you do different things. You act for your own, you only seek for the wellness of you and the people around you, the more your familiars, your friends, and you forget about the others. It's a kind of selfishness, egocentric point of view. That's what I mean by the core of corruption, thinking only for yourself and for the people around you, the closest ones.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
And then there's a question here from Mukesh talking about developing this global perspective and this sort of wider moral view. He says surveys show that African countries, Indians, Chinese populations think of themselves as global citizens, as part of a global community. And global environmentalism is a dominant part of their political economy, especially Africa. This is not reflected in the USA or the UK, and even to some extent in Europe. The global South has been a growing voice for 60 years, but which continues to be ignored by the Western nations due to their economic dominance. Is there another way of encouraging this global perspective, whether on Mars or on Earth, amongst richer, developed nations, which lead to this interplanetary moral community?
Well, I think that discussing these ideas right now, well, we see that I started talking about humanity in space, and we are ending up discussing about the economic dominance, Southern Africa, South America, etc. And that's the important thing about having this discussion, this kind of discussion, because it takes you to think about your own situation on Earth. So that's the idea when I mean about, just like we have technology that we can use on Mars, and then we can use it on Earth, talking about humanity in space, morally speaking, it leads us inevitable to think about our moral status right now. Mm-hmm. So if we have more of these debates, more of these scenarios, I think it's going to be a good thing, because we will have the opportunity to look at ourselves and think about what are we as a humankind. Mm-hmm. Are we going in the right direction? Is this the version of humanity we want to take to space? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you. Then the other thing I just wanted to explore, which you mentioned, and we haven't really spoken about it, which is why I think it'd be useful to bring it up, is the planetary protection aspects of our behavior elsewhere. Say, for example, we did find microbial life on Mars. Mm-hmm. What are your views on? I mean, there's planetary protection regulations. Then, of course, there's a problem. Once you send humans to Mars, you're inevitably going to contaminate the place, just because you can't sterilize a human being. Well, you can, but the outcome is usually not very good. So if you inevitably contaminate Mars, how do you think that ties into restrictions on our ability to explore? Because that's a sort of form of restriction of liberty, the ability to go to Mars because of an existing biosphere. Or what are your views on some of these ideas that, while we shouldn't really worry about microbes on Mars, it's unlikely we would make them extinct. We could still put a station on Mars without threatening the Martian biosphere.
Yes, I'm more of the idea that you once talked about the teleempathic perspective. Yes, am I right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I disagree with my own ideas on some of these.
Yes. Well, we should take care about extraterrestrial life forms, local life forms on Mars, even if that means that we have to restrict our own freedoms, because we cannot be an authentic multiplanetary species if we don't have some kind of empathy, even with microbial extraterrestrial life forms. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I do agree with the idea that some sort of minimal interference, particularly as they're on a sort of unknown trajectory, yes, more of a sort of leave things alone point of view, if nothing more than just to take the edges off our own destructiveness. But how do you think that should fold into a moral community? Because, of course, on the Earth, the environment, thankfully, is becoming incorporated into our moral views and our views about our behavior more and more, and we'll see whether it's in time or not. But clearly, if we found life elsewhere, it would also then have to become part of the moral discourse. In fact, the fact that many of these planetary bodies like the moon and asteroids almost certainly don't have life actually removes a lot of that complication, not necessarily the environmental complication, because you can still have arguments about environmental ethics on lifeless bodies, but certainly the biology is removed. But that may not be the case on Mars. So I just wonder, from a very general, broad point of view, how will these moral communities differ to the Earth, where in many places there may not be a biosphere at all, And even where there is a biosphere, it's likely just to be microbes.
Well, I think that the moral community on Mars, it will be more like to the kind of prison. I think that we will have some very restrictions to have a social life on Mars, and also to interact with the Martian environment. It's not going to be like the democracy we have on Earth. So, but it's going to be the best way, or the ideal way of living on Mars, having this limitation. So, it's, as I said on my speech, the limitation for one environment, from one planetary context, it might be the way of thinking freedom. I mean, our way of thinking freedom is because thanks to our biological or environmental planetary context on Earth, but on Mars it's different. So you cannot think about freedom like going to walk on the park. It's different.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of freedom will have to be touched, will have to be discussed in a planetary, multiplanetary level. But that doesn't mean that the idea of freedom on Mars is going to be the same idea for the Earth. It's very different. Other way, we will have some kind of dystopian also. So we're not aiming to the dystopian scenario. We're aiming to a nuances scenarios.
How, just to finish on a sort of practical point of view, how would you go about making these moral communities, or encouraging the development of these moral communities that you're talking about? I mean, what actual practical steps, say for the next 10 or 30, 40 years, would you encourage people to be taking?
Well, let's consider first the physical environment. On Mars, for example, if you want to have a moral community on Mars, you will have to start by considering the context, the nature of the environment. For example, as I said, freedom is not the same one we understand on the Earth. So the idea of freedom will have to change. Other ideas, other ways that on Earth we think is natural, for Mars is going to be different. So considering the differences in the planetary environments, the moral community will have to emerge. We have to rise. So it's like you don't have the concept of moral community a priori. You will have it a posteriori, on the experience, on the field. You will have considering differences on social life, considering the limitations of the environmental aspect. Then you will start to have an idea of moral community for your own, on your own planetary environment.
But would you let that emerge, just as you're saying, by trial and error, just by some sort of organic process? Or would you sit down at the beginning and try and map out a moral community in a predetermined,
yes,
rationalist sort of way?
I think more about a transdisciplinary approach. That means is a little bit of both organic, evolve things, and a little bit of previously planned, and with a mix of these two elements, we will have, I think, a concept of moral community properly for that kind of planetary environment.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much, Octavio.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much for all your attendance also.
Oh yeah, so one last question we'll go for.
Yes.
Itamar. Again, he says, easy to say from a safe distance. Do you really think that settler fighting for survival far from Earth will stick to the restrictions that have been imposed? So saying, have a look at the various UN-mediated fights over the last decades. So yes, I mean, I suppose the question is, where you're in an environment where there might be a brute need to survive, can we expect successful and well-balanced moral communities to evolve?
Well, that's a difficult question, but I think all of this will depend on us. The future is not written in stone. We will have to reach a consensus, as I said, and this is going to be an easy way. I think the most probable scenario in the future is that if things doesn't change from the current situation, the future will be like the country with more economic power will have its predominance, will have their point of view above the other ones involved. So yes, that's why I said it's relatively more easy to talk about the technological issues than the moral issues when we talk about being multiplanetary. So when I hear Elon Musk, for example, saying humanity will be is now multiplanetary, it's going to be the salvation, that sounds very like to me like the Prester John. Do you remember? I don't know if the Prester John is an ideal realm. It's like the Paititi, the El Dorado is a myth.
Yes.
But you see the future, you see a land, an ideal land. It's like, oh yeah, no? Space is the new Paititi.
Yes, yes.
Like that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Octavio. That was excellent. We're going to stop now, everyone, just for a brief break for 3 minutes, and then we'll be carrying on with Jack Matthews. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And at such an early time. Really, really grateful. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. See you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty. You've just come along. Next talk is Jack Matthews. Jack Matthews is, or as I discovered was, Museum Research Fellow at the Oxford University Museum of Natural History. Prior to this, he was an Open Knowledge Exchange Fellow, a Research Fellow at the Memorial University of Newfoundland, and a Research Associate at University College, Oxford. So his research interests focus on geoheritage and geoconservation and scientific studies to inform policy and management decisions in these areas. And working with government, local communities, non-profit organizations and businesses, he investigates the threat to geoheritage to better inform management plans. And what's interesting about Jack's career trajectory is he's taken all these thoughts and applied them to the extraterrestrial environment. So a lot of us have, some of us have sort of mused on planetary protection and extraterrestrial work, but very few of us actually do geoconservation on the Earth to root this in a proper understanding of how this goes on this planet and how best to apply it to space. So he really brings the sort of literally the ground knowledge from working on geoconservation, and has been thinking over the last few years, I know also with Sean McMahon, about geoheritage in space. So he's going to talk to us about exogeoconservation, adapting existing strategies for the protection of heritage in space. So thank you very much, Jack.
Thanks, Charles, and thanks for the introduction. It's an absolute pleasure to be part of this amazing event alongside so many brilliant speakers. I'm going to keep the bottom right corner free from slide information. So if you want to put me in my place in the bottom right corner, you can then have me all on one screen and I won't get in the way as I gesticulate from my bottom right corner position. Yeah, absolutely. Today, I want to talk about this relatively new principle that Sean McMahon and Sean's been a real integral part of this work, have set up in recent years. And I'm going to explain what that is, how geoconservation works on Earth, and why it may be the solution to many of the problems of how we look at and protect various space environments. So I just need to, there we go. And I don't need to tell people here that we're seeing an expansion of space exploration. Here's the years of various landings, impacts or crashes. And that number is only going to go up and up. And we're even starting to see things now, such as cars being flung into space with, frankly, it appears, little regard for what impact that may have if and when it crashes into something. And when we look through the literature in the previous discussions, there has been an array of debates and points made that are connected with the protection of space environments. So we've had the ethical perspective, the connection to the current international agreements, such as the Moon Treaty and the Outer Space Treaty. They've been discussed. We've had particular points around the impact of resource exploitation, mining. Biological contamination has been a huge a huge matter that's been discussed mainly under the banner of planetary protection. And I would say that there is a very typical example that this concept of planetary protection, which to someone coming from outside of this field may assume is the protection of the whole planet, really is biologically focused. And by having a biologically, or at times very anthropocentric, debate around conservation and preservation, we're actually missing the point, and we're missing out on the examples that we have on Earth that we could transfer elsewhere. And of course, there's been debates around space debris and crashings. And I think the one that pushed it forward the most was actually, and I'm not just saying because he's our host, was Charles's paper on planetary parks, which was much more all-encompassing of different areas of the environment. And of course, the threats to space environments are much broader than are often talked about. So we talk about landings or mining or terraforming, but there are threats to space environments merely by building things, by driving around on the surface of some celestial bodies, by scientific research itself. We should not think ourselves above the potential for causing harm through scientific research. Contamination, even natural processes, we shouldn't put to one side. Weathering and erosion is an important one. Now, what comprises an environment? When you speak to people and say, draw me a picture of the environment, they might draw a picture like this, and it's going to be full of plants and animals, usually the more picturesque kind. But our feathered friend there might ask, what about nature that isn't alive? Abiotic nature. And we call abiotic nature geodiversity, or rather the variety of abiotic nature is known as geodiversity. Sometimes climate diversity is part of that, and some people treat it as separately as well. But together they make nature. And if you only focus on biological diversity, you are missing out on a huge and very important chunk of nature. It's important to say, so geodiversity, it's a term that's been put forward and really developed by Murray Gray and others, and it is the variety of all the non-living things in nature. So it includes both rocks and soils, but also glaciers, rivers, and all the processes involved in these things. And it really does underpin biodiversity as well. This year, we've had a major campaign through UNESCO to establish an International Geodiversity Day. There's been an International Biodiversity Day for many years now. And we're very pleased that earlier in the year, our proposal was endorsed by the UNESCO Executive Board, and Madame Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, gave us her endorsement too. And this is part of an increasing recognition that you cannot protect the environment without protecting geodiversity. And geodiversity is intrinsically linked to biodiversity and practically all other areas of our society. And, the Sustainable Development Goals being a clear strategic priority of the United Nations and its various bodies, including UNESCO, part of our work was demonstrating that geodiversity is associated with the achievement of these goals, whether it is access to water, the recognition of Earth's history and the heritage and culture associated with that, or solving the problems of climate change. They are inextricably linked. So I just reinforce, we cannot protect environments if we don't also protect geodiversity. Now, some lovely examples of geodiversity. We're going to take it a step now. What is geoheritage? So geodiversity, the variety of all the non-living elements of nature. If we then do some field work and we say this particular site or locality has a particular value, we then classify that as geoheritage. So some different examples from the world, just pulling from UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We have what I call scientific geosites, so Mistaken Point Ecological Reserve, home to the fossils of the oldest animals in the world, 565 million years ago, that tell us an important story about evolution during the Precambrian. We also have aesthetic geosites. Yosemite National Park is a classic example of that, underpinned by geology, but its value is for its aesthetics and its beauty. There are cultural geosites like Uluru in Australia, which have a particular cultural significance, but again are geological bodies. And then we have historic geosites, such as the Cornwall and West Devon mining landscape, that tell the story of societal development in industries and communities, again, inextricably linked to their local geology. Now, if you're going to say that a site has value, you really need to protect it then, and that is the field of geoconservation. Geoconservation is the recognition of geoheritage and then the management and the policy and the regulations that go into protecting it. So here is a rather complicated, but yet at the same time simplified diagram of geoconservation regulation within England. And it is important to say for our UK-based viewers that geoconservation regulation is a devolved area topic in the UK. So there will be slightly different in the devolved legislatures. But you can see we have various different laws that are used in different ways to have different designations for England, and indeed for most of the devolved legislatures in the UK. Our geological sites of significance are mostly protected as sites of special scientific interest. And you can see, and here we get to issues and opportunities around freedom and liberty, those can be used to restrict what you can do. So can you build a house there? Can you collect specimens there? Can you, if you're a farmer, can you plow there? Things like this. And you end up, as we can see on the right-hand side, with various restrictions being put in place. This is an example from the Joggins Fossil Cliffs, another UNESCO World Heritage Site from Nova Scotia in Canada. Now, that's how it kind of works on Earth. Why is that of importance to this lovely gathering of people here today? Well, let's look at what celestial bodies are made up of. There we've got these circles show the mass of various parts of celestial bodies on a logarithmic scale, and you can see on the right-hand side there, Earth with a fairly chunky biosphere. Now, as far as we know, no one else has got a biosphere, and yet much of the debate around conservation and sustainability in outer space has been dominated by a biological debate. And what I'm trying to show in this diagram, very much as Jim has said in his paper from 2018, that we're kind of missing the point if we only keep banging on about biology. That is not to say that contamination isn't an issue we should be talking about, but it's not everything. This is much broader, and there's probably a more all-encompassing way of looking at it. So this is where we come to the idea of taking those principles from Earth, which have been well developed, they continue to evolve, but have been well developed, and can we just take them and apply them to extraterrestrial environments? So we know there's exogeodiversity. There's a geological map of Mars there. We can see just simply by different colors, there's different geologies, and therefore we know there's exogeodiversity. I would argue that there are places, if we stick with Mars, that have value in their exogeodiversity. There are geosites, exogeosites that have value, and if they have value, in this case, there's a lovely picture of Valles Marineris. I would contend that if that was on Earth, that would be a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and therefore it should be considered as exogeoheritage. And I would go further and contend that just because we can't visit it and see it with our own eyes at the moment, does not mean that it shouldn't be protected. And of course, again, if you're going to say that a site has value, then that's kind of pointless if you don't make the next step and say we must protect it. So we therefore create the term exogeoconservation to mean the identification of scientific, aesthetic, cultural, or historic value in celestial bodies and in their component geological and geomorphological features, and the protection of such bodies and features. I should just say, geomorphology, for those that haven't come across the term before, you can think of as landscapes, so landscape scale features. And this was all published up in Acta Astronautica in 2018 with my colleague Chon there. You can see we just got a very small smile from him there as we presented it at the Geological Society of America in 2017. But you can read about it more there, how we take these ideas from Earth and we try and apply them as a practical method for protecting space environments. So in my remaining bit of time, I want to just talk about a bit broader about how it works regulatory on Earth and what potential we have for applying that elsewhere. So geoconservation on Earth is mainly done at a national scale. So if you're in America, some of your premier examples of geoconservation are implemented by the National Park Service. It should be said there are many, many other organizations, governmental and otherwise, involved in geological conservation in America. If you're a Canadian, much will come through Parks Canada and the provincial equivalents of that. And if you're where Charles is today, your geological conservation will mainly be done by a body called Nature Scot. And so they'll be in charge of the designation of sites, the protection and monitoring of them, and any relevant permitting. Just a point to say, because it does come up, and it comes up particularly when people discuss in arenas like this, the conservation of places, like the Apollo 11 landing site. Things like the World Heritage Convention, the designation of UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and some of you may have heard of UNESCO Global Geoparks. It is really important to stress that while these are wonderful things, and they are things that I absolutely promote and work towards and support sites, they do not in any way protect a site. And that is because you must have your national level protection in place before you submit your dossier. So no site is protected by virtue of having one of these badges, because it must also have a different geoconservation designation, which has a legal meaning within that country through which regulation and protection can be put in place. But wonderful, wonderful things to have nonetheless. Now, we can't kind of do national level protection in space, but could there be an answer through how geoconservation regulation and protection works in Antarctica? And that is demonstrated by the Antarctic Treaty System. And again, because of our biological and historic and cultural biases, often people think about Antarctic protection being about penguins and historic sites of exploration. And actually, many of the protected sites in Antarctica are protected because of geological and geomorphological reasons. And that is done through this treaty system, which doesn't rely primarily on one state kind of using its own laws. Sites are agreed through the consultative meetings of the treaty and the Committee for Environmental Protection. Sites are then designated, and permitting or the following of the Code of Conduct is monitored by what's called the appropriate authority from each of the parties to the protocol on the environmental protection. So it's a kind of devolved way of managing the sites and making sure that people do what they need to do to look after those sites, but an international agreement to decide what is important and what needs protecting. And could it be that we could replicate this to find the answers for conservation elsewhere? Could we have an exogeoconservation treaty which set up a system where people could recognize together what the exogeoheritage is, and then the management, the exogeoconservation, could be done through the state parties? And I would argue, and I should stress, I'm a geologist and paleontologist by training. I am a governance nerd, but I am not a lawyer, and I would very much welcome the feedback of any of the lawyers in the audience today. But I would contend that this could possibly be a way, especially if we went down the idea of having a code of conduct rather than a permitting system. This could be done in a way that does not tangle up with the kind of freedom to roam around in space sections of the Outer Space Treaty. So, and one thing about this kind of system as well, about recognizing specific exogeoheritage, is it regulates or protects specific areas of value. It doesn't prevent all operations that happen in there. You'll have a code of conduct, which, depending on what you're trying to protect in there, might recommend not doing certain actions, but it may allow other things. Many, if we look at the UK example, many sites of special scientific interest allow farming and other operations to go on where that doesn't affect the geological heritage. Critically, operations continue unaffected outside of designated areas. So I am not saying we should never mine on Mars or the Moon or anywhere else. I'm simply saying before we start throwing more cars into space, and some of the companies that were talked about earlier today that kind of just want a bit of a free-for-all, we need to put some regulation in place so that we don't make the same mistakes we've made on Earth elsewhere and lose critical heritage that can tell us about how these places formed, but are also of aesthetic and potentially cultural importance. And the great thing about this system is it's flexible in its application. So a few examples of where we might apply this. One already you might have for scientific and aesthetic reasons, you might protect the Valles Marineris and call it an exogeoheritage management site. We also might have sites that are important for ongoing science and historically the importance of science. And one of those could be Gale Crater. I give another example of why we need protection of these sites. We've already started, the geologists that are working on places like Mars have started to create a stratigraphy, that is to divide up the rocks. And you can see a stratigraphic model on the right-hand side there. Now, if you're going to have a stratigraphy, you have to set specific examples, as is done in much of the natural sciences. When you designate something, you designate a holotype or a type specimen that is the prime example of that. Now, there's no point having a prime specimen of something if you don't protect it. On the Earth, we either protect the site that a type specimen comes from, or we move that specimen into a museum. We are very quickly going to come to a situation where we are designating type sections on other planets, which will be frankly meaningless if we don't also protect them. And to protect them, because we can't lift them out and bring them all the way back to a museum, and I would contend that would be a dereliction of our ethical duties on conservation anyway, we need to be creating designated sites. And I would contend, for the group in America, For All Moonkind, I think they're called, we can incorporate their concerns about protecting what is a culturally important site, but it is culturally important because of its interaction with geology. And let's not forget all the geological experiments that happened during the Apollo missions. These sites could also be protected through our exogeoheritage framework here, the oldest footprint on another celestial body that is still there because of the lack of wind on the Moon. These sites could also be protected through this. And things like the Octavio crater, we don't currently know what these highly reflective areas are. It's suggested that these could be salts. It's also been suggested that these could be potential sites for finding water to create fuel. And I would say that at least some examples of these would need protecting so that we can better understand them. Because if the first people who go there just dig them up and we don't have any examples, that would be a terrible loss of our heritage. And at that point of mentioning heritage, I should say, I, like many of my colleagues on the Earth, use heritage in a very broad way. And it is mainly the way that heritage is used to mean all cultural and natural heritage. And it is a shame that the Artemis Accords, in their use of the word heritage, only consider cultural heritage or historic heritage. And we need to take a much broader view of heritage. And that comes into what was discussed earlier today about the need for interdisciplinary research and working. We need to reach outside, and I hope by my geological coming into this gathering today, we can promote a little bit of that. So to wrap up, because time is ticking on, is this a whimsical endeavour? Celestial bodies at the moment are remote and rarely visited. But this is a period of rapid change. As I've said, we've already seen people flinging cars into space. There's going to be more exploration and potential utilization of resources. And we do need to look ahead to regulate for the future and put in some basic principles to ensure that space environments are protected, whether that is about biology or not. And I would contend that actually the vast majority of what we're trying to protect is abiotic, and therefore the frameworks and the policies and the processes we have on Earth to protect geological heritage are exactly what we need to apply to extraterrestrial places. There's an intergenerational fairness argument as well. Even if we can't visit there ourselves, we're sending robots out at the moment, and we should be looking at what they're doing and being just a little bit cautious of what they're doing. I don't want to in any way prevent scientific exploration. We just need to think about the best way to do it so that when people can visit these places, they too can look at a lovely bit of exogeo heritage. There's also a virtue ethical imperative, that we recognize the value in these places. And I think as I've said, I think there's a potential example already of how to do exogeoconservation on an intergovernmental level through what's happened in Antarctica. So the next steps, I think we need to further develop the exogeoconservation principle, both by its increasing recognition within the geoheritage and geoconservation community within the geological sphere. And it was mentioned a few times this week at what is now the International Association for the Conservation of Geological Heritage. That was great to see that there. And I'm also pleased that it's been picked up by so many people discussing extraterrestrial conservation. I'd be intrigued to have further debates about would it legally work, or is there a slightly better way to do it? And I absolutely endorse what's been said by other speakers on the need for collaboration and working together on this. And on that note, I would just end by saying I would absolutely really enjoy and welcome anyone getting in touch if they have any thoughts on this, if they'd like to work together to develop it further. I think there's much more to be done, but it can't be done by me alone, because we need to get these ideas bouncing around, and that's why it's been such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much for all of your time.
Thank you very much, Jack. That was fantastic. Really, really interesting. And very thought-provoking. We've already got some questions for you. So Billy Kapoor's simple question, thoughts on protecting the night sky. Where does that fit in? I mean, it's not quite geo, but it's, I suppose, some sort of spatial heritage. But do you consider that to be a separate thing, or part of an exo-conservation, but just not necessarily geological?
No, I would totally hoard that within exogeoconservation. I think that's a really important area. Of course, not all of the night sky is the void, and I think there's a really strong imperative on, for example, what we do on the moon. Could it be an argument that if we affect the moon so much that it changes its image that we see from Earth? Bearing in mind that the moon is hugely culturally and religiously significant for large groups of people, we do need to protect the night sky, whether that's the objects in it or the gaps around those objects. I think that is all exogeoconservation, because I think at a simple level, you can't protect the objects if you don't protect the framing of the gaps between them. And so I would absolutely agree that protecting the night sky is part of this. And another example that people might not have thought of, that my co-author Chon mentioned to me the other day, was this concept of zodiacal sunrise, with this kind of column of light that's seen before sunrise. Again, hugely significant, is mentioned in Islamic texts. Some recent work has shown that that is actually sunlight reflecting off dust that has been whipped up from the Martian surface. And that is what we're now seeing on Earth. And there's a question of, for example, looking forward a bit more into the future, if we terraformed Mars and thereby stopped this whipping up of the dust because of the binding of sediment that will occur, we're going to stop that that feature that occurs on Earth. And so, yeah, we definitely need to think about the night sky as well.
Okay, and that actually brings me on to a question I was going to ask you, which I see Keith Abney has also asked a similar question, so we can sort of wrap it up into one. He's saying, I'm not clear on the criteria for geoheritage. Would, e.g., Chernobyl qualified or the Pacific garbage patch? And if I can throw my question into that, because I think it's in the same pot, when does trash become heritage? When you look at parachutes and heat shields of Martian rovers on Mars, I mean, that's just good old-fashioned trash. But presumably in 200 years, it will be heritage. People will pick up there's that picture of the Opportunity heat shield all crumpled up on Mars with springs lying around it. It looks like a complete mess. But presumably when the first explorer comes across that, it'll be a thing of wonder. It'll end up in a Martian museum. And you mentioned historical geosites, for example, the mining areas that in Devon and Cornwall that presumably were a complete mess when those were active mines, but are now geoheritage sites. So when does something, become geoheritage, particularly if it has been unsightly trash or landscape destruction in the past? And where do you draw that line?
I think that's a really difficult question to ask. And I think it's going to be, where you draw that line is going to be a matter of some debate. I'll put some examples out there to kind of stir that debate up a bit. At one end of the example, you've actually got arguments around how we should, is our current geological era a new geological era? Are we in the Anthropocene? And then you get into debates around how you define the Anthropocene. And you need a definition that can be used over geological timescales. And one suggestion has actually been that we define the Anthropocene through the geological occurrence of the ring pull can, because it preserves well, it's trash to us, but in 10 million years' time, finding a ring pull can in a lake deposit may end up being geological heritage. So there is one example. I think you've also got clear examples where it might be trash, but it might be a really important site of geological exploration. There are frankly sites around the world which in and of themselves are not the most important, but an important historical discovery was found there. Or you even have sites that are protected in spite of a large accumulation of trash. And one example of that would be the, people may not know that the pre-Cambrian boundary, the type section of that is on the Burin Peninsula of Newfoundland, and it is right next to the town Tip. And yet it is an internationally recognized geological site. So in short, I don't have the answer of when trash becomes heritage. And I think more learned people than I would be the ones to draw the line on those issues.
I suppose that's very much a cultural thing, isn't it? I mean, there probably is no dividing line as to when the Opportunity heat shield transitions from trash to heritage. I note people taking an interest in images of the old Soviet landers, you know, from the 60s, I think, Mars 2 and 3, that are now, people talk lovingly of them on the internet, of having images of these ancient landers. So even something relatively recently sort of has a slightly different view in people's minds than trash. I wanted to press you on ethics a bit more, dig into that and the basis behind conservation. Many of the things that you've discussed so far are you know, things like scientific value, historical value, aesthetic. These, I suppose, are what fit under what most environmental ethicists would call instrumental values, and that they're useful to people. The value comes from their use to people, whether it's scientific or an aesthetic appreciation. And I wonder what you thought about arguments. I don't know if you come across these arguments, but arguments about intrinsic value. whether these things, I'm not saying necessarily they have value independent of humans. We can go down that rabbit hole if you want to, but whether you think that these things should be protected because they have some intrinsic value independent of their use to human beings, whatever those uses are, or is geoconservation and exogeoconservation purely driven by uses to humans? Even if that's aesthetic use, it's still a use that humans project onto that environment. In other words, I suppose what I'm asking is, if there was an environment in the universe that human beings would never use, and we could be sure that humans would never go there, would that become irrelevant to exogeoconservation, or would you still think about conserving a beautiful site simply for the fact that it exists, even if, as I say, humans would never go there?
I would argue that even if we were to never go there, that there may be good reasons to protect those sites. I think I take it in two parts. I think the first part is, do we want to be the kind of people who smash things up just anyway, or do we think that we actually have a moral obligation to look after some of these places? That, I suppose, that's my first point. I'm not an ethicist by training, though I try and be ethical, and I've done a little bit of work specifically on the conservation of, for example, paleontological sites. The other argument I would say, and it's still biologically related, but not necessarily related to us, is the important, if we just look at Earth, the important relationship that geodiversity has to biodiversity, how it is a regulator of systems, how geodiversity is a big part of various natural processes that would go on whether we were part of it or not. And if we were to kind of look down from above and click our fingers and remove chunks of that, we're going to derail natural processes and cycles. And so to protect geodiversity, be it exo or otherwise, it is to protect those systems and processes that are going on, frankly, whether they underpin biodiversity or not. And if you are biologically inclined, and a lot of people seem to, that's certainly when we do public engagement on geodiversity, we often err towards those biodiversity related links because it's a bit more kind of emotionally compelling to people. We always talk about how natural environments on the Earth, biological environments, are always underpinned by geology. There's always soils. Soils are defined by their rocks underneath, and that controls so much, and you can trace that all the way through to what cultures and communities can and can't do. So that's a bit of a waffly and broad answer.
No, that's interesting. That's interesting. There's a question from Mukesh. Before we go on to that, while you were on that topic, I just wanted to pursue another question. So you talk about this connection between geodiversity and biodiversity, and I suspect that on the Earth, it's a little bit of a binary thing. You've got a geological site, and if it's got some biology there, you look after that as well, or you connect the geodiversity with the biological diversity. What would happen if you came across a geological environment somewhere else that was habitable but had no life in it? So it's a sort of halfway house. It's got some biological interest because life could be introduced, and therefore there could be the potential for the contamination of that site. So it might impose regulations, but there's not actually any life in it. So that's a geo-biodiversity issue that is not encountered on the Earth. And I just wonder where that would fit. Maybe there's not an interesting answer to that. Maybe it would just be, if there's no life, it would just be geodiversity. But I just wondered whether you had any thoughts about that.
Well, I think if you are if you want to start life on a planet, then geodiversity is going to be important, because it's going to be the sort. Geodiversity is not always something that we want to protect. That's why not all of geodiversity is geoheritage. Geodiversity is the source of all our resources on the Earth that we don't grow. And that's a good way to remember it. Everything you use every day, if it wasn't grown, it was mined or quarried. pretty much everything, and therefore you're reliant on geodiversity. So a recognition of exogeodiversity is to recognize the importance of the resources we're going to want to use when we go to other places, and part of that is going to be harnessing minerals to grow things for colonies, to get sustainable sources of oxygen and hydrogen, all of these things. The conflict is going to be where the source of those things is also a site of exogeoheritage, and there's a value in place there. Though it should be said, there are many quarries around the world that only by the digging of the quarry have we discovered that there was value, something important revealed in the cliffs of the quarry. And so there doesn't have to be a conflict between resource extraction and the protection of a site, because sometimes it's only the fact that something's been dug there that we reveal a new feature. So it doesn't have to be a conflict.
That's interesting. And I suppose it has particular application to Mars, because there you've got craters and volcanic systems that should, in theory, have ores in them if you've had long-term circulation of hydrothermal fluids. And yet, because the planet is covered in the ubiquitous layer of red dust, it's actually difficult to know what mineral resources exist on Mars. But in theory, there should be economically interesting minerals in those hydrothermal systems. So there might be a case where you would actually have to start digging around and clearing dust and drilling into things to find resources of value. And then you would have situations where you would have to implement geoconservation in areas that you've already disturbed.
Totally, and that's, you know, that's part of the day-to-day work of geoconservationists here on Earth. The other point to note is that, kind of regardless of whether we find extant life, if we look at Mars, for example, the hunt for ancient life on Mars is going to be a hunt through the geodiversity of Mars, and that is going to be related to, you know, particularly important geological strata or paleo environments. And if you want to know more, do go and read the works of Sean McMahon and others in this area. And so to protect certain sites of significance that we think we might find fossilized Martian life in is to protect exogeoheritage. So all of these things are all linked together. And that's why I think as a process and as a framework, it can include many of the concerns that have been expressed around things we need to protect. I think they can all be brought under the umbrella of exogeoconservation.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll try not to, I must answer someone else's question, otherwise I'll go on for ages. And some other thoughts on that. Anyway, Mukesh is asking, coming from Kenya, I have some experience of geoconservation and biological conservation. You seem to be suggesting that zones of exclusion be created through declaring them sites of heritage, whatever the reason for that heritage. What concerns me is the possibility of territorial expansion, as the United States is doing in the Pacific through declaring very extensive marine parks. With regard to the Antarctic Treaty, the claims of sovereignty by the various nations have still not been denied or withdrawn. The need for national regulation, and particularly the jurisdiction over space objects at extraterrestrial landing sites, creates a territorial mechanism which contradicts and opposes the non-sovereign appropriation principle in the Outer Space Treaty. This is, of course, open to discussion, but I would like to hear your views on this as a research lawyer rather than a practicing lawyer. So as Mukesh being a research lawyer rather than a practicing lawyer.
I would argue that it doesn't need to conflict, because if we, Mukesh is totally right that the territorial claims in Antarctica haven't been rescinded. We're just conveniently not talking about them by virtue of the kind of treaty puts that aside for a bit. But the mechanisms and the processes in the treaty system are what I'm talking about copying. The fact that nations can come together to recognize whether that this space that we're not going to administer as if it's part of our national territory, we're all going to come together and recognize that this is of significance. And then through our own national systems that could be mapped onto the regulations and permitting systems that others have talked about with regard to launching states and all of that, that, you know, if you want to go to one of these sites, we just want to know that you're going to do it sustainably and with due process and consideration to the various important things that we as the world have recognized at that site. And we can see all the time. It was 3 or 4 weeks ago, the UK enacted a small bit of secondary legislation which implemented at a UK level a decision to recognize a new site in Antarctica. And that's the way the system works. And I think that strikes me as a model, not perfect, that we could look at elsewhere, but I would absolutely welcome further debate on this, and please don't hesitate to contact me. I'd love to go into these issues in more depth.
Thank you very much, Jack. It's 2:29, so we should probably stop there. I could go on discussing this for ages. Really interesting subject. Thanks a lot for joining us. Another aspect of liberty in space. And it strikes me with all of these conversations that we're actually, you know, we're talking about lots of things that we sort of do on the Earth, but need modification for space. And one very much gets the feeling over these last 4 days that one is trying to mirror a new civilization and all sorts of thinking from law to conservation, but just in space. And yet we don't really quite understand how to do any of these things. It's like a fuzzy outline of a replicated civilization in space. It's all really, really interesting. Thank you very much again for joining us.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you for all of the meeting. It's been absolutely superb.
Great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Good. Afternoon, everyone, again. And thank you for joining Institutions of Extraterrestrial Liberty, if you maybe just joined. Our next speaker, very pleased to introduce Sheri Wells-Jensen, who's Associate Professor in the Department of English and Coordinator of the Minor in Linguistics at Bowling Green State University in Bowling Green, Ohio. And along with various aspects of issues pertaining to SETI, that's Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, I'm sure that most of you are aware of that, and METI, her research interests include phonetics, Braille, language preservation, teaching English to speakers of other languages, so TESOL, language creation, and disability studies. Her most recent SETI-related presentations were at the International Space Development Conference in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Actually, that's probably old-fashioned now, isn't it? I'm reading, this is 2016, not so far away, not so long ago. And also looking at possible structure of extraterrestrial languages as part of the Communicating Across the Cosmos workshop. That's in 2014, but nevertheless, it still captures the work that she's been doing over the last few years, which is looking at languages and their connection with space and communication with extraterrestrial intelligence. She's also done thinking about human governance in space and the way in which human societies can be constructed in space, and that's partly what she's presenting today. She's going to be talking about embracing the inevitable, how disabled people will work and will live and work in space. So thank you very much, Sheri, for joining us. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Charles. It's lovely to be here. The thing about going sort of last-ish or on the last day is, as I'm looking at my talk here over the last, 24 hours or so, I kept crossing things off like, oh, there's a really smart thing. Oh, someone's already said that. Oh, here's another really good thing I should say. Oh, someone already said that on the first day. So my talk is probably considerably shorter, mercifully, probably. But I've just really benefited over the last couple of days from all the wisdom and the hard work of everybody thinking about these thoughts. If I could, I'm just going to shamelessly start with an advertisement. If you find yourself interested in the issues of disability and living and working and growing just societies in outer space, we are sort of pulling ourselves together, a research group, and we are looking at doing some conferences and other things like that. So if you're interested, throw me an email at some point and I'll put you on our ever expanding mailing list and extract you by zip code and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so let's see. To get started, I think it's really important to begin by saying what this is not. And one of the things that it is not is sort of a plea for justice. I'm all about justice. I think we should really create just societies and we should work to be ethical people. But this argument that I'm making today is a hardcore, pragmatic, practical question of how these settlements, especially as we move away from Earth orbit, how we really are going to survive, and if we're going to survive at all. And it's my belief that if we are going to survive at all, we've got to take the reality of disability in outer space context really very seriously. And this is not an argument also about us being nice to each other. Although I think we should have an ethic of care. I think we should be good to each other. We should love one another. We should strive to get along. But again, this is not an argument about how disabled people are nice and we're not horrible people who will just chuck you out of the airlock if you can no longer work. That's not who we are. I pray that is not who we are, but that is, again, not what this is about. So one of the things I think is really important to do right first off is sort of disambiguate disability from illness. And although chronic illness is a kind of disability, it's useful to untangle some of this. So I live with a cartoonist, so I took the liberty of including some little cartoons here. So this is a little cartoon of a guy. He's having a bad day. I don't know if he was out too late the night before, but he's kind of got some bleary vision. He's struggling to see his little iPad there. He's having trouble working. It's kind of like, I've got a cold. I feel miserable. I'd like the day off. So again, he's not disabled. He's a little bit miserable. He wishes things were better. But he can probably still go to work. He probably should still go to work. And really, the only thing he needs to do is be brave and strong and continue on, right? And as the European Space Agency and NASA and even the private companies work toward putting more human beings in outer space, we are obviously interested in people being healthy and obviously interested in them doing the best they can to do the best work they can and being happy. So if we could do something about, avoiding this guy having his bad day and having his cold, then we probably should. And then things get a little worse for our hero here. Now this is kind of he's starting to struggle to really do his job. So the way his environment is situated in intersection with the way his body is now feeling and behaving and working for him, he really just needs some time off. And so this is one of the questions that we have to struggle with is, what is our healthcare system in outer space going to be like? So human beings are awfully expensive to maintain in outer space. We breathe all the oxygen, we eat, we excrete, it's just a lot to keep human beings alive in space. So when someone cannot work, what is our plan? How much do if we cannot safely evacuate? So you may have the right to leave, but what if you can't leave, right? What if it's 3 or 4 days out, you're on the moon, there's no shuttle, whatever. Or what if you think maybe you're going to get better? So at what point do we evacuate people? At what point do we say, come on, Fred, just hang in, just take 2 weeks off. You'll be okay later. You'll make it. And then unfortunately for our hero here, things get a little bit worse and he gets he's sicker. And now we have to worry about questions of, perhaps now our hero is entering sort of end of life concerns. So what is our philosophy here? What is our approach to people who will grow old or get ill and die as members of communities, intentional communities in outer space? So what is our end of life ethic? How do we care for these people? And what is our philosophy? And again, I hope we're not going to be the kind of people that just chucks you out the airlock if you can no longer work. But at what point do we start applying some kind of cost analysis to human life? And who are we going to keep alive and for how long? So our hero, luckily, he's getting a little bit better. And this is really where things go wrong. And this is maybe one of the most dangerous inflection points for people living and working in outer space. So this guy is no longer critically ill. Hooray, he's recovering. He's doing a lot better. But now he lacks the skills to do his former job. He doesn't know how to do it. The environment is not set up for him. How is he going to find a new place to join the work of the community again? Do we have to retrain this guy? Have we done everything we can for him? So now he's probably very unhappy. And we have to talk about issues of depression and anxiety and hopelessness And just, he's probably thinking about, oh, well, what am I worth? What can I do? Am I still a valuable contributor to my society? And this is where the community and the identity of disability begins to kick in. So this guy is perhaps on his path to no longer thinking of himself as a guy with a bad cold or a guy with a serious illness, but a guy who is recovering, who has a new set of needs and but not yet a new set of skills. So he's kind of at this very difficult inflection point. So if his environment reaches out to him and if his community can embrace him, then he can retake his place or find a new place in the society. And so here he is. Here's our little guy being all groovy and cool, and he's acquired some skills. And now he would identify as a disabled member of the society, and as a full member of the society, he's got a job to do, he's got the skills to do it, and he's got the support to do his job. So this is the ideal. This is how the trajectory might go. But we're not anywhere near even thinking about this being the plan yet. We're still very much, and rightly so, we want to avoid human suffering, right? If I have a choice in my day between having a bad headache and not having a bad headache, I'm going to opt right away for, okay, no headache for me. That's the way I want to be, and that's the way I'll be most effective. But when circumstances change to the point where my identity and my abilities are in a whole different place, then we reach the point at which we have to acknowledge that we have people who have different psychological and physical needs. So you might think, though, okay, really, let's just throw the dice, right? Maybe there's going to be serious disability in outer space, and maybe there's not. So I put together kind of a sorry little risk analysis 4x4, 2x2 here. So either there's going to be disability in space, yes, no, and either we're going to prepare for it or not. And as you can see here, so if there is no disability in space, we could waste some money by preparing for it, right? If there's no serious disability, we could go through and we could, make accommodations, make our vessels and our control systems all accessible and do all these wonderful things. And if nothing ever happens, everybody sort of miraculously never gets sick, no one becomes disabled, what we've done is wasted some money. If there is disability in space and we prepare for it, we're also good, right? Mission success. But if there is significant disability in space and our pilot goes blind and our surgeon loses an arm, or if there's some kind of explosive decompression event and other crucial personnel are no longer able to perform their jobs, and we haven't accounted for that, we've not only betrayed that set of people who trusted us to keep them safe when we launched them into outer space, but our mission has failed. So this is one way to roll the dice, right? Is there going to be disability? Are we going to plan for it? I don't know. Hold your breath, roll the dice. And right now, what we're doing is we're kind of headed toward the unfortunately the lower right segment here. We're kind of working toward the failure part, right? Because we haven't really done much about preparing. We don't know quite what's going on yet, but we just figure, okay, and it's fine. We're just in Earth orbit. We're just it gets bad, just come home. But we can't do that. It's bad, just come home. If in fact we have multiple kinds of colonies and multiple missions to Mars and to the outer planets or to the asteroids where we're going to do some mining, right? People just can't evacuate. We can't care for people that way. So it's worth sort of throwing some more stuff into the mix here, I think. So again, we are trying to mitigate all the bad things that will happen. We want people to be safe. So I just without too much effort, put together a little list of all the things that can and have gone wrong and can go wrong for folk who are just in low Earth orbit, right? We've got everything. I sort of wished I had one that started with Z for the tidiness factor, but we start with anxiety, which I mean, all of these things have happened to some degree or other with a possible we don't know that we've caused, we don't know that we have cancer from a space vessel yet, but you know, people have experienced bone loss, muscle loss, everything, anxiety, depressions, invisible disabilities, all this stuff has happened to people already. So if you figure that, you take the UN stats, roughly, again, throw the dice, pick up random people, 1 out of 5 people on Earth has some kind of disability. And you're thinking about, you have to acknowledge the fact that this is in an environment where we evolved to thrive. So disability happens on Earth where everything is designed. Let me just walk the word designed back. But disability happens on Earth where we are bred, where we were raised, right? Where we have all the oxygen we need, arguably, and we might be wrecking the environment here and there, but this is our home. This is our home, and this is still 1 out of 5 people are disabled. So if we're going to throw these dice in outer space, we have to realize that it's not going to be 1 out of 5 anymore, because space is a disabling environment. It's a harsh environment. It affects us. It affects us emotionally, spiritually, and physically. So whatever numbers we had when I do that first little 2x2 set and thought, well, maybe disability won't happen. Maybe if we're lucky, we're not going to be that lucky. We simply are not going to be that lucky. There's no way that we're going to escape with just a bunch of able-bodied folk in space. But the good news is that accommodating people in accommodating disability, accommodating people with disabilities is not just throwing money at a problem to make disabled people's lives better. So the principle of universal design, which is oddly like freedom engineering, and I'm grateful to have had that noun phrase given to me a couple of days ago by you, Charles. Thank you. I had to rush out and make sure I had read that. The principle of universal design, let's just know the short version of this is that when you accommodate someone with a disability, when you change your environment to make it possible for a disabled person to do their work in a least restrictive environment, you're also making things better for everyone. The classic example is the ramp that allows the wheelchair to go from the parking lot up to the door of the store, and then the door opens automatically, whoosh, and then the wheelchair rolls in. That is not, that's terrific for the person in the wheelchair. It allows them dignified and independent access to that place of commerce, but is also useful for you when you're coming out with your grocery cart, or for you when you're coming out with your stroller, if you're an able-bodied person who happens to be pushing those things. It used to be the case that closed captioning was something that we thought, oh, we should put this on so that folk with hearing impairment could read and follow along with the movie. But now we count on that closed captioning all the time. That's no longer something that we think of as, oh, it's a movie. Can I have closed captioning or not? We're a little bit miffed. I've noticed in my own family, they're a little bit miffed if they can't read captions, because they want to turn the sound down and just watch. And so this thing that used to be kind of oh, let's be kind to disabled people because we're nice folk, became, wait a minute, that's handy and useful for all of us. And so I would like that. I would like that as well. So all of these things that we do strategically to make these jobs accessible to people are also things that make us safer and make our lives more convenient, whether we're disabled or not. And this is the other part of this, is that the disabled population also brings a specific set of skills to any task at hand. And I'm not talking about Daredevil when his like super mega hearing, which I got cheated out of my super mega hearing somewhere along the line. I would like it, but I don't have it as a blind person. But anyway, I don't have that. But what I do have, and what other disabled people do have, is a wicked good set of strategies for solving difficult problems. So if you are a disabled person and you are out in the real world running around and interacting with people every day, you meet access barriers and you have to think, okay, how am I going to manage this? Somebody's parked in the disabled parking spot, and how am I going to swing my wheelchair out? How am I going to get out of my car? How am I going to work around this person? Or this counter is too high, or there is no American Sign Language interpretation at this place of business. How am I going to get my needs met? So you've got a set of on the go, every day, always functioning, always on the tip of your brain. You better be awake strategies for just getting through kind of your average day. And that's exactly the kind of skill set that we need our explorers and our space colonists to have. Because although space can be intensely boring, it can also be really abruptly terrifying, right? So the other example that I like to use, and I always hesitate to use the example a little bit because I don't want to sound like, well, I'll just use it. So we had a fire aboard the Mir, famously, right? There was a fire aboard the Mir space station in the late 90s, and it could have been a terrible, terrible tragedy, right? So the folks were on the space station. All of a sudden, there was an odd noise, and then a fire. And one of the things that they struggled with while they were putting out the fire, if you read the accounts of these things, is they had two simultaneous problems. Problem one was they had some policy issues with where the fire extinguishers were people going to be able to find them quickly, and some policy issues with one fire extinguisher in particular was still bolted to the wall and they couldn't get it off, right? So it's some policy issues. But the other issue that was more pertinent, I think, to our case here is you had sighted people squinting through smoke, trying to see a fire in the darkness, which was in fact concealed by the smoke, trying to aim fire extinguishers. If you had people up there, and again, everybody's glad that everything is fine, right? We're all glad that everything worked out. But the problem could have been sorted out more quickly if the astronauts involved had the skills of a blind person who is used to locating objects in the dark, and who would not have tried squinting through the smoke, but would have gone with the infrared, right? Gone with, where do I feel the heat? I will point my fire extinguisher and I will use both hearing and my sense of where the heat is to point the fire extinguisher more directly at the flame and get the business done more quickly. So again, it's not a set of superhero skills, but it is a set of life skills that makes everyone safer. So we have the combination of the built environment and the policies in place around that built environment, nominally for the convenience and graceful living of the disabled person, but also those facilities and those policies make your entire environment safer and more efficient for everyone. And then you have the added benefit of the people who are used to strategizing like mad, and unexpectedly, when you think you're just going to the doctor's office, or you think you're just going to the store, and all of a sudden you're met with an access barrier, and you have to hurry up and do a thing and figure out a strategy. The other advantage that we have here is that when you get people who are at that fourth stage, that stage of, okay, I am several million miles from home, I can no longer hear, or I can no longer see, or I've lost a limb, or I have some other limitation, or I am now much more anxious than I've ever been before in my life. And these factors are affecting my ability to do my job. Who is going to walk that person through that path, along that path, from a frightened, out of control, desperate person who is far from home to a place where they can be a competent, confident, joyful, productive member of the society? They're going to need guides, and they're going to need guides that are on hand. They're not going to need a guide that is a 20-minute delay on the radio from if they're on Mars, right? They're going to need people on the ground with them that can assist them with that transition. Because if they don't make this transition, they're not only a danger to themselves, but they're also a danger to their community. And they risk the risk the integrity and the success of the mission. If we've got people who become disabled midstream and we have no one to teach them the skills they need and their environment is not accessible, not only do we have an ethical obligation to support those people, but then we've also kind of blown it in terms of our mission. So if we want to, then we could relook at this. We could relook at this little table, and there's obviously, if we still do not, I've got the same kind of 2x2 matrix here with will disability occur? Yes, no. Do we prepare for it? Yes, no. And so again, still, if there is by some wild stretch of the imagination, somehow magically no disability in outer space, there's absolutely no need to do anything, and I can just go home and nobody has to worry about this, right? But I think that that's just not likely. So we have the resultant responsibility and opportunity to step in ahead of time and spend the money that we need, because we will be spending some money, to make all of our space colonies and vehicles accessible. And I'll talk more about what that means in just a second. And as a side benefit, making the whole community safer and making everything more efficient for everyone. Okay, so what do we have to do?
Horizontal separator. Next link.
Some of the stuff is easy as pie, but it's only going to be easy as pie now. It's a lot more expensive, a lot more difficult to do retrofitting than it is to outfit things for accessibility in the first place. So if you build your habitat, for example, all on one level in the first place, then you don't have to go, oh, I am now working in this simulated Mars environment or in this real Mars environment later on, which is on 2 levels, and it's got this little space efficient but unmanageable spiral stairway that leads from the living level down to the laboratory level or whatever, or to the airlock, right? So those things, if you ever been in one of those environments, retrofitting that guy is going to be a ton of work and might not even be possible. And you will end up with things like, oh, we're going to have to carry the disabled person from level to level or hoist them down in some kind of undignified and dangerous sling. And then we would have to talk about the interpersonal effects of having someone who could be a productive, independent member of the community who, because we didn't prepare for that in advance, is now experiencing helplessness where helplessness need not happen. So the upfront accessibility is key here. And so we're starting at a pretty good spot, because although we have, several entities already making space vehicles and planning for space environments, there's not so much that we have to retrofit, right? We haven't even built our moon city yet, right? We haven't even really built our first large scale hotel even in outer space. So we have time, and if we're paying attention, and if we are working with our own best interests in mind, we can start now and put these things in place before we have a whole lot of human tragedy to deal with, right? So there's a couple different places where we need to implement change, or I don't know if you want to call it change, since we haven't even started some of these things. Maybe it's not even change. We just have to design policy, right? So the hardware stuff is pretty easy. We already know, okay, half of the hardware stuff is easy, right? We already know how to design environments that are, for example, wheelchair friendly. And we already know how to put in sufficient extra lighting. We already know how to do many of these things. Some of the things are space specific, and we don't quite know how to do them. And there's that line between, I don't know where to put this example, if it's equipment or hardware, it doesn't matter. But for example, the point about everyone being able to put on their own spacesuit is a really good one. So do we have spacesuits that everyone can put on regardless of their particular disability? Those people have the same right to leave the habitat as anyone else. And this status as a disabled member of the community is not a closed status. Anyone gets to join this club at any time, and you can't know who is going to become disabled or when, right? We just don't know that. So if we want to make sure that our captain can still captain, and our doctor can still doctor, and our pilot can still pilot, we've got to make sure that everything is accessible, right? So, what we've got to do, sorry, the chat is distracting me, I'm sorry. So the other kinds of things that we don't quite have in hand yet. You may all remember it's a good story, it's a good TED Talk, Colonel Chris Hadfield, who was out on the outside of the International Space Station, and he got a bubble of it was soap that was on his visor, and he started to tear up. And you probably have heard the story, right? And he had, kind of a big ball of soap water and tears and soap water formed over one eye, and his eye immediately slammed shut because soap in your eye, right? Very painful, very dangerous. And then it got bigger and bigger. He tells the story with the dramatic flair. He's a great storyteller. He tells the story with such dramatic flair. The bubble gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then crests over the bridge of his nose. And then because of the surface tension of the liquid in the bubble, slides down the other side of the bridge of his nose into his other eye. Bam, both of his eyes slam shut, and he's effectively blind, standing 200 miles above the earth. Outside in one of the most dangerous places that anyone could ever be. So he could have been, and because he's a smart fellow and he kept his wits about him, he was okay, right? But he was helpless standing there. And what we need to do is think about how to mitigate situations like that. The problem was not that he couldn't see. That was bad because he didn't have the skill set. But the problem was that he was encased in a spacesuit, which, I mean, we do the best we can, and we're working on these things, right? But the current technology that we have for spacesuits now doesn't involve a lot of ability to feel with your feet where you're going. You rely a lot on hand-eye coordination to do anything with tools in these spacesuits because you can't really feel what you're doing. It's hard to know if you're even gripping the thing that you're gripping without looking to see that you're gripping it. Right. So there are some levels, especially in the area of spacesuit design, that we have to look at very carefully if we're going to make them accessible. And certainly, I think both Jim and Charles talked about how much of a difficulty it is to get into your spacesuit in the first place, and how that's a situation that takes a couple people, and you've got to do all these different things, and it takes a half hour, and it is a rigorous and physically demanding task to wiggle your body into the spacesuit. And once you've got your body wiggled into the spacesuit, you're effectively in some kind of sensory deprivation situation, right? You don't have any ambient auditory cues, which is, fine when you're outside of the space station, right? There isn't any, obviously, natural auditory information, but you could do some things like some of the new GPS orientation guides that are out there, where if I walk down the street now and I have a set of stereo headphones on, thanks to the miracle that is Google Maps, I can walk down the street and have in my left ear, it say pet store. And in my right ear, it could say coming to 3rd Street. So those properly situated acoustic cues could still be useful to you, even when there are no natural sounds in your environment. It's all about what we prioritize and what we want to make happen. So the hardware, and that line between hardware and equipment, is a tricky one. The other thing that I want to say about equipment is some of that is easy. Right? We're doing a lot of it now. So I'm sitting in front of a fully accessible Macintosh computer. It's got Braille, it's got voice, anything that this Macintosh can do, I can manage it as a blind person. And when things go wrong, it's because developers are not taking those kind of accessibility requirements, which are clearly delineated anywhere you want to look, but they're not taking those seriously. So when there is accessibility problems with computers these days, it's because someone somewhere is not paying attention. So an accessible workstation is no problem. There are I've been thinking a lot about piloting. For example, when you get to Mars and you land, you want your pilot to be able to drive around whether or not he has had visual damage on his way to Mars. And we know that that's one of the things that happens to astronauts now, is they have so far relatively minor, but not always recoverable visual damage due to the effects of microgravity. And we don't have that sorted out. We don't exactly know what causes it, but we know it happens. And we don't know what will happen if we put someone on a trip to Mars, or if we leave them in microgravity for a long extended period of time. And we don't know what the effect of low gravity will do to the visual problems either. Okay, so we have equipment and we have there we go. So we have equipment and we have, sorry, my computer is talking to me. We have equipment and we have hardware stuff. And then we also have policy implications for disability. And a couple of those, there's a couple different aspects of this. First off, there is right now the exclusion of disabled people from most careers that would wind them up in outer space. We do have the European Space Agency, which is now investigating the possibility of a para-astronaut, which they're defining as an astronaut with maybe an amputated foot. So it's a minor thing, but I'm not going to sniff at it. It's a step forward, right? Where some disabled person is being welcomed into in outer space, right? And we need these folks, we need disabled people living and working at outer space to welcome other people there, right? To welcome the newly disabled folk and to ease that transition. So we need in outer space the best people we can get, not the best people who happen to meet a set of arbitrary physiological requirements. We do need to be mindful of things like the basic health of a person's spine and heart and lungs when we're launching people into outer space, until we have something gentler like a space elevator. As long as we're going to blast people off the Earth and make them endure 4 or 5, maybe more G's of acceleration, we have to be mindful that we're not going to, kill them as we launch them into outer space. And the thing is, the last one is free. The last one and the most important thing that we have to do is actually free. And it's a blessing and a curse. The last thing that's really important for us to do is to adjust who we think are our heroes. Who do we think are our brave adventurers? If you look back through the history of sort of exploration on planet Earth, our cultural myth is that these are tough guys. These are big, strong, able-bodied dudes, right? And they are fierce and they go off and they triumph. But if you read their journals, these are people who are often chronically ill, people with headaches, people who got injured along the way, certainly people with undiagnosed and unspecified kinds of invisible disabilities who have already served us as our explorers and our leaders on Earth. But we just don't think of that, right? We think about the right stuff, and the right stuff includes all kinds of unquestioned cultural baggage, which isn't helping us. So if we want our best scientists and our best poets and our best pilots and our best thinkers and our best leaders and our best psychiatrists and our best medical personnel to be in outer space, so that humankind can take all of its blessings and curses with it when it goes out, and hopefully do more of the blessings and less of the cursing, we have to begin the cultural process of rethinking who we are going to allow to represent us in space and who we are going to allow to go there to do this important work. And I will stop there and unshare my fancy slides and look forward to some of your questions.
Thank you very much, Sheri. That was fascinating. We're at 3:10, so I think just a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to have a look at the chat here. So AJ is saying, thank you so much for this presentation. it's also important to remember that there are non-visible disabilities in neurodiverse individuals that will likely require access and accommodations. I guess that's an important aspect, particularly in the space environment. Maybe, we can imagine things like radiation damage, other things that may occur in the space environment that are not immediately visible, but may still encumber people's ability to do certain tasks.
Yeah, and it absolutely, and some of the neurodivergent folk who might be excluded right now from a job as an astronaut might be exactly the ideal people to be in outer space. I mean, we just don't know, right?
Yeah. Billy Kapoor is asking, so early on in your talk, you listed some of the modifications you require as extra costs, and I think you covered this actually in your talk, but they're asking how much of this is easily mitigated by having people with various disabilities on the design teams at the outset. A cabin, so cabin filled with smoke or significant power failures, decompressed space vehicles not having alarms. I'm not sure what that second bit is, but anyway, generally, I think the idea is here that if we design habitats earlier on, if we have people with disabilities on the design teams, can we overcome some of these challenges that you identified?
And unfortunately, it's an access to STEM fields is one of our issues, right? What is the proportion of disabled people who are now getting advanced degrees in STEM fields? It's not as high as it should be. So, I mean, the roots of this problem are deep.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And then Stephen Baxter's also made a point, which I thought was interesting, which is that the connection between some responses to disability and some of these natural space environments. So you're saying my family learned sign language so we could talk to a nephew who's born deaf. It strikes me that sign language, as rich as any spoken language, could be hugely valuable out on the Martian surface when the comms goes down. So quite apart from that specific situation, the idea that some of these methods that we've dealt with to overcome disabilities may actually find new uses in specific situations in the space environment. Do you think that's something?
Absolutely. We're designing, it's a whole nother story, but we are designing a parabolic flight with a crew of disabled folk. And one of the things we're thinking about is, okay, everyone's going to learn some ASL. If we're going to have 2 or 3 deaf folk aboard this crew, everyone has got to be able to communicate the basics. You don't have to be able to be poetic, but you have to be able to say, hi, are you okay? And look out, and a couple basic things like that. Absolutely.
Yes. And I wondered, question for me, I mean, all of this, of course, has implications for the political structures that you create. For example, a welfare state. If someone can't be doing meaningful work, so they either have a disability or they've become ill, clearly you cannot have them in a situation where they fear for whether they can get access to oxygen or food or water in such a restricted environment. So necessarily this implies that we think early on about not just the engineering of the distribution of resources, but also the way in which we distribute. Well, I don't know whether it'll be money in a Martian settlement or how that will work, but however it does work, the political implications for institutions that we create and a sort of rudimentary extraterrestrial welfare state that may grow as time goes on. I mean, how do you think about these situations feeding into the larger political structures?
I think, first off, one of the reasons that the unemployment rate is so high for disabled people is lack of access. So if we work on the environment, if we work on the accommodations, we work on access, then there are very few people who can't do some work, right? If the will is there to find work for a person, and there's going to be a lot of work to do on these colonies, I don't think we'll have as much trouble as we would on Earth with whatever, if you want to call it a welfare state or whatever you want to call it, because it'll be accessible. There'll be a job for you to do.
Yeah. And Mukesh has made a good point here. He's saying the WHO report from 2018, 1 in 7 persons in the world is classified disabled. In the industrialized countries, this is 1 in 3 at retirement age. So he's saying that it's well worth getting involved in thinking about these things, whether you consider yourself disabled or not, opening up new opportunities for the disabled. And I guess a corollary to that point by Mukesh is that once we have particularly large communities or large populations in space, Elvis was talking about some of these 1 million person cities, then what you're going to start to converge in on those sorts of statistics, and then you'll no longer have that sort of selection for people who are not disabled that we associate with the present day astronaut corps. So you necessarily have to have the infrastructure to be able to handle 1 in 7 or 1 in 3 at retirement age.
Yeah, and it is my, I mean, and it is my plan for world domination that this goes back to Earth, right? You can't just all of a sudden have disabled people really having these lives of equality and justice and freedom in outer space, and then eventually disabled people on Earth are going to go, hey, I want me some of that too. So the idea is that this will flow back, just like technology is supposed to, right? It will flow back and affect our culture for how disabled people live and work on Earth.
That's interesting. Okay, so you're using the very extreme environment of space because it's necessary to think about disability more comprehensively and the effects in such an extreme environment that will actually improve our social and technical capacities that will then feed back to the Earth.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Which might be a very nice motivation for sending disabled people into space, to be able to motivate some of these new technical insights that will then feed back to the Earth.
Yes, exactly.
That's a wonderful vision of using space to improve the Earth, not just the environmental projects we normally talk about, but conditions of many humans. Yeah, that's a fantastic place to end. We need to. It's 3:16 now, Sheri, so we'll stop there. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Giving us this perspective. Really fantastic. Thank you. So our next speaker is Ethan Morales from UC Berkeley. Ethan has very wide interests as well. He's a political scientist interested in political implications of emerging technologies. So he's done work on AI, bioengineering, dual-use technology regimes, and a variety of political science topics, including international trade and conflict. But he's recently sort of moved into specializing in space policy, in particular the evolution of international governance regimes for space exploration. And he's been thinking about the development of political institutions in extreme environments. So today he's going to be talking about that latter interest. And as this is suggested by the title of his talk, which is The Law of Mars, the Problem of Violence Mitigation. So thank you very much, Ethan, for joining us. Hand over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. As the introduction said, I'm a political scientist. So in the way that every hammer sees a nail, my focus is really political institutions and their development. So when I turn to space and when I look at space as a new avenue for human development, the thing that I'm thinking about primarily is political institutions. So when we come to a topic like liberty in an extraterrestrial context, I'm thinking not merely about liberty from the ground up, saying, I want liberty because I like liberty, and thus, normatively we need liberty, and this is the type of liberty that we can get. I'm looking kind of reversely, and I'm saying, what institutions are going to develop in a new environment, and what do those institutions allow for? Because something to consider, especially in an extreme context, is that liberty in many cases will exist to the extent it is possible to exist. Because as much as we may want, liberty to fill our normative dreams, we also have to consider that Mars has unique limitations. But those limitations can be resolved through a variety of different institutional designs. And the ones that we choose will have a serious impact on the liberty that is accessible to us. And so I want to kind of talk about that institutional development and try and think about now, here, years before we even step foot on Mars or on anywhere else. I'm using Mars as a kind of case example just because it's popular in the popular imagination. But before we even get there, what do we know about institutional development on Earth, and what can that inform what we're looking at in Mars? So this topic has been covered. I'm going back to kind of familiar ground to some of these other talks, and I'm very aware that I'm going to run over familiar material. I apologize for replication at some points. I've slightly modified my slides to avoid retreading the same ground. So my first slide, I have it in 2 locations. Boom. Okay. Do you still see? Okay, yes. So the first question that I have is, what is different about space? Because if space is the exact same as it is on Earth, if it's just a new locale that looks kind of cooler and has all this cool new technology, then there is not much for me to do, and not much for any of us to do when it comes to political development. Because if it's just a new area of Earth, well, then it kind of just takes the same institutional development and begins it anew somewhere else. Just as if we discovered a new island somewhere on Earth, it is unlikely that that island would be home for completely new political developments. So if we're going to say that space is something new, we have to consider what makes that new. And so there was a book that came out recently, Ages of Globalization, by Jeffrey Sachs, and and this is based on a larger history in political science of focusing on the intersection of institutions, geography, and technology. And these are three major aspects that intersect with each other and shape human societies. And I'm not going to go in depth. I just want that as a background to focus on the little geography element. And so when we talk about geography and how that affects human societies, we tend to think of it more in very kind of niche ways. So we think some areas are better for large scale agriculture, which means that settled societies can form, earlier on, which requires a complex system of arranging and controlling the distribution of resources. Okay, and so that makes sense. And we have work by the anthropologist James Scott, for example, about how in really rural mountainous areas, it can be difficult for states to form at all. And we have whole societies that are forming around avoiding the state in mountainous locations. And so these are how we think about geography usually. But when we go to space, we notice that there has been something that we haven't really been considering in geography, that we only really notice once we step further out and we can see, from this astrological kind of perspective. And that's that there's a baseline element of human geography, which I'm terming the fragility of the system. And what I basically mean is typically referring to the ability to breathe. But it's not just that. It's that human societies have taken for granted that our environments are not inherently fragile. And what I mean by that is that to destroy our environment takes a lot of work. And now we're doing it, to be clear. If we look at climate change, it's doable, but it's a lot harder. And it's not really ever been an option. I mean, with the exception of nuclear weapons and stuff like that, our conflicts have not included the possibility of destroying everything else in the system. So if I rob a store, or if I get into a conflict with the state, or if a state gets in conflict with another state, all of these forms of conflict are able to be targeted in a really direct way. Now, they often spill over, but there's not as much of a risk of just destroying the entire system because the environment is not built in this kind of fragile way. This is where space begins to change things. So space, what is space? Space is death. If you think about it, space is an insanely fragile environment to live in. And so in this case, by the way, for the talk, I'm primarily focusing on space societies that have formed in locations like Mars, but have yet to be terraformed, because terraforming kind of gets rid of my whole thing. So this is a pre-terraforming discussion. In these locations, the people that live there are faced with incredible fragility. So we have situations where if you poke a hole in enough airlocks, everyone in the system dies. If the water reclaiming system breaks, everyone in the colony dies. You poke a hole in the oxygen barrels or oxygen tanks, and everybody starts to die. Now, there's engineering solutions to a lot of these, but at least I feel pretty confident that it can't be engineered away entirely. At a certain point, you'll have a water reclamation system that, as much as you can provide defenses for it, it's never going to be impossible to destroy in the same way that the water system here on Earth is. Like it's functionally impossible to destroy water on Earth. Now, we can make it difficult. We can block up. We can, especially in areas that are very arid, you can cut off access for water supplies. You can cut off sewer networks, and that comes really close to it. But it's just not comparable to the ease in which one could do that in a contained Martian environment, or again, any space environment. And if any of you here have seen The Martian, I'm pretty sure a lot of us probably have. There's that famous opening where it talks about, oh, if the outside pops, I die. If the water reclaimer ends, I die. If the oxygen reclaimer breaks, I die. That's kind of the situation that we're considering here. Now, humans respond to incentives. And I'm not meaning they respond like robots or they respond to every incentive, but incentives shape how they act. And the thing is, when you put people in a really fragile situation like that, the options in front of them open, they expand. And thus the incentives they face also change. And we know from the history of political science on Earth that the way that incentives change shapes how institutions form. And so it's important to think in this new environment, what are the incentives that people are going to face? So this is what I call the problem of violence mitigation. It's very similar. I'm sure many people here are aware of Bostrom's work. The easy nuke scenario, he has a paper called the Vulnerable World Hypothesis, where he describes a scenario called the easy nukes. And it's like, what if on Earth, nukes were easier to make and they could be made by anyone? How would society react to that? And frankly, I'm not going to go into that in particular because it focuses on something entirely different, but that is the Martian environment. People are functionally nuclear weapons. And I'm not meaning in the sense that they can cause giant explosions, but in the sense that they have an easy ability to cause large-scale violence. So on the previous slide, which I'm not going to go back to, one of the things I said that was different about space was in space, it is easier and lower cost to do larger violence. And so it's easier because the physical environment makes it easier, and it's lower cost because there's less barriers to doing so, and larger violence because it affects larger amounts of people. So imagine you were a equivalent of a suicide bomber. In a Martian environment, you would be able to hurt a lot more people because of how interconnected and fragile the system is. And it'd be probably quite a bit easier to do. And so that's the problem, the easy nuke scenario that we have to live with in an extraterrestrial environment. And we have to consider, how does that affect liberty? And that's I know people have spoken about that before, and I'm just trying to add my own little take on it. So the core problem of a pre-terraformation, large population extraterrestrial state was mitigating violence. Hence the title, the problem of violence mitigation. And when I say core problem, I mean that because this is going to be the existential question. So there's going to be a bunch of things that a state has to deal with. It's going to have to deal with land rights, sovereignty. It's going to have to deal with provision of goods. It's going to have to deal with inequality. It's going to have to deal with all the things that we think states have to deal with. But before it can do any of that, it's going to have to make sure that the question of violence is somehow resolved in a way that states in the modern era don't really have to do. Well, obviously we want states to fight crime, preserve justice, whatever you want to say. That's not as existential. I mean, if it got to a large enough point, perhaps, but it's not on a day-to-day that existential. But the thing is, we cannot simply take our solutions on Earth and move them into Mars. That's because force is less usable in space. So we have a certain amount of moral latitude given to modern police officers or soldiers when it comes to the usage of violence. We expect them to use things like proportionality, not that they necessarily do, that they consider risks to innocence, not that they necessarily do. But space shifts those risks in a novel way. So imagine a scenario where we have a police officer that is called to some major incident, and they draw a firearm and they discharge it. Now, on Earth, we would be looking for, is that a morally justified act? But we'd be looking at it primarily in the circumstance of looking at what the perpetrator is doing and their risks versus the need to use a firearm. But in a space environment, we have to consider that all violence has the ability to cascade throughout the system. So when a police officer fires a weapon, it may be viewed as significantly less justified because of the fact that the usage of a firearm in this case could kill everyone in the system. And something goes wrong and it hits an oxygen tank of some sort, pokes a hole in the airlock, everybody's dead. So our moral latitude is shifted, which means force is less usable on a moral level because you affect a lot more people, but it's also less usable on a practical level because when you use force, you're adding this element of chaos, which has a chance, perhaps small in some situations, but a chance of causing the system to collapse. So a gunfight in Mars would not be that good. It's less able to be done simply because a gunfight in Mars would be more likely to kill everybody. And even smaller scale violence has a chance of escalating because physical force misapplied, system collapse. And so we have to consider then, a state has to resolve violence as a problem, but is less able to use force to constrain that violence. It's kind of like this stuck scenario that a state can kind of get into, because typically, at least historically, our response to violence has been, oh, we just got to use violence back. And what do you do when you can't? I also put this thing at the bottom about constraining factors, again, just adding to the novelty of space. We have an isolated population that is contained in an environment that is a built environment, and it's a very fragile environment. So in putting away the side of a state, what do violent conflicts look like? Because here I'm going to try and use game theory, which is something I love, and I use game theory all the time, as a way of modeling strategic interaction. So when you have people fighting in a space environment, as you do arguably on Earth, but more importantly in space, you encounter games of brinkmanship, which means as you go back and forth, it doesn't have to be the same. It could be entities like gangs or states or any form of organized violence. You get this game of brinkmanship, meaning that as you fight, you might have an incentive to escalate in order to win the fight. And the person that will win is the person that is most resolute, meaning that they're the person that's going to take the most risks. They're the one that's going to escalate the most. They're not going to back down, because the person that backs down loses. And in a space environment, that's especially important, because you can imagine a conflict as it escalates. People are going to get more and more afraid, in the same way that states fighting may get more and more afraid of using nuclear weapons. They're going to get more and more afraid that as they go, nuclear war might happen and they all might die. In this case, we're talking about smaller scale fights. As they fight, they might become afraid that they're going to, something's going to happen and the system is going to collapse. And so I call this the tyranny of the resolute. In a space environment, the people that are going to have functional power are those that are willing to risk the most. But what if that resolution point that needed to win is beyond a system's survival point, meaning they will be resolute to the point at which the risks they are assuming cause collapse. That's not very good. This might actually create some stability, though. One can think of a political system where if someone escalates or breaks the laws to a certain extent, everyone in the system dies. That creates a pretty good incentive. Thinking about incentives, that creates a pretty good incentive to follow the law. But the problem is that there's always going to be what I call violent outliers, people that are not dissuaded in the same way. And as we know from game theory, people interpret risks in very different ways. And so we can't just trust on the system, this kind of mutually assured destruction to exist between every single individual and every single conflict everywhere. Because at some point the system's going to break down, and that sucks. So there's a constant risk of collapse. If an individual act of violence causes failure throughout the system, so some fight goes wrong and an airlock is broken, or if violence cycles to the point of systemic failure. And so cycling is very common dynamic in normal violence. There's a very good statistic out there that one shooting causes a huge number of additional shootings and retaliations, and you can trace down to one original starting point. And so that risk is very constant. I'm going to skip this liberty of ancients part because other people have spoken about privacy in much more detail than I will here. But we have to start considering then what's the state's role and how does this affect liberty? So the traditional definition of the state talks about monopoly on legitimate force or legitimate violence. Depends on who you're talking to. And because this has been modified over time from its original postulation. But what happens when physical force is less usable? How do we define a state? Well, in an extraterrestrial environment, there are also two new loci of power that a state can use to enforce. And those are what I call production and protection. So protection basically refers to the outside interlocking external protections, the walls, the airlocks, etc. Now, it is with all of these things, it's possible to be divided among multiple units. But one can imagine that you would want something like a state that controls all of the external to avoid any problems of failure for them to interact or some sort of logistical collective action problem. And so this external protection is one of the functions of the state in an extraterrestrial environment that doesn't really exist on Earth. There's not really an analog. And this includes the ability to not provide protection selectively. And so this is something that could be weaponized by a state as opposed to standard physical force. It's functionally physical force, but it doesn't contain the same inherent elements of risk depending on how you use it. And the other is production, which is the control of production of essential goods. Now, some of this stuff cannot be monopolized by a state, like standard production of Coca-Cola, not cocaine. That probably cannot be monopolized by a state. But as you go down the list, there are things that can be more monopolized by a state to things that can be less monopolized. So air is something that, again, a state may want to monopolize, because if you have an oxygen reclamation system throughout the entire colony, that has to operate throughout the entire colony. It wouldn't make much sense. You'd be much less efficient if we had an oxygen reclamation system covering a fourth and a completely different one for the rest, because oxygen moves completely freely. Water is similar as well. If we're drawing water from everywhere in the colony, that's something, again, where you might want some kind of interconnection. And then finally get to stuff like food, which probably can be completely privatized without issue. So these are areas that a state has to control that they don't have to control on Earth. So here we're changing the definition of a state, because in this case, these are things that a state does have to control, like air. Air is something a state in an extraterrestrial environment has a need to control, because, or not necessarily like has a need to, but there will be something equivalent to a state because of the fact that it goes throughout the entire colony and is completely interconnected. And that's kind of the things that a state is meant for. And also, I apologize if you guys hear rain. It started raining really heavily outside. As opposed to standard force, these type of elements could be weaponized, which may seem cruel or immoral, but outside our own historical context, so too does the usage of force. And so in this case, if they can't use force directly, are they able to contain violence through the non-provision of certain essential goods? That's an option a state might have to it. And a thing to consider is that even if we limit the importance of any of these, it simply raises the importance of the other. So let's say we try and eliminate the importance of protection from the outside environment from the state by building really deep underground. Well, that simply raises the importance of production of goods. As one becomes more difficult or less important, the other becomes even more so. Who controls the air becomes, much more important in that scenario. So a state probably, by definition, or a state equivalent, I'm meaning just some kind of governance authority, should aim to control these elements. Primarily because also if this is split between a state with one kind of organization controlling the interlocking and expansion of the external controls, and another is controlling production, possibly one is controlling oxygen, one is controlling air or water, that becomes a lot more difficult and the risk of conflict begins to escalate. So again, in order to try and tap down on that, to mitigate violence, we're going to try and want that kind of centralization around a state. And something that we can consider about when we're looking on the large scale is stability. And it's kind of like the metric that I use for comparing systems is after, let's say, 100 years, and you're looking at hundreds of different colonies on the surface of Mars, how many colonies of a given system survive? So over a long enough period of time, how is the survival rate of a colony affected? Because if you think about it, all colonies have a certain baseline risk of collapse from natural causes. There's a certain number, we'll never know it, of technological failure or just, getting hit by an unfortunately placed space rock. Then we can talk about the problem of violence mitigation, which adds an additional risk. You have this baseline natural risk, and then you have the risk from human action. And we can judge institutions by how effectively they manage that additional risk. And that can inform what institutions we should adopt. And so when we're talking about violence in particular, I think of three ways in which they could collapse, which require their own kind of answers. One is dissent. So what if political conflict escalates to the point of violence? I mean, in that scenario, it's kind of hard to tell whose side that would land on in the liberty versus autocracy debate. So on one hand, a political system where the people have functionally nuclear weapons might be very useful at constraining the state. And vice versa, a state which has the ability to just kill its own citizens very easily or to restrict oxygen might be, a lot more authoritarian than we can imagine here on Earth. And the question is, if the sides have misjudged and there's no way to solve the conflict, political conflict can cause escalating tyranny of the resolute type conflicts. Everyone dies. So the solution is the need for an institutional process in order to resolve violence. There needs to be a respected and legitimate method of resolving political disputes between the people and the state that is not violence, and has to be legitimate because people have to choose to go to that as opposed to violence. The state can't say you have to use this. People have to opt in because we want them to be involved and not use violence. Another way to collapse is from criminal action. So if we have, some form of normal criminal violence, as we might expect once society gets to a large enough point, if the state is unable to coerce that to a certain extent, eventually something might go wrong and everything goes bad. And I kind of talked about that before with these controls of protection and production. These are the things that the state needs to maintain control over, both to protect against society collapsing, but also potentially to weaponize to coerce. And finally, a problem of provision. If the state is unable to provide protection or production. These are kind of related to these abstract concepts of state design, which is the state, rule of law, and accountability. State being a functioning bureaucratic apparatus in order to run and administer the state. Rule of law referring to the application of laws evenly across society, affecting the rich and the poor, the elite and the non-elite equally, and accountability being a method of connecting people to the state, and the state having to be responsible to the people below. And so I kind of put this little Venn diagram together, each of these concepts, showing that if you have just one of these, you have unique collapse risk. And because of time, I'm not going to go into them. But for example, let's say that you have a functioning state apparatus. That is, in this case, remember defining state as focusing on this protection and production. So we have a state that is able to provide air and water, and we have a state that's able to control an external environment. But if we just have that and nothing else, then we still have the risk of politically caused collapse, and we still have the risk of criminal violence escalating. So that's not enough. If we have the state and a system of rule of law, then we have less concern about the criminal element, but we don't really have a functioning political addition. So as you can see, you kind of need these three elements in order to survive in space. And that's not, we need these three elements because it'd be nice, as it is on Earth. We need these to survive. So these are kind of essential components to survive in space. And so just finishing up, because I've got a few, I realize I'm running over time. I'm going to skip a lot of this front part and basically say is that certain types of institutions are more likely to survive than others, simply because of what I just said in that previous slide. That if you're missing some elements or if you're missing some important aspect, you're just more likely to collapse at some point. That doesn't mean you'll die instantly. It just means if you go over 100, 200 years of inhabitants, eventually we should expect that more colonies with certain elements survive compared without. And so there are these kind of these steady states in institutional design that are safer to exist in. And the primary survival strategy of a colony should be moving towards those kind of survival points. And so this, I'm going to skip basically all this slide because I overplanned a little bit. But in my mind, there are two major steady states. One is complete totalitarianism. Totalitarianism in space has the potential to be significantly more complete than on Earth, but that also provides a possibility of stability. Now, that's very bad. That's not a good thing because we don't want these colonies to be stable. But if you have complete control, you're able to avoid most of these problems that I spoke about. The alternative is what I'm calling an advanced democracy, which political scientists will debate forever what democracy means. So I don't mean to add a controversy, but some form of advanced balance of the state, rule of law, and accountability. And the alternatives to that are unstable. Autocracies are unstable because it inspires people to revolt, but they don't have enough power to tamp that down. So they're going to want to probably move more towards totalitarianism because that might be more feasible for the political elites to do so. Meanwhile, weak democracies may not have super effective tools for resolving political debates, and they're going to probably want to advance their democracy. And so kind of the point that the modern implication of that is where we start matters. So what kind of institutions we design at the very beginning have a real impact, because that's going to affect the direction in which people want to travel in order to move to a more stable system. If we start out democratic, there's an incentive to become more democratic and thus more stable. Vice versa, if the system is very authoritarian, there's an incentive to become more authoritarian to avoid collapse risks. And as someone that very much believes in democracy, that implies that we need to make sure that the system is democratic at start. And I'm running out of time, but basically the final thing is the founding formulations matter a lot. And the problem is that as populations grow and as generations pass and we have people born on Mars, we can't really write a constitution in advance, but we have to plan for that type of change. And so that's going to be one of the key focus. And I have a solution, but I'm not going to talk about it right now because of time. So I'll end there. I realize I came close to the end.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ethan. That's really interesting. We do still have our sort of 15-minute buffer till 4, so we can answer some questions. I'm just looking in the questions here. Itamar is asking, with 1 to 5% of the population being psychopathic, sociopathic, and no objective tests available to diagnose all these people, how are you going to avoid having people on your settlement spaceship who are not dissuaded by mutually assured destruction?
Yeah, so I think that's the problem that space colonies are going to have to respond to. So that's kind of what I was terming violent outliers, in the sense that there are going to be people that will not be dissuaded by that sort of thing. And that's kind of why I don't know if that's ever going to be fully resolved on one element. But I think at a certain point that requires incredibly strong state control over production of essential goods and protection against the external environment in order to mitigate the avenues that someone that has no real sense of deterrence has for destroying the state. And I don't have a perfect solution on this element. And so that's not something that can really be fully resolved. But I think the focus of a state should be, to the greatest extent possible, mitigating that risk. And that probably should possibly come first. And so we might want to consider about possibly building colonies significantly deep underground or something along those lines, so we eliminate the threat from someone destroying airlocks or something along those lines, which might not be considered in the early planning phases, because that's not something you may want to consider. But you have to plan around the concept that 10,000, not 10,000 years, when we get to 10,000 or 100,000 people, we're going to have some people that cannot be deterred. And so, and that's also at the point where normally we would respond to such people with, I think possibly, and this is one thing I didn't talk about here, was that privacy as a concept is probably going to be less available in space than it is on Earth, as much as it is a human right. But because we constantly have this population that can do much more damage, but at a lot lower cost, it's possible that our norms around privacy have to dramatically decline, which is very unfortunate, and it would make me not want to live in space. But it may be required in some instances before we can get to a state where we have full control over protection or production. But so I guess that would be my answer. I tried to avoid the privacy because previous people spoke about it already, but that limiting privacy may end up being a requirement.
Yeah. Okay, and that sort of follows on to a new question, which is from Billy Kapoor, who's saying, to what extent can culture solve these things? In the Pacific, societies had to learn to manage these problems in non-violent ways with pretty high system risks. One person could break all the life support systems on a small island or boat. So yeah, I suppose that's the question about how do you instantiate a culture into a society where people understand these risks and they're not inclined to say violent disobedience that threatens everyone.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of that is going to be generational change and population change. When we have people that are growing up in a space environment, they're going to be more attuned to those risks. And something I'm more concerned about is early on, when we're first settling a lot of these environments, we're going to have people that are not considering the further extent of this. And so they're designing systems like they might in the military, which is very commonly how space missions are planned. And they have like a military type culture that might not mesh over very effectively when we have people born on Mars with this environment, and the military style of government may lead to really deep totalitarianism, which I assume none of us here want, and would be far worse than we might experience here on Earth. So I think it's important to build kind of a democratic culture early on, because that's what's going to develop. And so we need so one of the reasons why I think democracy, like an advanced democracy, is more stable than almost any other system in a space environment, is that we need to have a built-in democratic culture where people turn to institutional processes to resolve conflicts no matter what. And we have a decent version of that in the US and the UK and in other countries, but it's not complete. Unfortunately, in Mars, it has to be complete. And I think the mutually assured destruction element is going to add to that for sure. It's going to add that additional pressure. And then a small element of that has to be coercion for those that can't be deterred, as the previous question asked. But that culture is important. I don't know enough about the Pacific context, though, historically, to comment specifically.
Is there not an inwrought problem in extraterrestrial settlements that for many problems, there just may not be time for democratic deliberation, particularly when you face problems with, say, the oxygen production? And not only may there not be a lot of time, there may be a good excuse not to spend time doing democratic deliberation from the authorities. Oh, we had to act, or otherwise there was going to be depressurization. Sorry about that. We'll talk to you next time that happens. So there's a tendency to, act now, discuss it later, sort of thing. And that may become, again, also sort of instantiated into the culture of the way things are run, such that people get used to it. So there's always a tendency to move away from democratic deliberation, and an opportunity to move away from it in the interest of safety.
Yeah, that's going to be a major concern, because it's precisely that. There are tendencies towards centralization. There are tendencies towards authoritarianism. And those are going to be major factors that we have to consider. And that's why I think also there's where you are really matters where you go, because which type of culture develop affects further developments down the chain. And so the question is, I think that matters more at the beginning of a colony. When you have a colony that is, sufficiently developed to the point that immediate risks, there may be room for a kind of executive discretion for things like responding immediately to oxygen, but I don't know if that's going to go to a full crisis level of control in fully developed colonies. But when we're talking about early colonies, that's going to matter a lot more, not just for crises of oxygen, but for basically anything. That's going to be the response. Let's quickly do it quickly. And so one thing that I put as a potential solution here that I was thinking about is, I think you possibly, and this is stealing from the imagery of the space race, you might need something like a multi-stage constitutional design, kind of like a multi-stage rocket that kind of breaks apart as it goes up and reveals the smaller rockets within it. And what I mean by that is you might need a different governance model at the beginning of the colony versus later. And as populations increase and generations grow, certain institutional processes have to be unlocked. And the reason why you have that kind of written out in advance is that in so doing, it makes it harder for these people that are tended towards authoritarianism to find a justification to move around it, because it's written into law. And so it's hard for them to just ignore it. And so it's something like that is in mind, that you need some way of navigating between a very authoritarian starting point where you need to act quickly into a developed society where that need may be less pressing.
Martin Elvis is asking, both protection and production seem hard to apply to individuals. And I guess the point there is that you're saying the traditional view of the state is having a monopoly on force, which of course you can apply to an individual through a police force. But it's difficult to, if production of oxygen, for example, becomes a lever of state power, or protection, the borders of the habitat, that's difficult to apply to individuals. So how does the state exert its force over specific individuals rather than the whole settlement?
So the unfortunate answer that I have is that it may be harder to do so. And I don't know if there's fully is that much of a solution. I think it depends, on the action that is at question here. So if we're talking about deep in the internal colony, someone gets into a fist fight, there's absolutely going to be a role for standard law enforcement, because that's going to be needed for cases in which violence is low. we probably don't want them armed. I'd say we certainly don't want them armed. And we want them to have a much lower room to act, a smaller space, because of the effect that violence can have on other people. But when it comes to these really extreme acts, it can be, I'm not fully sure I have that much of a solution on how to effectively, because a police officer may not be able to act very much on an individual in the same way without putting the risk that that individual themselves is creating out into the rest of the system. So if you have someone that somehow has a firearm, maybe they smuggled it in, if you use a firearm against them, you're adding that same risk that they are adding to the system. So it becomes a lot harder. I think at a certain point, you would have to use something like production. I think you could evacuate an area and then begin removing oxygen as an alternative to shooting them, which seems to me really cruel, but I also don't know if it's more cruel than just shooting someone. They both end up dead. I think it's really, that's a really tough question. I think it is possible to apply on an individual level if steps are taken, but it's just hard to do so. It's hard to selectively remove oxygen from an area. It's hard to selectively deny protection of the airlocks. But I also think normal police can solve most problems, and it becomes to the level of large-scale conflict that we start to see the control of production or protection really mattering.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier on the fact that oxygen would tend to be centralized, but I wonder whether that's really necessary, because you can still have oxygen being produced from a number of sources. If you imagine an oxygen machine, let's imagine sort of 5 oxygen machines throughout the settlement, all of which individually are capable of providing oxygen for the entire settlement. And they're connected into the common distribution network, or they're just flooding oxygen into the habitat, literally into the physical spaces. Then surely that's a way in which you can reduce the ease with which a central authority can control oxygen, because there's a huge level of redundancy, not just in the number of machines, but in the capacity for production of those individual machines as well.
I completely agree. And I think that's something I've read that you've written on before. I think the idea of having additional redundancies that are unrelated to technical need is incredibly important. And I think at a certain point, there will be some role for a state. I think if you have a centralized distribution network, who controls that and who can selectively deny the distribution network, I think will end up being an important thing to be discussed collectively. And so when I say state, I don't mean necessarily government. I mean something that operates in the same fashion as a state. So we're talking about an entity that has arisen to have some kind of final arbitration over some form of dispute. So if we have a centralized distribution network that interconnects, at some point we need some way of resolving, and we have multiple different units that all control oxygen. We need to have some way of resolving some inter dispute. And let's say we don't need that. If they're all owned by the same producer, we still functionally have a state. And if they're all owned by separate producers, which is probably the best way to avoid authoritarianism, is having separate redundant oxygen systems controlled by different elements of society, I think at a certain point, you just have a bunch of little mini states functionally, because you have, if they are not fully interconnected and they have a level of localized control, that's a bunch of different independent power bases. And I think that's actually probably one of the best solutions, is to make sure you have a bunch of little mini power bases spread throughout the system. Of course, you don't want them to selectively deny it in the local area and close off access to the centralized distribution network, which is possible if there's no overarching authority for the centralized distribution network. So that's additionally a concern. Again, a lot of these questions I don't think you can ever fully resolve.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much, Ethan. I was looking at time. I've got a minute for the next talk, so we better stop there. That's really great. Thank you very much for coming along and contributing your talk. It's excellent. Thank you. So our next speaker is David Colby Reed, who's a designer, educator, and technologist. And he's co-founder of FUSA, the Service Design and Strategy Practice. And in 2020, co-founder of the Space Governance Collaborative based at MIT. So he's designed public services for the city of New York, storytelling experiences for the Kigali Genocide Memorial, governance principles for artificial intelligence systems and financial instruments to advance economic security. He's a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, former officer of the Manhattan Community Board 6, past trustee of the Awesome Foundation, and a lecturer at the Parsons School of Design. So he studied cognitive science at Harvard, public policy at NYU, and a system design at MIT, and is currently pursuing a PhD at the MIT Media Lab. And so obviously bringing all those different ideas together also to think about the future of space societies and space governance. So today he's going to talk to us on Hidden Futures, Designing for Democratic Equality in Future Space Societies. Thank you very much, David, for joining us, and over to you.
Well, thank you for the intro, and thanks for the platform, and also to everyone else, thanks for the discussions, thoughts, and yeah, I think I can say without being presumptuous, future collaborations too. I suspect there'll be more of this coming out of this gathering. I'm also keenly aware that I'm going toward the end of the 4th day of this conference, so if anyone wants to take a moment to stretch and take a deep breath, I am right there with you. Let's see, I want to use this talk to ask whether democratic social relations are possible in outer space, and in so doing, I'd like to offer at least a partial reframing of some of the questions that we've been discussing around extraterrestrial liberty. Hopefully the implications of that reframing will be clearer toward the end of my remarks. I also just want to note, as Sheri was saying earlier, there are a couple of points that have been anticipated by other speakers, so I'll try to gloss over those. But yeah, just it's a sign that I guess we're all on similar wavelengths. So this is an introduction to me, which we don't need. This is a quotation that we don't need, so sorry, I'm just going to skip this in the interest of time, and skip that, and skip my research group to talk about the big question, or maybe the cocktail party version of one of my big questions. It's, how do you quit your job when you work in space? You can't just walk out, as we've been saying earlier. And so this implies questions about what obligations we owe to one another if we aspire to some standard of justice in future space society. I want to ask, like, how we might avoid some of the asymmetries of authority, standing, and esteem that translate into social hierarchies in a space context. And I also want to suggest maybe a basis for making claims on one another as future spacefaring humans. And to do so, I want to start with an analogy. I want to ask, like, how might we have considered private automobile ownership at the start of the 20th century, knowing what we know now? Because I'm going to talk about speculative space stuff, like 100-year plus time horizons in the future. But to do so, I think it's often, when contemplating futures, it's often helpful to contemplate the past. So let's consider private automobile ownership. I've got a quotation on the screen here and from Samuel Schwartz from his book on driverless cars. But he writes that, as I travel back in my mind to Simon Morley's New York City of the 1880s, I imagine myself talking to a pedestrian and explaining to him that within 20 years, we would shine a light in his face and he would stop, that he would hug buildings while he walked, and that he'd only cross at corners where the government said it was okay to proceed. If he failed to comply, he'd be charged with a criminal violation and be subject to arrest. The pedestrian from the 1880s would laugh at me and say that no sane society would allow that to happen. It would be inconceivable. We are, of course, living in Simon Morley's preposterous future. Personal automobiles have reshaped patterns of behavior, relations between people, the layout and use of our spaces, patterns of life, causes of death. They've reshaped social institutions, like in the United States, we have a Fourth Amendment of the Constitution concerning unreasonable search and seizure. And the Fourth Amendment has been completely rewritten and reread in light of the automobile. There's a law professor, Sarah Seo, who has written a book about this that actually, I'm struggling to remember the name of the book right now, but she traces the evolution of Fourth Amendment jurisprudence in light of this, private 2-ton instrument on public roads that influences public safety and requires a police force to manage. So all of this is to suggest that technologies have the potential to alter the pulse of daily life beyond recognition. I have some further examples there. Oh, actually, here's a quote from Saraseo, right? Like, sane, upstanding pedestrians didn't murder one another as they ran errands around town. Sane, upstanding drivers did, or might at any moment, and thus required a new form of policing. So Seo asks, how could a democratic society founded on self-governance depend on police governance and still be free? So that's another thing we might take from the consideration of the automobile example. We change our legal institutions and understandings as well. A quick note on the technologies that end up influencing and interacting with legal and social structures. Electric cars were developed slightly before internal combustion autos, and yet they were considerably more expensive. Consequently, manufacturers sought to introduce them as a sort of a shared transportation option, a century before Uber, Lyft, and all the rest. As it happens, a pricing collusion scandal ended up like tarnishing the reputation of electric vehicles, but you had a different ownership structure that might have implied different usage, rather than like the Model T vision of a car in every driveway, chicken in every pot kind of thing. And we have a quotation here from a planning professor at MIT. In some US cities, parking lots cover more than 1/3 of the land area, becoming the single most salient landscape feature of our built environment. So this is a shout out to McLuhan and others who have stated that, we shape our tools and thereafter our tools shape us, right? We can skip that example. But what can we distill from this experience? It suggests that the features of a technology, in this case, the cost, the technology itself was electric versus internal combustion, drove patterns of usage and ownership. This is the private versus shared model of automobiles. And so we can think about this question more abstractly as like, well, how do the features of a technology or an environment drive patterns of usage or means of interacting with a particular place? So how might these experiences help us think about space? Well, let's think about features of space environments, right? There is no single space environment, obviously, but we can say that space is big, it's lethal, absent technological mediation. And we can also say that space is like abundant with materials that can be processed as inputs to survival, transportation, and economic activity. For the foreseeable future, humans in space will require technological mediation. Sound will be heard via microphones and speakers and will thus be subject to always-on recording. Air pressure and content will be monitored and adjusted by artificially intelligent agents. Cosmic radiation will be managed by routines, structures, and garments that insulate humans from their external environments by controlling their movements. I want to suggest that the features of the space environment, again, in quotes here, will require that human life and work in space be mediated by capital-intensive technologies. And at the dawn of the new space era, much of these technologies will be designed and deployed by profit-seeking companies. Thus, the conditions are ripe for what philosopher Elizabeth Anderson calls private government. What is private government? Anderson writes that you are subject to private government whenever you are subordinate to authorities who can order you around and sanction you for not complying over some domain of your life, and that the authorities treat it as none of your business across a wide range of cases, what orders it issues or why it sanctions you. She writes that private government is government that has arbitrary, unaccountable power over those it governs. And we can recognize a private government by looking at the subject of that government. A government is private with respect to a subject if it can issue orders backed by sanctions to that subject in some domain of that subject's life, and that subject has no say in how the government operates and no standing to demand that their interests be taken into account in the decisions made by that government. Now, note here that like government, it necessarily is not a state. The way Anderson uses government, I think, is instructive. We can think about government as existing in the home. We can think about government as existing in the workplace because it is a system of rules that governs behavior, right? Like just in the, old-timey, 19th century sense of being raised by a governess, right? Like there's a nanny kind of figure who establishes rules in the home, right? Like that government is not necessarily just a property of a state. And I think that's an important thing to consider because it helps us understand the dynamics of the situations that we're dealing with here. And I want to suggest that on our present trajectory, future human habitations, occupations, and economies in space will be organized as private governments because the corporations and wealthy individuals who will finance those endeavors will determine the system of objectives, rules, and sanctions that govern them. The lethality of the space environment will restrict the exit options of those to whom these future governments are private and will necessitate hierarchies of authority to produce the substrates of life. Authoritarian social relations would appear to be the likeliest arrangement, where it's difficult for a free society of equals to take root in a context in which surveillance is total, government is private, and non-compliance with authorities is lethal. So I want to talk about standing for a moment too, because I want to talk about standing in the context of Earth environments. We can look to our present in Earth to understand what really private government is and how it operates. Private government in space will likely yield differentials in standing and esteem, and so the preferences of some will trump the needs of others. Hierarchies of standing arise when some people's interests are taken into account in greater measure than the interest of some other group of people. We see this in contemporary service work, and here we have a quotation on the screen from Emily Gondelsberger, who worked in an Amazon warehouse or fulfillment center. But she writes that the scan gun I used to do my job was also my personal digital manager. Every single thing I did was monitored and timed. After I completed a task, the scan gun not only immediately gave me a new one, but also started counting down the seconds I had left to do it. In the service sectors and other rungs of like, I'll call it lower status or lower income employment, you see other illustrations of this differential in standing. Anderson writes that among restaurant workers, 90% report being subject to sexual harassment. A recent study of workers in the poultry industry found that the vast majority were not allowed adequate bathroom breaks. Many are forced to wear diapers. A recent study based on a survey of managers and employees estimates that about 7 million workers in the US have been pressured by their bosses to favor some political candidate or issue by threats of job loss, wage cuts, or plant closure. Employers unilaterally determine work schedules with no employee input for half of all early career employees. The result, including unpredictable schedules, fluctuating and short notice on call, split shift work, where employees are sent home and called back in the same day, wreak havoc with the private lives of workers. They can't arrange childcare, they can't clear their schedules to take college classes or take on a second job needed to cover necessary expenses, and are left with unpaid junk time on their hands in the middle of the workday, often hours from home, and with no opportunity to spend it with friends and family. So this is an example of differential standing. These are all, examples of differential standing. But it's not just a phenomenon of low wage or unskilled labor. And I think we can look to the example of NASA's Skylab 4 mission to illustrate how disparities of standing, authority, and esteem can endanger both missions and crew well-being. So Skylab 4 mission that, it was actually the final mission for Skylab. It was an orbiting research station launched by NASA between the Apollo and Space Shuttle eras. And at 84 days in 1973 to 74, was the longest running mission in crewed spaceflight history to that point in time. Due to malfunctions and damaged spacecraft, NASA needed to compensate for lost time during this mission. So each of the 84 days had 16 hours of work time budgeted for the 3 astronauts that were running it. According to an oral history provided by mission commander Gerald P. Carr in 2000, the astronauts began falling behind on their experimental work almost immediately due to the last-minute inclusion of several experiments and crew illness attributed to acclimating to microgravity. After setting up all of the equipment necessary to perform the mission's planned experiments, Carr explained, and here's where I'm quoting from Carr here, that's when the schedule caught up with us. We found that we had allowed ourselves to be scheduled, and the schedule is so dense that if you missed something, or if you made a mistake and had to go back and do it again, or if you were slow in doing something, you'd end up racing the clock and making mistakes, screwing up an experiment or not doing a procedure correctly. Let's see, he describes the frustration and kind of humiliation that the crew felt. We found that it was almost to the point where we had to schedule a time when you could go to the bathroom. It was that tightly scheduled. At night, we would have dinner and we would go right back to the experiments, and we'd work till probably 9 o'clock at night. Then it would be time to wind down and go to bed. So at 10 o'clock, we were supposed to be in bed, but none of us were ready to sleep yet because we still had things to pick up and put away, and our minds were still moving too fast to rest. We weren't getting the right kind of leisure time that would allow us to do the right kind of job. So this kind of differential standing is not just a property that adheres to, like, again, low wage or low skilled labor. Moreover, we're not thinking about governance in the design of spacecraft and habitations. On the screen now, I've got a job posting for an orbital habitat formulation lead from Blue Origin. And this looks like such a cool job. I really mean that. And I've highlighted a bit of it here that reads, as Blue Origin's formulation lead for the orbital habitat product line, you will lead development of technical concepts, product strategies, business cases, customer relationships, market shaping outreach, industrial partnerships, implementation approaches, and supply chain. And it goes on, but it doesn't consider the governance and social relations implications of living and working in space. It doesn't anticipate, consequently, all the skills necessary for building democratic social relations into orbital habitations. I've now got an excerpt from SpaceX's Starlink constellation terms of service. Some eagle-eyed observer on the internet spotted this in Clause 9 on governing laws. Some of you are probably familiar with this already, but this provision in the Starlink terms of service stipulates that in the cislunar sphere, Starlink will be governed by the laws of the state of California. But quoting now, the parties recognize Mars as a free planet and that no Earth-based government has authority or sovereignty over Martian activities. Accordingly, disputes will be settled through self-governing principles established in good faith at the time of Martian settlement. So, I know this is non-binding, wouldn't hold up in a court of law, assuming that a case were brought and jurisdiction could be enforced, but, include this provision to illustrate the underlying assumption of private government in our space futures, right? So as a designer, I wonder what kind of design principles might help us avoid private government. And I want to talk about democratic government and what that means and how that makes government a public thing rather than a private thing for the governed. Democratic government is conditioned on the idea of relational equality, that each citizen is equal in stature, rights, and responsibilities, irrespective of any material differences between citizens. We rely on this with just our language, right? Like one person, one vote, justice is blind, a jury of one's peers. These and other notions draw their meaning from relational equality. This type of relational or democratic equality is challenged by social inequalities on Earth, but those challenges are exacerbated in contexts beyond the Earth. What are some of the features of systems that allow us to stand in relations of equality to others? I'm going to borrow from Anderson again here. In a 1999 paper, What's the Point of Equality, which I really recommend. It starts like high energy and it doesn't let up, but for a philosophy paper at least. But Anderson elaborates on a theory and rationale for egalitarianism that's compatible with plural values and different kinds of distributive schemes. She takes issue with much of the contemporaneous discussion of egalitarianism because the basis for making egalitarian claims is misfortune or innate inferiority. Like we have to compensate people for their bad luck or misfortune. Instead, she would have us make claims from positions of fundamental equality of persons by virtue of being persons. So what is democratic equality in her view? Democratic equality is a pattern of relationships among people, not simply equal distributions of material resources. It assumes that people, not nature, are responsible for turning the natural diversity of human beings into oppressive hierarchies, and consequently offers a philosophical basis for making demands to change human systems. Earlier today, with Sheri's presentation, we were considering the case of disability rights and disability studies and what that can teach us for designs in space. I mean, something constitutes a disability based on the social systems that we've erected around it, in which that person that we would call disabled moves through the world, right? Disabled children couldn't attend school public schools in the United States until in large numbers until we passed the Americans with Disabilities Act and made buildings accessible to people who had mobility issues, for example. So these kinds of differences across people, this innate human diversity, translates into hierarchy as a function of the systems that we build. So we can think about building systems that are more inclusive, right? Just as further elaboration on democratic equality from Anderson, she writes that democratic equality claims that the social condition of living a free life is one that stands in relations of equality to others. So equals are not subject to arbitrary violence or physical coercion by others. Choice isn't constrained by arbitrary physical coercion, and that's one of the conditions of freedom. Equals are not marginalized by others. They are therefore free to participate in politics and the major institutions of civil society. Equals are not dominated by others. They don't live at the mercy of others' wills. This means that they govern their own lives by their own wills, and that is freedom. Equals are not exploited by others. This means that they are free to secure the fair value of their labor. And finally, equals are not subject to cultural imperialism. They are free to practice their own culture, subject to the constraint of respecting everyone else. To live in an egalitarian community is to be free from oppression, to participate in and enjoy the goods of society, and to participate in self-government. Citizenship, I'm quoting Anderson here, citizenship involves functioning not only as a political agent, like voting, engaging in political speech, petitioning government, and so forth, but also participating as an equal in civil society. This is one of the lessons of the US civil rights movement. Activists sought not only political equality, but the dissolution of social markers of caste as well. Can skip that. To sort of wrap up these prepared things, because I want to leave time for a discussion, I want to reframe the challenge of extraterrestrial liberty as a question of democratic equality. Just as an example, Charles asked AJ Link and Jonathan Lim yesterday how they'll know which rights would be most important in space. And that's a good question because it's a pressing one and it's hard. But my answer to that would be that those rights that enable future spacefarers to stand in relations of equality to one another are the most fundamental ones. We're not going to find a complete set of universal values for human life in space, but we can think about what those values might be through the lens of which rights are necessary for securing the conditions of democratic equality among future spacefarers. Let's see. Oh, oops, that's a note to myself. These are things we can talk about if there's more time later, but I just want to end on that note and say thank you.
Thank you very much, David. It's excellent. Thank you for that talk. And as usual, everyone, please feel free to write questions in the question box if you have any, and wait for some of those to come in. In the meantime, I'll ask you a question and hope some questions come in. Thanks a lot. That was really interesting. I was wondering, in your sort of second or third slide back, you were talking about the nature of democratic equality, particularly things like lack of cultural imperialism, equality in terms of labor relations, and these sorts of factors. And I didn't have time to look through your list before you moved on, but as I was looking down that list, I was thinking, do you think the space environment makes it more difficult or easier to achieve those things? I was thinking you could look at each one of those. For example, lack of cultural imperialism might be easier to achieve just because you will be free of the histories of terrestrial societies, maybe not completely free because these people may have come from Earth societies, but they will be in a Martian society or a lunar society where everyone may identify with the same culture that is associated with being in that location. So it might be easier to break free of any prejudices caused by cultural imperialism when everyone is in a completely novel environment. And the labor relations as well, people will be required to do these jobs like produce oxygen and water. And so in some sense, they will have a strong, although the governing power could act dictatorially, at the same time, people working in those settlements might also have a very vice versa, might have a strong control over the governance because their labor is required. So is it easier to achieve democratic equality or not in the space environment?
Excuse me for just one sec.
Yeah, sure.
No, the gate over there. Oh, okay. I'm giving a talk right now, so I'm sorry, I'm really live. Sorry. Sorry, guys.
It's no problem.
So to your question, Charles, about cultural imperialism, we're never free of history. And so I don't think that we would be entirely free in that respect. Okay, now it's time for the dogs to bark. Just give me one sec.
So in the meantime, folks, send through any questions you have. Good opportunity to type some questions in.
We can go for hours without barking until
right when you're talking. Always away. That's fine though.
Sorry, everyone. Okay, I'm going to try. Excuse me. I'm going to just try one more thing.
That's fine. No problem. I hope you haven't done anything drastic. Sorry. Dog. Oh no, it's still alive.
Okay. All right. This is unfortunate. But
if you're able to talk without being distracted, we can hear you clearly. So
okay.
Feel free to
so it's just my train of thought that's going to suffer. Hopefully. Oh, I see Jim writing. Yeah, exactly. But so Charles, can you just restate your other question regarding the necessity of different types of work?
Yeah.
Okay, dog is in the other room now.
That's fine. Yeah, so I guess it was just a general question about that list of democratic equalities that you listed as to whether, though, I mean, I'm sure you can't make a general statement about all of them, but I was just looking at each one and thinking, would they be easier or harder in space? And I was thinking the existence in a completely new society in space, as you rightfully say, you can't escape history, but you might be sufficiently disconnected from histories on Earth that there's a common sense of Martianness, if you like, amongst those people, that it's easier to achieve equality of cultural imperialism. And I also wondered about equality of labor relations when many of those people, particularly in a small settlement, will be so vital to the operation of that settlement that you won't really want to treat people unequally just because you require their cooperation to make things work. So I wonder whether some of these inequalities we see on the Earth might be mitigated in the extreme environments of space.
Well, just a quick note on that cultural imperialism point of Anderson's. I mean, with that, like what she was trying to do is respond to folks who might suggest that, oh, okay, well, how do we select which values or which goods we're going to place high value on? In saying that the primary goal should be enabling democratic relations among people, that you escape that trap of saying like, oh, well, Charles, you and I have different preferences. And so, like if we were pursuing an egalitarian society, like should let's say that you value vacations to Aruba more than I do, and I value reading a good novel, you know, like, should I be taxed to effect a transfer because like there are similar welfare gains from both of those things. If we were measuring welfare in units of utils or what have you, you know, in that sense, like values are plural. And so like, how do you decide like where to draw the line between which values we should try to equalize along? And so that's part of the cultural imperialism point that she was making. That, well, you know, you don't need to go to Aruba and I don't need to read a novel necessarily in order for the two of us to stand in relations of equality to one another. It does focus us on questions of like, oh, well, you know, can we stand in relations of equality to each other if I'm homeless or hungry? You know, like, are we really co-equal decision makers, people with equal esteem in a society, you know?
Yes.
And so there are implications for what we could do for distribution of goods, for example, through the lens of democratic equality that still have like material redistributive effects, you know?
Yeah. Thank you. And Keith Abney's asked, you know, given its tendency to authoritarianism, should we attempt to outlaw private government in space?
Well, I don't think we can actually outlaw private government. I mean, I suspect that the conditions for private government are going to arise wherever we have different groups of people with different decision-making abilities, you know? So I think that our best solution is trying to equalize the, you know, to use those terms again, the authority, standing, and esteem of future spacefarers as much as we possibly can, acknowledging that there are going to be some folks who whose preferences will hold more weight if it's like a privately owned space station, for example, you know? So, you know, we have to allow for the necessity to one of the points that's been discussed today too, that, you know, by dint of surviving in space, you're going to have to boss people around at points. People will have to adhere to certain routines. And so it's never going to be totally equalized, but as a goal, establishing like those sorts of democratic equality is the best hedge against the ills of private government.
Yeah.
At least that's the first approximation of an answer there.
Yeah, excellent. And then Marcel Muller's saying, if the creation of a new culture is the key to democratic equality, does that also mean that for the sake of peace, a connection to Earth would be weakened? Would that not just create a new conflict?
I don't know if we need a new culture for democratic equality. That's an interesting way to put that. I think we see intimations or gestures toward democratic equality in societies all over the place, you know, contemporary societies on Earth. And some of those ideals, like a jury of one's peers and all the rest, rely on that vision of democratic equality. So I don't think we need a new culture to affect democratic equality. I think we ought to try to prioritize it more fulsomely and intentionally as you know, like if we begin making arguments from the position of democratic equality, then I think that changes some of the outputs of some of these distributive questions. By dint of my standing as an equal to you, Marcel, we can, like, that's the position from which I begin to make claims on freedom of movement or access to the substrates of life in space, for example. This is distinct from other egalitarian traditions that would say, oh, well, you know, you are less, to use like a kind of toy example here, like, you know, you are less attractive, and so you are less likely to find a romantic partner. And so we have to compensate people for their bad for their bad brute luck, is the phrase that egalitarians in the 90s were using for these things. And so this was actually an argument that folks would make that, like, oh, well, we compensate people for being unlucky in love and life and so on. And that assumes a kind of inferiority of one person to another and a kind of like marketized compensation for that kind of bad luck. And I think that's the wrong way of viewing some of these distributional questions. We need to like respect people's humanity fundamentally, and that if we start from that position, we end up with slightly different conclusions, even if we argue for similar distributions of material goods.
Yeah. Alan McKenna's asking, he says, thanks, David. Just a reflection based on some of the quotes you used. Is creating a sane society which prioritizes the mental health and well-being of its members a distinctly different aim from creating a society of members treated as equals under democratic governance? Democracy can also lead to a tyranny of the majority.
So first off, I want to say thank you, Alan, for that question, because it gives me a chance to kind of distinguish between democratic systems of government and also democratic equality as a system of relations between people. And so what I'm suggesting is that we should be optimizing for democratic equality as a system of social relations. I think it's difficult to, and certainly like in this week, we've been trying, and I think have been doing very interesting jobs of operationalizing things like liberty or freedom at the level of an individual. But you can also understand concepts like liberty and freedom as outputs of a network of relationships between people. And so I want to say that democratic equality is the type of relation, like the pattern of relationships that we should strive for. Democratic equality could be compatible with different types of governance regimes, right? You could imagine, a better version of a democratic republic like the United States, like realizing one instance of democratic equality. You could see social democracies, of Europe with it centering democratic equality and realizing it in different ways, right? So I think we should distinguish between forms of government and patterns of social relations. And I'm concerned, at least right now, with the patterns of social relations, because that's the thing from which governance, like institutions, property arrangements, work roles, all that stuff can precipitate from the way that we relate to one another.
Mm-hmm. And on that subject, so Ricky Williamson's asking a question here that I think relates to this, whether it's social relations or the government that results from it, and it's something that's come up a few times this week. Might all our intentions to foresee necessary governance structures and legal frameworks for space be irrelevant? Because as we have seen in the example of the private cars, meaningful governance systems have in the past been developed only in response to technological changes and never in advance. So I suppose that touches on this unpredictability question of the extraterrestrial environment and whether we can construct democratic equality for societies that are not yet in existence. I mean, I suppose on the Earth, you can look at failings in the system and try and correct them. You're still building on thousands of years of history that went before and continuous iterative improvement, or sometimes of course revolutionary improvement, but still you've got something to work with. So how do you implement these sorts of democratic systems in a society that doesn't yet exist and it's difficult to predict?
Well, and I think that's a great question, right? 20 years ago, we might not have said that access to the internet is essential for being able to stand in relations of equality to one another. In a time of like COVID-induced remote work and remote school and socialization and so on, you could make a stronger argument to say that internet access is a key pillar of what it means to be an equal in society, right? And to have equal voice and participation in a society. In that case, the specific values can change, but the place from which you argue for those values and like the claims, the thing that you use to root your claim for internet access in this example is this fundamental belief in democratic equality. And so as an argumentative and a justificatory kind of strategy, I think democratic equality can endure across a wide variety different material wants. You know, like 100 years ago, electricity might have occupied a similar space. Now we would say that in a developed country, you know, you should access to electricity and, you know, plumbing are, you know, like things that allow you to stand in relations of equality to others. Whereas a century ago, maybe not as much, right? And so the specific goods can change over time, and we don't have to anticipate all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon? Oh.
But the fundamental principles remain.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that probably answers actually Nina's question. So she says in Western societies, we're trying to rebuild our social structures with Me Too movement and BLM and LGBTQ. I always wonder what would be the correct structure of the first colonies on the moon and Mars. I think you've probably answered that in the sense that as one builds a society and these issues come to the fore and these sort of social advances occur, the fundamental principles of democratic equality remain the same. So they can be transplanted into whatever might emerge in a Martian society.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, yeah, so here's another interesting question by Atamar, who's asking, so how do you handle demands for unequal or better treatment by those with key roles within a settlement? So, you know, key specialists, I suppose, he says key specialists or representatives of the private government. I suppose that could be people running the oxygen machines who demand something more than, they want to be more equal than others, if you like. How can you apply your laws to them if they effectively are above it, or at least make demands that attempt to put them above democratic equalities?
Well, I mean, I think by using, like, again, democratic equality as kind of like a North Star, you can then start to imagine other systems of rules that take that as like a foundational principle or a starting point, and then go in further directions. Like yesterday, I believe I'd asked of Martin Elvis, like, what how do you think about the competition policy and anti-monopoly or antitrust kinds of policy questions for space exploration companies or asteroid mining companies, when, you know, like gravity differentials and like the spatial distribution of asteroid resources build in conditions potentially for natural monopoly, right? Like you could imagine, like, okay, well, if we assume that to be the case, you know, and if we are starting from the place of like, okay, well, our goal here is to ensure relations of equality among citizens of whatever space society we're talking about, that might be the grounds for rules-based systems that, you know, put time or geographic limitations on, or like an incorporating entity, or might apply different standards for conduct, much in the way that we think about, you know, just with the previous discussion of violence, right? You know, we have different standards for police officers than we do for ordinary citizens. We have different conducts for soldiers in war, right? Like, I'm sure there are non-martial examples of this as well, but like you know, physicians have different responsibilities to help when they see someone in having a medical issue, right? In any of these cases, we have different rules that apply to different people based on their roles within a society. We have to start from somewhere in justifying those different rules for people. And that's where I would say democratic equality can like point us in a direction I think is pro-social.
Yes. I suppose, you know, one obviously wants to implement the principles, but ultimately if a group of oxygen producers demand something that's democratically not equality, then I don't know what there is to say about that other than, yes, it's possible that someone can do that. There's plenty of examples.
This is dangerous.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples of non-democratic societies on the earth. But I suppose that's the reason for thinking about these things early, in the hope that you can encourage people to understand these principles and the importance of these principles in building good societies, and not abuse their positions in, say, controlling an oxygen machine to destroy a system that has achieved some sort of democratic equality. But ultimately, if people decide to do that, there's not a lot you can do, probably.
Yeah, I realize I'm pushing the time limit here, so I'll just maybe conclude with one like take-home kind of thought with this. It's just that I think when we're talking about concepts like freedom and liberty for future spacefarers, there's a risk of defining or operationalizing these terms in too atomistic a way if our unit of analysis is the individual. Because of the lethality of the space environment, like the conditions that produce real freedom for people are going to be social conditions. And so, you know, I'm suggesting that we think about like what constitutes those social conditions, and suggesting that, you know, that lens of democratic equality be the foundational one for what we think about what is reasonable to ask, or how do we protect different classes of people, or just enable real freedom and flourishing. So
that's a nice comment. Thank you, David. So I suppose it's a little bit similar to ancient concepts of democracy, like the ancient Greek polis, right? Belonging to the city-state as the way in which you achieve liberation, and not, as you say, the slightly atomized view, which is a quite Western view of individual liberty, more of a liberty achieved by belonging to a community, and specifically, you know.
And we can always define like which, you know, like if you're a citizen of Athens, well, you have great standing, but if you're a slave in Athens, less so, you know, like, so the question is like, how do you define the group, or that reference group, as ecumenically as possible, you know?
Yes, of course, ancient Athens isn't a particularly good example of democratic equality.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, then their notion of the polis and that your liberty was being part of the community, but in all other respects, it's a pretty bad example. It's true. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, David. That was an excellent talk. Thank you.
And thank you, everyone, for your questions and attention.
Yeah. Thank you. Great. So we'll move on to the final talk of the day. Thank you very much, Keith, if you're out there, for completing the conference. Not any reason for it, just we had our US speakers later in the day to make it more convenient for you. And we're going to finish off with war in space, which is, you know, maybe not the most upbeat end, but a critical end, because of course it's something that's near-term problem, and also given the lethality of war, something that Ian and Stephen have written about as well, it is a crucial matter for the space environment. How do we resolve conflict? And we've seen other discussions on conflict. So I'm very happy to introduce Keith Abney. He's senior lecturer at California Polytechnic State University, St. Louis Obispo, in the Department of Philosophy. He got his BA in philosophy, Emory University, and then an MA in history and philosophy of science, and MA in theology as well. It's a really interesting cross-section of philosophical and social aspects and views on things. His professional interests are in the philosophy of science, science and religion, applied ethics and axiology. And today he's going to talk to us about the ethical and policy issues for the future of war in space. I should have asked you, have you got slides, Keith?
Yes, indeed. So hopefully you can see them now.
Yeah, I can. They're not full screen mode, but.
Okay, let's try to fix that. And can you see it now?
Got it. Excellent. Thank you very much, Keith, for coming to speak, and over to you.
Absolutely, yes. And I appreciated David's talk just now. It was a hopeful context, and now I'll try to scare you all, I suppose. So the background here, I've done work on lethal autonomous weapons systems, and a report back in 2008 that I and my co-authors wrote talked about the ethics and policy issues with them. And the military's been pushing ever more to automate war. And some US officials, as I'm going to discuss here in a moment, have admitted that it's inevitable that we're going to automate war, particularly in frontier domains like space. So I'm going to talk a little bit about just war theory in general, and talk about the ideas behind the rules of war as they're accepted here on Earth and how much of that would apply to space. Then I'm going to talk about the relevance of this automated war, of lethal autonomous weapon systems to space war. I'm going to then talk about some issues involving how we should think about the rules of war and basic ethics and meta-ethics. I'm going to give you some scenarios to perhaps whet your intuitions. And then I'm going to try to come to some conclusions. So let's start by defining war as the resolution of conflict by violent means. And we can see that the human purposes in space, of course, as we've discussed for the past 4 days, can come into conflict. Some of those purposes include exploration, protection, both from impacts and planetary protection from possible viruses, protection of astronaut health, commercial and space sector activities. We've mentioned space mining. And of course, the background to much of our discussion of liberty, colonization, even though that word, of course, has freighted historical resonances, so I prefer to call it space settlement. So how do we resolve conflict? David gave us a hopeful idea that democratic equality would be possible. But of course, in human history, we've often resolved conflict by war. And the international community has decided that war does have rules. It is not a Hobbesian war of all against all with no rules at all. And that's called just war theory. So let's introduce you to that and some of the basic concepts of just war theory that underlie international humanitarian law and the law of armed conflict. So what's called jus ad bellum is the justice of going to war. And there is a series of conditions, typically 6 or 7, that must be satisfied for a war to be considered just when it's declared. I'm not going to worry too much about that because the primary focus here is jus in bello. That's the justice of the conduct of war, of how you actually fight the war. And in particular, what I'm going to ask about or investigate is the relationship between these two. In classic just war theory, which underlies international law, the two realms, jus ad bellum and jus in bello, are considered to be independent. That is to say, whether or not a particular politician, government leader, who decides to declare war has made a justified decision so that the war itself is a just war or an unjust war. That consideration is independent of the justice of how you fight the war. So, for example, for the United States, arguably, World War II was a just war. It was publicly declared, it was fought in self-defense after the Pearl Harbor bombing and so forth and so on. It met all the classic criteria of a just war. That does not guarantee that the methods by which the United States fought the war were therefore just. That's a simply independent consideration. And so, for example, the mere fact that the war was just does not guarantee that, say, dropping nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were therefore just. Jus in bello, how you conduct the war, is independent of whether the war itself is just. So, revisionist just war theory over the past 20, 30 years has said the independence thesis is wrong. The justice of how you conduct a war depends to some extent on whether the war itself is just or not. If you believe that, then essentially what you're saying is that you may be permitted methods to fight a just war for a just cause that are not permitted when the cause is murky or unjust. That in some sense, the rules by which you get to fight depend on the justice of what you're fighting for. If that's so, if the interdependent revisionist just war theory is the right way to think about this, then what matters for interdependence? Is it the type of conflicts you're fighting? Is it the types of combatants doing the fighting? Would the rules be different, for example, for non-state actors? Can businesses fight war? We may find out if SpaceX and Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic, I mean, already they seem to be in a battle, so to speak, to get to space first. We'll see if that involves actual violence in space. What's the status of non-combatants? For traditional just war theory, jus in bello, the justice of the conduct of war, a requirement for a weapon to be legitimate is that it discriminates or distinguishes between combatants and non-combatants, and you are only ever allowed to intentionally target combatants. So that non-combatants are supposed to have immunity. They are never supposed to be deliberately targeted. Should that be the case, even if your cause is just? Should, say, the suppliers of an unjust state be a legitimate target? Should it matter what types of weapons you use, perhaps, in terms of the justice of the war and then how the means of fighting it? A common problem that we'll refer to in just a moment is a dual use problem. It turns out lots and lots of things that have clear civilian applications can also be used as a weapon of war. And that's going to be particularly the case in space. Here, folks, is something that, as far as I know, is purely hypothetical. It's called a rod of or from God. When instructed from the ground, the targeting satellite commands the orbiting platform to release one of its darts. No exhaust, it's just gravity. But you see, kinetic energy, when you're traveling at orbital speed and you drop to the ground and you don't lose much mass because you have a special protective coating, well, once it hits the ground at up to 25,000 miles an hour, the result is an explosion equivalent to a small nuke. No radiation, mind you. Does it matter who or what's doing the fighting? I've mentioned I've done work on laws. So does it matter if it's robots completely outside of human control, or robots that still have humans on the loop, still with some control, doing the fighting? Or, of course, the crucially relevant issue today, does the location matter? Is war in space going to be bound by the same rules and the same reasoning as we've used to develop international law based on just war theory for terrestrial warfare? Now, 2 years ago, in the before times, I actually went in person to a conference, the International Society for Military Ethics, and the keynote speaker there was Lieutenant General David Thompson, Vice Commander of the Air Force Space Command. This was before it officially became its own branch of the US military. And in conversation, he admitted that in their planning for space war, they fully intend to use laws. That, as he put it, by the time we know the battle has occurred, it will already be over. And so, of course, they're going to use automated weapon systems that he took for granted, just given the realistic delays of communicating with satellites and other space platforms. Now, in the debate over lethal autonomous weapon systems, this idea of having humans out of the loop, having the AIs take control of targeting and firing decisions, has been hugely controversial. But we don't think of it as hugely controversial for cyber attacks. So, ethically speaking, does it really matter that much? In thinking about just war theory and how our international law should regulate war in space, I like to invoke something called moral luck, which is a consideration associated with the philosopher Thomas Nagel. And moral luck occurs when you are held morally responsible for something you had no control over. And given the ought implies can principle, at least one common understanding of it, that doesn't make any sense. When I have no control, no rational control over what happens, then I should not be held responsible for it. Moral responsibility demands full agency. If you use this as a test, so that a proper moral and ideally a proper legal theory would demand that there be no moral luck, it would appear to support the independence thesis. The idea that jus in bello, the justice and presumably the law of how we conduct war, should be completely independent of the justice of the war itself, because after all, politicians decide to start wars or to end them. And I don't have any direct control over what the president of the United States or the leader of take your own country decides to do, decides to begin a war or not. If I'm serving, I can only choose how I choose to fight it, not whether the war itself goes on or not. After all, it seems to be a matter of luck, where people are born. And almost always you serve in the military of the country in which you were born. But that may take things too far. We have something that's sometimes called the reductio ad Hitlerum. Anytime you say someone, Hitler or one of his underlings did something morally correct, that's a sign something's gone wrong with your argument. So is it true that Nazi prison camp guards could have acted perfectly morally? They didn't have a choice over the war, right? Just how they chose to conduct themselves in it. Could you have been a good Nazi concentration camp guard? Well, the fact is you do have some control. In a democracy, of course, you can vote against politicians who declare war. But you have even more direct control than that. You can immigrate. If you live in a society that's fighting an unjust war, you can say, I'm going to leave that society. Or, of course, you can surrender. You can refuse to fight. You can give yourself up to the enemy. We run into something called a collective responsibility problem. Anytime we say, in fact, you have no control whatsoever over the war by means of serving in the war. In fact, you do. If enough soldiers all decided to surrender when fighting for an unjust cause, the war would end. So let's look at some scenarios to help whet our intuitions about space war. And in particular, we're going to start with some dual use scenarios. Suppose Virgin Galactic or SpaceX, as they've announced, plan on start doing space tourism, suborbital jaunts, and maybe even doing cargo shipping. Supposedly within 2 hours, you could ship or take a quick joyride using these suborbital space platforms to anywhere else in the world. Well, it just so turns out that the US military, under a project called Project Sustain, was aware of this and said, well, we'll just requisition these suborbital space platforms as a quick strike force so that we can send our special forces anywhere in the world within 2 hours. They came up with this idea after watching heavy lift helicopters fly across Pakistan, a not terribly friendly environment, en route to Afghanistan after the 2001 war began. So, should we regulate space tourism jaunts because they can be used for a military invasion force? What about Russia and a NATO nation, or China and Taiwan having a commercial dispute over, say, satellites? Could that become a military conflict? Of course it could. Space mining. There's been a lot of discussion of this over the last 4 days. Suppose we've maneuvered a small asteroid into orbit around Earth, and we're mining it. And the Saudis are paying, and they say, oh, from the dross, from the mining leftovers, fashion a rod from God, right? Or simply take one of the small asteroids that turned out to be a dud as far as mineral wealth and just aim it at say the Houthis in Yemen or the seat of government in Tehran. How are we going to stop a commercial enterprise from doing that? How are we going to stop anti-satellite attacks from private contractors? SpaceX is setting up a telecommunications Starlink. Suppose Jeff Bezos decides he doesn't want that and starts attacking their satellites. Is that war? And of course, in the context of extraterrestrial liberty, sooner or later, it won't just be satellites and missiles and robots, presumably in space, but humans. And so we attempt to settle space, Mars, the moon. Could those colonization attempts come into conflict? What should be the limits of self-defense? Should they be allowed to use laws? And of course, there's a scenario that's far more interesting to me and perhaps to everyone. A risk not just that some humans die, but all of us do. A risk that, should it come to pass, would either annihilate Earth, originating intelligent life, or permanently and drastically curtail its potential. Turns out the dinosaur killer, which by the way would almost certainly wipe out human life on Earth, was hardly the biggest rock to hit the Earth. So the standard scenario from hundreds of science fiction movies, aliens come to attack. More plausibly, alien robots come to attack. Should we have any restrictions whatsoever on how we fight their war? Should we say we shouldn't target their civilians? Or suppose other humans here on Earth pose a doomsday risk. Now, a space mining company has got an asteroid into Earth orbit, but it turns out, well, their founder has actually adopted the beliefs of a new religious movement that thinks this asteroid is going to be the gateway for them to all go to heaven once it hits the Earth. If you want a not so implausible way to think about that, think about the Heaven's Gate cult, which in the late 90s thought the Hale-Bopp comet was their ticket to the afterlife and committed mass suicide. If we have something that poses an existential risk, should we have any use in bellow restrictions on stopping or defeating them? If the cause is to prevent human extinction, should there be any rules at all on how we fight? Well, various moral theories would say no, that the independence thesis is false, that when the cause itself is important enough, that all rules for how we fight no longer apply. All bets are off. You should do whatever it takes. Consequentialist utilitarian arguments are straightforward here. Preventing extinction basically legitimates whatever it takes to get there. We can walk you through the math if you don't understand. But basically, any chance of preventing extinction is worth whatever it takes to prevent it. using a concept of expected utility. But it turns out you don't have to be a consequentialist to believe this. You could instead be a deontologist, someone who thinks in terms of rights and duties, because plausibly an absolute duty, and an absolute duty is a duty that holds no matter what. If it comes into conflict with another duty, it overrides, it trumps. It's a little, always have to be careful using the word trumps anymore, but it trumps any other consideration, any other duty you have. If it comes into conflict with another duty, it always wins. So here's a plausible absolute duty. One always has a moral obligation never to allow the extinction of all creatures capable of moral obligation. It's an absolute duty to keep beings capable of absolute duties alive. You can't have moral duties if there's no beings left capable of moral duties. There's a reference there to a special journal that I co-edited on the ethics of colonization with these arguments in more detail. So let's come to some preliminary conclusions. First, my meta-ethical principle of moral luck. Any ethical theory that incorporates moral luck is wrong. And that means that for just war theory, independence is strictly false, though perhaps in some cases approximately true. The justice of the cause of your fight will affect the means by which you should be allowed to fight. The question is the degree of independence of any factor, depending on your legitimate or illegitimate role in the conflict. The use of AI weapons, like laws, complicates this. For the moment, they don't have moral responsibility. So, the concept of military necessity, I claim, then should be widened to assess the degree of the moral necessity of the just side winning a war, to secure a lasting peace and a flourishing post-war society. So, for a historical example, take World War II. What should be the limits on what we were willing to do, we in the West, in the United States and Charles's Scotland, to ensure that the Nazis or Stalinist communism or other totalitarian regimes did not take over the world? Perhaps if it were required, a nuclear weapon would be justified then. But in wars with less moral necessity of winning, perhaps we should use what's called the discrimination command principle to decide whether or not a particular weapon should be used. Identify the official with command control over the use of the weapon. Unless they or their rank equivalent or higher is willing to play the role of a non-combatant, someone who's not supposed to be targeted in a realistic simulation before deployment, then that weapon simply should not be used in war. With proper safeguards, then, a just state could use laws to enforce a lasting peace and a flourishing post-war society. But an unjust state could use laws to enforce tyranny without any possibility of revolt. Citizens with guns cannot defeat a poisonous drone swarm. Citizens who depend on the provision of oxygen at every moment cannot defeat a tyranny that can withhold that oxygen from them at any time. Any such flagrant permanent violation of use post-bellum, a third part of just war theory, that a just war must lead to a just and lasting peace, I think, is a condition that verges on existential risk. So to stop an indefinite tyranny with new technology by an unjust state, there should be no restrictions on laws or any other technology to avoid this worst case outcome. In the near future, I think just states will have to be willing to do whatever it takes to ensure that new technology does not allow a permanent tyranny to take root. Because the new technologies enable tyranny in ways that, well, were never possible before. And this will be especially true in space, I think. Because in space, you see, the new technologies will be absolutely required. Other people have talked about privacy and other issues. I think it's inevitable that the conditions for tyranny are going to be present. I asked David, our previous speaker, can we outlaw private governments? And he said, probably not. Tyranny is going to be an omnipresent danger to our liberty in space. And so we might need to be prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure a permanent tyranny is not allowed to take root. All right, folks, I ran through that pretty quickly because I wanted to have plenty of time for questions. So
thanks a lot, Keith. Really, really interesting, fascinating, and a fantastic talk to conclude things with some really big questions. I'm going to start off by asking you, there's a couple of questions, but let me just starting off with one question. The extinction principle worries me because, of course, as you know, Elon Musk uses the notion of becoming a multi-planet species to motivate a lot of what he plans to do. And on that basis, he could say that everything he's doing is to avoid extinction. And therefore, he's justified in doing anything because he's essentially doing something that's anti-extinction, including war, maybe. So I wonder what you think about the problem that space can uniquely be, well, not necessarily uniquely, but it can be strongly used in this as a claim for anti-extinction, because whatever you do in space, you can say, well, I'm making humanity multiplanetary. If you try and stop me from doing what I'm doing, you're increasing the risk of extinction.
Yeah. So I went back to, I think, the relevant slide, Charles, to your excellent question. And so I've talked about this a little bit more in the hyperlinked article there. But the short answer, this very short answer is, I think both of these principles are wrong, and I'm a virtue ethicist, which is to say that I think ethics should properly be understood as a matter of character rather than as looking at the consequences or looking at some kind of absolute rights and duties. Okay. And that if Elon Musk claimed this, he would be a person of very bad character. I don't know that he is claiming, right, that he's entitled to do whatever he wants because, you know, the alternative is human extinction. But if he does, then he's a bad person.
Yeah. That makes sense. I guess that's the easiest way of trying to separate the motivation in what someone's doing than from the, right, as you say, the utilitarian outcome of it. Yeah.
So part of this is a backhanded meta-ethical argument, Charles, for virtue ethics over these other approaches, simply because I think it's a kind of reductio ad absurdum argument of consequentialism and deontology. Mm-hmm. I think both of these are extraordinarily plausible principles based on either deontology or consequentialism. And I think they're both wrong. I think there are some things we should be willing to risk extinction for, yeah. Yeah. Or at least a chance.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, is that controversial? Yeah, absolutely. But if we're talking about war in space, ultimately that's what we're going to be talking about, because there's a very, very real chance that extinction will be the result of war in space. It's one of the possible solutions to Fermi's paradox, a very grim one, that that's how civilizations that get to our stage end. They go into space, they have war in space, and they all die.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that would be the ultimate definition of irony, to cause extinction from a war that resulted from someone that who was claiming they were trying to prevent extinction in the first place. Yeah. Excellent. Martin, thank you. Martin Evans has asked question. Martin Elvis, sorry. Martin Evans is someone down the corridor, by the way, Martin, that's why I'm being confused. Martin Elvis is asking, does the idea of a justified war help in practice? In World War I, both sides believed that they were the just side and so could fight in any way, e.g. mustard gas, millions of slaughtered. Yeah.
Well, of course you can claim that, but presumably evidence would support one side rather than the other. And of course, in many, many wars, neither side is justified. Mm-hmm. So in just war theory, typically at most one side could be justified, but often neither side is. And of course, in the details of actual historical instances, things get complicated, which is why just war theories are rich. I gave you a very quick overview. It's extremely complicated. As I said, there are 6 typical conditions for a just war. If you fail to meet any one of them, your war is not just. So the details are going to matter. But this might be further than reason why we need some kind of international body to adjudicate these disputes. I don't see any easy way outside of that to ensure space war does not result in catastrophic harm. And so I think the question is more how authoritarian this international body will be. Ideally, it would be more like the referee that can enforce the rules, right? But without any other kind of governing authority over societies. Whether or not that's plausible, I mean, in some sense, it's certainly plausible because that's basically the United Nations, right? Right now, they try to make the rules by which the group of nations on the Earth play, and yet they clearly can't govern. They, in no sense, really function as a world government. They clearly can't govern individual states when they're of a mind to defy the United Nations. So maybe something like that would work for space. But I do fear that if we allow private governments to amass tyrannical weapons and exercise tyranny over their own societies in space, that will spread and that terrible, terrible, terrible things will happen. Unlike Zubrin, your keynote speaker, I am not at all optimistic that without very careful.
Yeah, he made a surprising point that he didn't think extraterrestrial tyranny was possible at all, which,
yeah,
he did provide his reasons for it, but we needn't necessarily revisit that. But yeah, I find it difficult to believe that even with the strongest incentives, one could ever rely on the fact that they would never emerge. And as you rightly pointed out, and I think it's been pointed out before, that it doesn't take much to cause astonishing destruction, particularly if you start rediverting asteroids.
The irony is this is one of the stupidities of typical science fiction. Aliens won't have to use fancy weapons or whatever. If they have the technology to get here from another solar system, they can maneuver a big rock into our orbit.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be that big, right?
Right.
Kilometers across will do the trick.
Right. And that's that.
Yeah. Christopher Johnson's made a comment. I'll read it out. He says, fascinating presentation. Thank you, Keith. In the context of planetary defense, the international space law community believes that the Outer Space Treaty is not a suicide pact and that the use of nuclear weapons against near-Earth objects is not explicitly illegal. I agree and go further that nukes against asteroids are not weapons as so conceived by IHL, as they are not targeting an enemy in the course of an international armed conflict. I don't know whether you have any comments.
My only comment to that is, I certainly agree, but unfortunately, I think it's of limited applicability. I don't know the physics and engineering of this precisely, but my impression is that there's only a small range of sizes of asteroids where nukes would actually make a difference. Either the rock's too big for the nuke to, in other words, if it just blows it up into several smaller chunks that are all still collectively going to hit the Earth, then disaster was not averted. And if it's small, and if it's extremely smaller, that's really bad news for a city or whatever, but it's not really kind of a civilization ender. So I think there's only a very small range of sizes of impactors where a nuke would really make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Matt Buffton's asked an interesting question here. Might private governments lead to more governing bodies and therefore smaller wars? So with one governing body, a civil war could become an extinction war. With a few governing bodies, a war of all against all is possible. So with a large number of private governments, it may be less likely everyone would join a given war. So that's a sort of question of whether fragmentation will ultimately mitigate some of the possibility of a large-scale war.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly one possible approach. And the question would be, if we become convinced of that, should we then fight preemptive wars against those in space who would try to become larger and control more territory and more weapons? So if we decide fragmentation is the way forward, then we have to resist consolidation. No matter what you think the answer is, my point's fairly simple. You're going to have to be willing to fight, right?
Yeah.
To ensure it happens.
Yeah. It also seems to me that just go back to this, the threat of objects like asteroids or anything on kilometer scales, it represents a catastrophic threat for the planet. It seems to me that one of the crucial things one needs to do is not just have asteroid mapping programs, but asteroid and other object monitoring and policing programs.
Yes.
To be able to detect these things early enough to intercept them before they reach the Earth, or stop the malefactors from constructing things or diverting rocks. And it seems that the threat of that is so great that will just have to be an all-encompassing focus of effort in space to know what objects are near the Earth of kilometer scales or greater.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the B612 Foundation, of course, and others already try to map impactors, but the problem is going to be now deliberate human intervention.
Yes. So It sort of goes beyond the mere mapping of natural asteroids to mapping and policing and.
Right. And again, ultimately, this is going to require international cooperation. And in principle, if the private corporation or even the nation state doesn't play nice, you're going to have to fight to stop them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So inevitably, I think what we're talking about are preemptive wars.
Yeah.
New technology will require that, as disconcerting as that seems to be.
It's all quite grim.
Yes.
But, important to face up to these realities. There's just one other question we haven't addressed, which I thought we should do. Itamar saying, does the interdependence just war theory model void the concept of war crimes? And I suppose one might widen that and say, where does the concept of war crimes and bringing war crime claims against people who do these things fit into all this?
That's an excellent question. And I mean, that's part of the strength of the traditional classic model, that, the politicians are one issue, and then the soldiers, what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, you'll be prosecuted for war crimes if you do what you're not supposed to do, and it doesn't matter, right? Which side of the war you're fighting.
Yeah.
The interdependence thesis, and what I tried to outline towards the end there, was that I still have room for war crimes, is the short answer. It just gets more complicated, right? How necessary was your act to winning the war, right? And how necessary was it that your side win the war? And unless you can make a defense of both of those, you'd be charged with a war crime.
Yeah.
In effect.
Yeah. Thank you, Keith. It's bang on 5:30. I think we're going to end there. That's a sobering end, but actually a very good end to the conference, because it illustrates the importance of discussions on liberty and the serious implications of these, and in particular, in this case, a matter that is not so far in the future, or in fact is right now. So you can see the importance of thinking about freedoms and liberty and consequences of these ideas for our safety here on the earth. So I think it's a very good way to end this conference. So thank you, Keith. And I just want to finish off and thank all of our speakers today and throughout the whole conference. This has been an absolutely fantastic 4 days. My brain is now stuffed with all sorts of new ideas and insights that have been really rich. And I'm sure all of us have felt that as well. I also want to thank the attendees for coming along and making this a conference that's wider than the panelists. If this had been happening in the Royal Society of Edinburgh last year, it would have just been the panelists, and that's fine. We can talk to each other and discuss these ideas, and happy to do so. But actually, it's been a lot more fun, I think, to have this open to anyone who wants to come along. And I hope all the attendees have enjoyed it. And thank you for your contributions of questions to this conference. And then finally, I want to thank Edinburgh Futures Institute again, who have made this possible, all of our sponsors, the Open Lunar Foundation, Institute for Liberal Studies and British Interplanetary Society, and Kelly McCurlane again, who's really the person who's organized all the logistics. So thanks again, everyone. I'll be in touch with the panelists here about our forthcoming book and the chapters. Don't worry about that. You'll get plenty of pestering emails in the months ahead, but I think this is going to be a fantastic book, given the diversity of things we've seen over the last 4 days, a really rich tome of discussions on different aspects of liberty. And then in the meantime, we'll have to think about running this again, maybe in a couple of years or something. It's just really interesting. It would be interesting to track these ideas, but more than anything, this is just fun. And I enjoy, as I'm sure you all do, hearing all these ideas. So we should do this again at some point and get us all together, maybe in person, but and maybe with an online connection. Anyway, we can talk about that in the future. So thank you again, everyone, for taking part and coming along, speakers and attendees. Have a good weekend, and I guess we'll all be in touch and hopefully face-to-face at future conferences. So thanks a lot again, everyone, and speak to you later. Cheers.